broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. No, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings so good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I, my broken heart and I. I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings so good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings so good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We're moving on. My broken heart and I. My broken heart and I, we're moving on. Don't give up, 'cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, 'cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night. 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 It's gonna be
been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying, I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me waiting, I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Oh, this feels like home, yeah. This feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling, pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it, yeah you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny. You know we ain't living here alone. No we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you, I'm flying. When I'm with you, I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I know, yeah, 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 yeah. Got me feeling, got me waiting, I'm lucky when you're by my side. Yeah, yeah. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This feels like home. Oh, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like. Oh, yeah. Every time it feels like home.
I don't need perfect. I don't need perfect. I don't need perfect. I just need real, someone I can laugh with. Cry and feel. I'm chasing gold. I'm chasing glow. Wherever I go, I take it slow. This is the life I said I'd live. Every little thing a gift. No map, no script, just vibe. And I'm finally on my side. I don't need perfect. I just need real, someone I can laugh with. Cry and feel. I'm chasing gold. I'm chasing glow. Wherever I go, I take it slow. I don't need I got joy in second place. Don't need more to feel in love. Turns out I already were. I don't need perfect. I just need real, someone I can laugh with. Cry and feel. I'm chasing gold. I'm chasing glow. Wherever I go, I take.
What a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point. Nice ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take over the trophy. Quartz has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals Champion.
Hello and welcome to the OWCS. I'm Zoe and joining me are Jake and Moxie for the final week of the round robin group stage here in EMEA. Friends, let's chat about last week. I just got done before the show catching up on all the action. Looks like Virtus.pro secured the first seat. Absolutely no surprise there. Twisted Minds still a little bit on the struggle bus, you know. They had a 5-map series against 1, 2, 3, 4, and the EMEA standings are now wide open. I really mean it, like wide open.
Yeah, Twisted Minds continues to just look uncomfortable. They're still veering away from playing pretty much everything that was released in 2026. Very little Mizuki, very little Xion as well. Quartz only really played Xion alongside J-Woo's Tracer to get back to point faster as opposed to playing it in a full composition. So going to be having a look to see how exactly TM has adapted, since Funny Astro did say after the winning interview that they'd be looking slightly different headed into this week. As for 1, 2, 3, 4, it's all about the Wrecking Ball. Golden Pants has been an absolute standout, but the problem for them is, can they win the rest of the maps?
Yeah, they definitely have a true identity, which is always fun to see, Jake.
Yeah, it's been incredibly competitive, you know, and there's been teams, I think, with really different looks. I will say for Twisted Minds, I think they're going to be quite happy about what we have seen of Xion in the meta. I think it was Katsuya who were actually playing this really fast style with Maga, with Xion, with Reaper, and just like absolutely running it down. And last week was, of course, like just after teams got their hands on Xion, so, you know, a lot of, you know, teams, I just don't think they'd prepared to use her. This week now, they've had a little bit more practice time, a little bit more preparation, and I think the meta shift could be just what the doctor ordered for a team like Twisted Minds that's kind of struggling to find their identity this stage.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the standings here, right, the cutoff is 5 and 6 with 1, 2, 3, 4 and Tennessee currently in the bottom, but that can still change. Each and every single one of these teams can still make it into our regional playoffs based on the results from them this very week, which is kind of crazy. I want to zoom in on the head-to-head map differential here, because this would make the difference. If Katsuya 1, 2, 3, 4 and GK tied 2 wins, where Katsuya would then advance on the tiebreaker, and then the tiebreaker rules would reset, and GK would actually advance on their head-to-head with 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's what makes the week 1 so exciting, right? Because of those upsets. Now GK, they could beat Twisted Minds today. That's totally possible, given what we've seen from Twisted Minds thus far in the last 2 weeks. The winner of that match will advance. So really, everything is coming down to the last 2 days of play, which is just, that's what we want to see, guys.
Yeah, like you said, other than Virtus.pro, they actually had a few issues, like they dropped 2 maps to Katsuya, to, as Jake was saying, like a very explosive Xion composition that we've started to see more and more in Asia, actually. Xion, Vendetta, Mauga. Tennessee tried to copy it, tried to replicate the exact composition. Virtus.pro dealt with it, but when we caught up with Smash afterwards, he did say that it was just because Tennessee was a weaker team that they had an easier time of dealing with it, and that there's still the hurdle of that composition for Virtus.pro to be able to jump over before they feel fully comfortable. So even though Virtus.pro have secured their position, they still can't slack off just yet too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they lost the map on their most comfortable composition as well, right? So that should definitely spur them on a little bit. If we're looking at the hero ban leaderboard, Bastion's still in the lead there as the most banned hero. So yeah, even though there were changes, Bastion's still a massive threat alongside that Jetpack Cat.
Yeah, I do think these stats could be a little misleading, because, you know, after this change, I think teams are going to be playing faster, and maybe, you know, down at the bottom of the ban list, Juno and Lucio, I think some of these speed sources could be looked at as actually key bans. If people are really going to push a faster pace meta, play around the Maga and the Xion, you know, I think there will be a significant shift here. So come playoffs, as you said, no one's spot is really secured, right? You might be able to make it into playoffs, but to actually get that top 3, to get to the Esports World Cup and the Midseason Championship, I mean, that's, I think, what these teams are really vying for at the end of the day, and they're going to need to be able to adapt to the new meta to do so.
Yeah, speaking of the new meta, of course, we did have a little nerf in between last week and this week. So that once again could flip things on its head with Xion getting that little nerf. Let's see how that will affect her. Looking at today's schedule, though, man, we've got a slate of great matches coming your way. Starting with Katsia going up against Telesi. Afterwards, it's going to be VP and 1, 2, 3, 4, followed by Twisted Minds and GK to round it out here in EMEA. And then, of course, we still have 2 NA matches to be played with SSG and Team Liquid. And then to close out today, we're going to have Dallas Fuel going up against Disguised. So lots of action coming your way, and so much on the line for many of these teams who are not just fighting for the regional crown, right? Like, they want to best the international competition at the second major live event of the year. Of course, I'm talking about the Midseason Championship. The top 3 of both EMEA and NA will be making it out to that live event where 16 of the best Overwatch teams in the world will be competing. And you, my dear friends watching, can be part of it all. That's right. Get your tickets for the Midseason Championship in Paris, France. Right now, all you have to do is scan that QR code to get 15% off. Have you secured your ticket yet, Jake?
Oh, come on. You gotta be there. We're in Paris to play the
That's
Esports
right.
World Cup, to have the Midseason Championship. I mean, come on. This is an esports event you don't want to miss. If you're able to get out there to Paris, get that ticket discount code, of course, to get yourself in a little bit cheaper, of course, via Overwatch. But I mean, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be the French crowd has been insane. Last time I was there, it was incredible. So I have very high expectations for this event.
I love France. I lived in Paris for some time myself, and the French crowd, they show up. So I'm so excited that we get to celebrate alongside them and hopefully many of you in Paris. Hopefully by then the heat wave is over as well, Moxie, so we won't be sweating as much. Only our teams will be sweating in order to perform well. Let's talk about our first match here, Katsia versus Telesi, because I mean, Katsia really want to win this match to stay in contention, and technically that applies to both teams, right? Like, both still have a shot to make it. So everything is on the line. Let's talk about Katsia first here, because they only had 1 week last match and they lost it. They are, however, that said, the first team that actually is able to play it close against VP, that we deem the juggernaut of the region.
Yeah, I think EMEA, like, we do still have the divide between the top teams, but it's a lot closer than it was in the past, especially since the meta is just, like, so explosive and changing. By a week-to-week basis, Vestola living his best life, getting to play things like the Sigma and the Diva as frequently as he has been, but Gala and Zox as well, adapting very quickly to the new support line. We're seeing a lot of the Jetpack Cap from Zox. We're also seeing a lot of the Mizuki as well, so Katsia very much staying up to date with a lot of compositions and moving forward very quickly after they opened up with a brilliant win versus GK on their first week of play here in the second stage.
Is he faithfully restored in them after their loss to 1, 2, 3, 4 in week 1, Jake?
You know, I think 1, 2, 3, 4 is a very good team, actually, and I think it's you know, the fact that they're doing something that's completely unique in the region only makes them a tougher foe. So really, you know, now looking back with the benefit of hindsight, you see that one, you see 1, 2, 3, 4 going to map 5 against TM, you know, so that just looks like an X Factor kind of a team in this one. But for Katsia, I do think that they looked really solid, bringing incredible pace. They, you know, almost were able to even upset VP doing that. So I kind of like this team's odds. Taejong looked pretty great on the Xion. So I think if this ends up being the way the meta goes, I think Katsia are positioned well for playoffs.
Right on. Now their opponent, Telesi, still winless, but in theory they could still qualify for the playoffs with 2 wins this last weekend, and of course some good head-to-head records. But it's really do or die for them today. But once again, of course, we have to shout out individuals. Lars, SXJ, ICAP, like, they played a good series in week 1. They played a good series last week as well. Like, they had their moments.
Yeah, they've had their moments, but it feels like they still have to find their identity. Because when we've seen them play, they've been copying compositions that other teams have been trying to do. Like I said, they try to copy what Katsia did to sort of oust Virtus.pro from their comfortable position. And you could tell that there wasn't as much understanding about how to play things like that Vendetta off of how frequently the Vendetta was dead by the time they engaged.
Yeah, let's see if they're gonna try to pull that out of the bag when they go up against Katsia. We showed it first here last week. Katsia versus Talisi, everything on the line for both of these teams. Let's see who's gonna come out on top. Guys, please take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. And yeah, as we get into this one, I mean, Talisi, it's a tough spot for them to be. Of course, 0-3 in this stage. Still a couple more matches left to play, but Katsia, they really want this win too. They want it bad. I mean, this really, you know, a necessity really to get them into a decent position for playoffs. And the opening map is going to be Antarctic Peninsula. What do you make of these bans?
Well, I mean, I feel like we're going to be seeing Bastion Cat if we're taking out Mizuki. That or the Kiriko Lucio, since both the Mei and the Mizuki, who pair so well around that Sigma, has been removed. Mauga's obviously on the field. Verticality means that there'll be a lot of Diva. Zarya potentially as well. But taking out that Mizuki does mean that there's less pressure on things like the Xion, the Tracer, or if you want to field towards it, the Vendetta to play a much more brawl, fast-paced style.
I'm really curious to see how these teams kind of approach the game now that they've had the benefit of a week of preparation and practice now. And teams already started to use Xion and started to develop some strategies. So this is going to be kind of our first look at teams with a little bit more prep time. And double Mauga queued up. I mean, obviously in the spawns and control, you'd be remiss to be too committed on believing, but I kind of believe. I think this Mauga comp looks pretty insane with the Xion.
Yeah, I believe it, especially if your Xion is going to be trying to do like a lot of flanking. You're always going to be one person down. It does benefit things like the Sojourn, who'll just be able to farm rail off of the tank. The Reaper as well, potentially for Talisi that they were just teasing, being brought in over that Tracer, so you can put a lot more pressure on the tank as opposed to trying to go and hit one of those off angles. As yeah, compositions will stick for both teams. The only difference is that we have a Juno over the Lucio.
See if Aid can get something done here. Big Mauga Stomp crit onto Lars, loses his charge out of this, and Lars already just dropped off the field. Beautiful opener from Vestola to start the fight, but his trades come in. Looks winnable here for Talisi, unless Vestola has something more to say about it here. This Mauga, very difficult to bring down in the low numbers engagement. And now only XSJ stands tall. I mean, DPS from Talisi both coming up with kills in that fight, but Vestola just instantly dropping Lars. Too hard to come back from that.
Yeah, losing your Mauga just means that you have no way of holding that respect, that space, and Katsu just get to do what they want, sweeping out the Sojourn. And ICAP is getting close to that OC, farming off of that Mauga. You're expecting it to come online, but here's the problem for Talisi. How do you walk in when Katsu decides to get aggressive?
Crit Stomp dodge this time, but Lars is just out of the frying pan into the fire. Focus fire that is from Katsia as they just clean house. The front line evaporates, and I mean, that fight's over before it even really begins.
Yeah, Katsu have more burst healing from Gala and Zox. The Juno and the Kiriko able to much greater sustain Vestola as opposed to Lars, who has the Kiriko for the Suzu of the Slam, but then that Suzu gone and you're relying on the slow tick of the Lucio as opposed to that blaster from the Juno, and it's very apparent.
Nice shot from ICAP onto Aid, but Aid just drives on by with the bike. Death Blossom, though, into the backline from XSJ finds one. Doesn't look to be enough, though, as once again, Katsia crushing this cleanup and doing so really comfortably, still holding on to all of their ultimates. I mean, next fight, of course, is going to be a big ulti dump, but, I mean, they do look like such a strong team in this kind of a rush mirror.
Oh, Texel gets out just by the skin of his teeth, which is huge for Talisi, but unfortunately they used ultimates trying to secure exit trades in that fight, and they're not going to be able to stop Katsu from just holding down that choke. Soundbar is so quiet in comparison to something like that blade from Zox, but so too is the cage combo loud enough to take Talisi totally down before Jonovic even gets the chance to use the beat to save the team.
Yeah, I mean, an inside the cage fight, so difficult to connect that beat. Katsia just playing like clockwork here so far, and rushes out for Talisi. It feels like ICAP has to be a hero right now. He does have the beat behind him, and the cage fight coming soon from Lars, but already 90% on the clock. And instantly, the fight has already begun straight into the spawn. Double ultimate in response. Zox does end up getting cut down by ICAP. The Ray, though, maybe has done its damage. It's not going to be enough. Talisi, as they move toward the point winning this team fight, it's huge that they're able to clutch up there.
Yeah, Katsia actually not having any ultimates to play for this next fight. Late kill onto Taejong, and now we have to really like see the benefit of having the Sojourn for the distance. The ability to just snipe someone out is going to force Katsia to be very careful around how they position, how they rotate onto the point. But they have so much percentage, Jake. They don't have to commit into this next one. Telesi will be forced to burn these ultimates to guarantee they win these fights before trades come through.
Yeah, Reaper in the back line. Nice stomp from Lars. Gets a cage fight, but it gives Pistola a nice little comfortable corner to hide in, and it's going to be difficult to re-engage into this Reaper. Incredibly low. But see, I've got to be careful. Telesi maybe try to step on the gas. A big stomp from Pistola, though. Can't quite find the finish. The support is good. Reaper's traded off the field, and it seems that Telesi have just done enough here in the front line. Nice little
Hexel's
playmaking.
getting more healing as well now. He's massively ahead of Gala. So Telesi now, they have their choices. The fact that Katsia have to walk into them means that SXJ potentially can post up close. Katsia not clearing their corners could run directly into the Death Blossom, but that's why Taejong went for that guaranteed kill onto the Reaper, so they don't have to clear those positions, knowing that they can just walk to that point and go for the Wombo combo that won them the fight previously. Cage and Death Blossom combo, as Jonovic does not have feet. Taejong, though, spot side SXJ forces him back, but that's a huge rail snipe from ICAV.
Rushes out. Now it's just a quick retreat for Katsia. They want to try and get out of this fight. Telesi kind of don't want to let them escape. They're going to commit with the cage fight, though, and that brings Lars in a little bit deeper than he intended. Reaper Death Blossom does provide one kill, but doesn't seem that the trade can come in. Pistola just trying to stay alive now as the clock starts to run low. This one is under extreme pressure, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, Taejong was dead, sniped out by ICAV, so there was no Death Blossom to follow up on the cage, which means that Katsia don't get a clear fight win. What they can play for, though, Jake, is rush. And Telesi, it's about to be overtime. They can't disengage it.
Well, supports take a big hit, but they just barely stay alive. Gala, the rush is going to be crucial in this fight. Jonovic with an early beat, trying to catch the opponents off guard with some aggression, but the Death Blossom inside of the rush provides so much value. Aid also just dancing all over the point. It's up to ICAV to maybe find something, but he has to do so much. The raw value on this Katsia comp is just overwhelming on the point. It's still Zox with an orbital ray in reserve. It's going to come out now to stabilize the position. Jonovic going for a desperation stall on the Lucio, but it's asking just too much, I think, of these flankers, and they cannot stay on the point. So Katsia, I mean, they had to really work for this one, but it comes down to the economy game in that final fight.
Yeah, it's that harsh reality, right? When you get it to 99%, all you have to do in the overtime fight is have rush and then sink all of your ults in. Death Blossom, Spree, everything, and the kitchen sink was thrown for Telesi to have to deal with, and unfortunately ICAV, well, getting some picks with the OC is just not able to be the clutch factor that he was previously when he had the sound barrier, to be far more confident and swing deeper with that Sojourn ult. But we're seeing life in Telesi, right? We said this is a team that's had potential. They've pulled maps off of very notable teams. There's opportunity for them to grow, but yet again, they'll be starting off with the same composition, and until they had ultimates, they weren't really able to win out these 5v5 fights. It always went Katsia's way.
Yeah, Katsia, so much healing in the neutral game. The Lucio, that mobility is what needs to pay dividends, but if you can't make any kind of aggressive play, and hold on, as I say that, they come in deep. Pistola, though, responds nicely, keeping the front line comfortable and strong, and you can't say the same about Lars, who just falls flat. The speed aggression completely received from Katsia.
Well, it's the power spiking of the Xion too, right? She's powerful at the start, but now Aid has both perks. And so many people have talked about how strong those perks are. Faces of Death, gaining every DPS roll passive is wild, especially when you pair it alongside things like that Kitsune Rush. Telesi, they've got the Lucio for the rotations, but Xion just has the mobility on her own.
Yeah, big damage out. Reaper, Wraith already forks. SXJ in a really weak spot in this fight, and Pistolas wants to end this right now. Gets the cleanse, but actually Taejong is the one who goes down. ICAV on the Sojourn. Been a playmaker so far into this one, and he'll grab a second on the fight as well. This could be a full cleanup now for Telesi as, yeah, they just mark these backline flankers and deal with them. ICAV, great performance on the Sojourn. I mean, he is the one who's, I think, with the greatest opportunity for individual playmaking, and when he finds those kills, the fight does look easy.
And Telesi found the flip before Katsia had 99%. So Katsia can't do what they did previously, which is bank up ultimates and throw them at Telesi when they're out of options. Texel actually will have Rush to be able to match Gala, and there's nothing really to give advantage to the other team, so it will just be burst for burst. And on rotation, ICAV rules the roost. Sojourn snipes out Aid, lacking one of their DPS. Katsia cannot commit. They have to disengage, which means there's more opportunity for Telesi to walk away with one more kill, especially onto Zox.
I mean, ICAV has so much space to work with. This time it's his turn, right, to sit defensively on the point, hold down a position, but Katsia are just instantly going to rush onto the point, force a heavy commitment, responsive rush, and OC out from ICAV. The kills haven't come through just yet. The cage fight is going to further stabilize this fight. Jonowitz with the beat, though, is going to just overwhelm. Katsia, without their tank, going to keep on fighting. The Ray amping up these DPS on point. Texal, though, a huge kill on Dagala could make the difference in this one as Lars. Cage fight of his own ensures there will be no flip here for Katsia.
I mean, that was a huge investment from Katsia, which just does not work out. Worse, the fight goes so long that Telesi are now sitting at 63% of the point. You've got Death Blossom, you have Spree, but those are two DPS ultimates that, if you're Telesi, you can read out, and now the Lucio will actually start really working in their favor. You can just disengage before Katsia can collapse on top of you. So I want to see Katsia walk point, so at least even if they don't get the kills, they get the flip off of the threat of the damage alone.
Yeah, they've got to find something with these ultimates. Some aggression coming into the backline here. Vastola gets in. Taejong pops. The Death Blossom is already down. That sets a Riku spree. No joy from Aid. Only Zox finds a kill in this fight. And hold on, Aid comes back in with another. Gala finds a third. And that'll be enough to bring the team fight back. That one was way too close for comfort, right? I think if Gala doesn't find those intermediary kills, like maybe that fight goes against you. Chelsea, though, they did pop every single ultimate in the previous fight, so they're a ways away, but they will get their entire bank up before the end of this round, Mox.
Yeah, but if you're in neutral, that benefits the Sojourn, right? The fact that you can literally just drop someone instantly off of a full rail charge. So Katsia having to be very cautious about how they peak, not wanting to fuel ICAV's kill potential. As we get the Malgas dueling, ICAV trying to find that off angle. Ooh, sees the Juno out in the open, potentially finds Zox here as Katsia are just farming all of this damage onto their tank to build up their support ultimates because there's about to be an ult dump fight for control of this choke.
Texal's going to have a first rush. A big opportunity here for Telesi. They could just snowball into the rest of this round. What will Katsia do? They have to back up in the rush, running away. Everybody trying to split and just get out of this engagement. Giving up the flip would be well worth it if they can just stay alive here, because Gala's going to be able to come back in with his own rush. 5% though. You've got to get this overtime rolling. Gala's rush, it does come up. OC trying to hold the line, but do they have the damage? Rush provides so much utility. Here comes the orbital ray, responded to by B, but it's difficult to play a long fight into both of these high-value ultimates from Katsia. Lars starting to drop low. Reaper under pressure. Mutual knockdown. Who's got the better DPS? It looks to be Katsia. Beautiful fight back from them in this rush engagement. They stay alive, live to fight another day. And Moxie, it feels like that was Telesi's best shot at winning the round.
Yeah, they defensively use Lars' ult because they don't have soundbar for when Katsia re-engage with their own second rush. So you're trying to give ICAV that opportunity of sitting there with the overclock and getting those kills, but they just can't find the picks. ICAV now swaps onto the Cassidy as you're looking to use the flashbang to try and shut down the Xion and the Reaper, but yet again, same situation. Forced into overtime, forced to walk into ultimates when you have no resources to live.
Aid gonna bite back to the point. ICAV, though, has found a kill. You've got to be able to end this one quick if you're Katsia. You're down to support. And actually, the trades coming in look good for Telesi. ICAV holding the flank there really nicely against the Xion, mitigating the early pressure. Here comes Taejong with the Death Blossom and feels a little desperate. Just a few players left, but double support still alive for Telesi to keep this fight rolling. Reaper gets a lot of support on the other side. Still a fight to be played. And yes, the rush, good to call that one out, but it can't quite come into play. Gala just gets dropped before he gets the opportunity, and Texal overwhelms with his. That was a huge final fight from Telesi. They came into that, no ultimates to speak of. They had to battle their way through, and Katsia, despite having a couple DPS ultimates, just couldn't find the way in. ICAV, a little bit too solid on the hit scan to let anything through the flanks.
I mean, he doesn't let Zox through at all. He totally shuts out that Juno in the last fight, which means that Gala then is pressured. Kiriko the only heals for his entire team. Texel's able to bold rush up first, and that fight was an arms race. Whichever Kiriko hits the ultimate gains possession of the point because no one else has ults, no one else has the confidence to be able to hold that space. So Telesi hit gold when Texel's ult comes through, and Katsia just don't have the bodies to be able to hold on long enough, and we go the distance back and forth between both of these teams.
Sojourn with the double slide, right? Her mobility feels like she's a really difficult hero to catch now into this final round of control. Of course, Perks also coming online for the rest of Katsia as well. See what they can find in terms of this compositional value. ICAV, such a threat in the open space. Katsia just want to hit him hard. One immediate shot. You can see how safe he's playing, how responsive. Aggressive run-in from the Stola, but will this actually work? It seems comfortably kited by Telesi with their speed, although Lars getting a little bit split on the formation. XSJ does as well, and Katsia with just some early pressure actually finding a kill off the trade, and they should be able to snowball into more here. Just going to be absolutely running over the back line. Some nice little AD strafing from ICAV, but in the end, the weight of Katsia's sheer numbers advantage just too much. They're going to get this first game.
Yeah, there's so much just like burst damage, and then Lucio, obviously the aura is healing everybody, but Texel's hands are totally tied. You're looking at trying to keep your Sojourn up, which means that your Reaper gets left a little bit with those less resources, much more vulnerable, and Katsia very quickly jump on that opportunity, as well as hinging onto that point for this extra position. And now you can play around what ICAV can do, moving around the disruptor shot, which at least forces them off of the high ground, so Chelsea have been able to move closer to point, but not fully onto it, as Gala will have first rush, and Telesi have to respect that.
Telesi, they don't want to play slow here. The point is flipped against them, but Cassia are happy to play this one comfortable. It's really ICAV who feels like the one to create opportunities in this kind of a trade. But the Sojourn struggling to find the entry. Gala is going to open with the rush. Big rail on the Tajon, but he doesn't respect it. He's going to go straight back into the backline, and this Death Blossom could be overwhelming. Pistola comes through like a ton of bricks on top of ICAV, and that fight is done and dusted. Cassia, huge aggression from them off the back of the rush.
Yeah, I mean, no Death Blossom required as well, right? You get the stun off of the Mauga Slam, and then Taejong just follows up with the shotgun, so you're still holding on to the Death Blossom to pair it alongside Vestola's ult, which now puts even more pressure onto Jonowich to find the perfect angle of getting Soundbar to connect around that Mauga's line of sight break.
Rush available, Wraithborn out. There could be an opportunity. The Soul's right into the backline, going to drop the cage, but Lars comes in quick with the response. Here comes the Death Blossom though inside of the cage. It gets eliminated almost instantly, but not the Setsuriku spree. ICAV though shuts down the second DPS of 2, and now looking in for more with the OC. Comes in on the low angle. Bastola speeding a hasty retreat. No one is safe here from this Sojourn, as ICAV will have a third in the fight. Beautiful performance on the Sojourn. Deals with both incoming DPS ults.
Love the target focus as well. He starts just like farming Vestola, knows that he won't be able to drop the Mauga, uses the rail charge to drop a squishy instead. So Telesi yet again relying off of one-sided Kitsune rush from Texel, but that does mean that Katsia 89% can just farm up Galas, and then Telesi will be forced into fighting it with very little. So if you're Telesi right now, you need to close out this fight fast before Gala builds up his ultimate. So ideally, you're looking at ICAV just dropping someone to force Katsia to totally back away, or SXJ gets into a good position to use Death Blossom, but getting Reaper close enough, easier said than done. And it looks like with that lull time, Jake, Gala's 8% away from Rush, and Katsia have full confidence to go point.
Yeah, getting a lot of stats. The rush should be deployed on point here. Is holding the line now as he puts some point pressure on, but here comes Lars charging in. That's going to be a mistake. I think he'll live to regret the Wraith form. Not enough to get him out. An XSJ Desperation Blossom, but no real chance in this fight. I mean, the rush is just indomitable in this kind of a mirror match, and everybody on Telsi hits the deck. Maybe there's a Lucio touch here. It looks very desperate, Moxie.
I mean, Katsia are also just flooding Telesi's side of the map to make it even harder for them to be able to. Lars does get the ball onto the point in time. You're trying to hold on for your double support ults to come out for Telesi to overwhelm this fight, but it's just going to be body after body until then.
Here comes the B from Jonowich, the one man, but into the orbital ray. I mean, there's no real chance in this fight, and Alcatsia, they win it. Telesi making them work, though, taking them to a third round, but it does feel like these all-out aggressive moments for Katsia are just overwhelming. And even as good as ICAV is on the Sojourn, like, you really can't criticize his play this map. Like, he is finding a ton of picks, doing exactly what he's supposed to on the Sojourn, like generating that consistent value in contested fights. But in the end, when the ults come through, it feels like the duo of Aid and Taejong double up in the back line. It's paying so many dividends. It's finding so many impact kills. Even when they go down, it feels like it sets the team up for success.
Yeah, and also like in that last fight, right? Everyone's looking at ICAV to do something, so everyone from Katsia just basically sacrifice Mauga's health bar so that they can just generate ult charge for their supports. It's a race between getting that rush online, and they don't poke back towards Telesi. You can read in the difference of ult charges between Texel and Gala. There's very little damage actually going the way of Telesi when everyone's trying to build up those support ultimates. And unfortunately for the Sojourn, like, you're forced to just farm your ult off of the Mauga, try to have some form of railgun snipe, but you're not going to be able to instantly drop him, and it feels like Katsia just totally played Telesi in terms of the composition they were running in that last round.
Yeah, I mean, historically, right, the Sojourn has felt like always the best choice when it comes to a rush mirror, where yeah, you could go for the double divers, but for the most part, it's felt more responsible, more safe, more consistent to have a, somebody in the back line like a Sojourn. She can get in at the rush, but ultimately you're having that sniper effect where you can get those, one-shot picks, put some pressure on your opponent. This Reaper Xion is not the same comp, right? It very much is all-out aggression, both DPS going to the back line. If that kind of a push fails or falls flat, I feels like your comp will not be able to keep up with the Sojourn, but what I've been seeing these last few weeks, it feels like the all-out aggression is working. Like teams are not really able to survive the Xion and the Reaper together with the Mauga in the back line.
Well, it's almost sort of like dive tempo, right? And the thing about dive, which makes it so hard to play into, is that you're not ready for when the hits come through because it happens as you're going through your con cycle. Like fight finishes, you're wanting to do your ult track, you're wanting to do your fight plan, you're wanting to allocate what everyone will be doing, and then suddenly there's a wrecking ball hitting you, or there's a tracer in your back line, and all of those resources that you want to send to the front, you have to divert, you have to peel away. Xion, Reaper, they take so much attention on their own that it totally cuts the team apart and leaves someone very isolated and takes away from what that Sojourn should be having put towards her instead. As we'll head to Rialto is Telesi's pick. So Bastion Cat still going to be a very strong option. Potentially we get to see some SXJ Pharah as well on this map, but I really want to see if Telesi have an answer to things like this Xion head alongside something like a Tracer or a Reaper, outside of just let's try and have as many poke fights as possible so we can kill them before they collapse on top of us.
Yeah, right. I mean, I do think the map choice alone is going to present some puzzles for Katsuya. I mean, do you really want to play like the all-in Reaper Rush on a map with this much high ground? It could be possible. Ban-wise, though, actually, it's going to be Telesi who take out the Bastion. They don't want to deal with the shenanigans. They want something a little bit more straightforward. But Katsuya with the Kiri ban, that opens all sorts of interesting doors. I mean, you could even think about some really greedy poke styles. You could bring out something like the Ari. Historically has looked pretty annoying at times on this map, especially that first point defense can be pretty awkward to break. Katsuya, they've been playing a ton of this rush lately, but they're not a limited team in terms of the compositions they can field.
Yeah, and I think they also identified that every fight that Telesi won was, for the most part, off of Rush or Overclock. So taking out that Kiriko, because obviously you can't target the Bastion, I think like Telesi taking out the Bastion both saves the Sojourn and removes the prospect of running into the jetpack gap with that Bastion. And Katsuya will go for the next best thing that Telesi were relying on, Rush, because they were winning fights outside of just one-sided rushes. So I think if you remove one of those crutches that Telesi has been relying on, you push them out of the comfort spot, especially when it comes to playing retake.
Yeah, I mean, to ban the Kiri is interesting, right? Because both teams were using it. So, to me, this signals a little bit of a style shift from Katsuya, and it makes sense in a map like Rialto that they would bring something maybe potentially a little slower than probably one of the fastest comps that you could possibly play in the game right now. So pretty much anything else they play is going to be slower than what we saw on that first map. But without the Kiriko, to be sure, that does change things ban-wise, strategy-wise. I do like the Mauga from Bastola, though. I mean, he's finding so many of these crit stomps, so many of these instant kills, and really, I think, controlling the engagements super nicely. Lars doesn't seem quite as comfortable in the mirror match.
No, and it's meaning that he's going down very early on as well, so you're hurting your support's ult charge and you're hurting the space that is created for your DPS. Rialto, though, I would be surprised if we see a total absence of things like the Sigma or the Diva, especially because those are two very much comfort heroes that Vestola has enjoyed relying on in the past. Mauga is great, but without things like the Symmetra, lacks a lot of that upwards verticality to be able to move from the high ground to the low ground as easily as something like the Diva with the boosters, and Defense Matrix as well is just such a good cooldown to be able to keep in check so many ultimates.
Telesi, a lot to consider here. Katsuya, it feels like they're barreling towards victory. They have felt like a team that has really picked up momentum off the back of this new Mauga style coming in alongside Xion. However, Telesi, I mean, this is their tournament life, right? They lose here, they're out of contention for playoffs. It's back to promotion relegation, where I don't think it'll be, if there's anything we've learned from EMEA, it's that there's nothing free about those requalifications, and you really don't want to find yourself, especially in that second seed spot, going back down and having to fight for your chance. I feel like they have shown us a lot as individuals. Like ICAV has been, I mean, honestly, in the entire team, like, everyone has had these plays where Zomb's doing a little baiting on Bastola.
Too close to dipping those toes in the water. I do actually, like, I've seen a few teams experimenting with just running the cat as opposed to the Bastion and playing the high mobility of the hero
Cassidy,
to
the
be...
High Noon is incredibly powerful with Cat. I mean, that synergy alone is pretty awesome.
The Higher Noon is insane, but also look at Zox's survivability, being able to play around these rooftops and be in positions where it's really hard for ICAV to be able to stay on top of. Plus, you're totally scouting out where Telesi's composition will be playing from to go for a dive with Taejong on the Tracer, which actually means that you catch Texel.
And this is hard for Farah to deal with. Jonowich, though, finds aid, and taking down this defensive hit scan is huge. Now it's just Gala who really has to deal with XSJ on the Farah, but won't be easy now. Opportunity for Telesi off the back of that pick. See if they can snowball this power play. Aid is going to be coming back quickly, and ICAV finds a second. Okay, the Cassidy coming alive here for Telesi, and looks like a bit of a retake angle for Katsuya. Not able to really hold on for much time at all. And they do get a nice comfortable reset here for this final fight on first point, but if ICAV keeps shooting like this, I mean, the defenders could be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, losing Taejong means that you lose your payload contest, which means it tells you, like you said, final fight territory, and playing retake into Farah spam is a lot easier said than done, as Zox on the Cat is taking the Sky Jewel against SXJ, which means that Katsuya actually gets a window to stabilize. Without the Farah's oppressive rockets barreling down Choke, Gala's been able to heal the whole team and build up amp to chase Telesi out.
Farah just trying to poke through. Here comes the amplification matrix from Gala. Provides so much resource on the point, and Lars just doesn't have the gas to stand up to it. Aid swings wide, it's going to drop the Farah, and it should just be clean up here. Telesi heading back to the spawn, and this is a painful fight to lose. You've done so well so far on the first point, but when you lose the finished cap on Rialto first point, it is a long walk. It feels like you're just coming back out of spawn for the first time.
Okay, Higher Noon, Cat Cast combo available for Zox and Aid.
I would not want to be XSJ right now. I would just not want to be XSJ.
Yeah, for sure, because like Jonowich will be able to defend against it with the Sanctuary, right? But your Farah will be outside of the Mizuki ultimate unless you purposefully ground yourself.
And they're just waiting too. They're gonna, he just flies over the top. What can XSJ do about that? Dueling the cast in the sky. It's not a fight you want. Here comes the Deadeye. Big pressure. They're trying to just hold on to some of these responsive ultimates, but Texel is not going to be so lucky. Even deployed the rush. This fight is really depressing from Telesi. I mean, it goes about as bad as it possibly could.
There's no ray in the darkness for Telesi in that fight. Like, you lose your Juno ult off of pressure to Deadeye, and then you still lose your Juno afterwards. Plus, Taejong on this Tracer just absolutely farms Texel, so he'll swap onto the Baptiste, which means that you also get Immortality Field to try and cheese Vestola's drop of gravity atop your heads in this next fight. But 1 minute left, SXJ has to win out that Tracer 1v1, and like you said, Catnap's just waiting in the wings. He's so hungry for this ult.
He wants somebody so bad. I mean, knows that if he goes in, I think, too much alone, it will be trouble. Taejong is going to put some flanking pressure on Vestola. Of course, you also have that flux to think about here. Here comes ICAV with the Deadeye, though. Big damage threat from him. The drone on the high ground protects everybody, and now they get a little bit of card control. Now it's Katsuya who have to scramble. Coming back into this fight. So many edges of the map here, though. Hold on, a lift comes in. Someone else has to touch. It'll be Taejong for the moment. Zox pulls ICAV off the map, deals with that Cassidy threat. Potentially once it brawl, but the cap comes through. No one can touch in that moment. And Telesi, although they get routed off the map, they get the job done. They stay alive on Rialto. Another tough fight to win, though, because although you do cap and get extra time, Katsuya have full map control. They will spawn camping.
It's Widow time for ICAV, but you'll only find the Sigma shield, so back onto Widow. As Telesi, like you said, try to move forward, but they have so little space to work with, and all of the ultimates available for Katsuya that you would require to hold this close. Taejong with that pulse bomb, the moment that Telesi uses that Sigma hands, someone's getting hit by the Tracer ult. Speaking about getting hit, here's the flank. Immortality Field forced, melee in to just follow up revolver damage from Aid. 6 shooter takes Texel down, but you trade your Casper at least, and trades will fall in Telesi's favor. They do have the closest horns, which means that Cart should be starting to move.
Yeah, it's dirty, but it gets the job done. XSJ in that fight with a pulse bomb out of Taejong. So, all right, XSJ sending a little bit of a message, but we can see it. They can kind of throw that fight away, coming back into this next one with a full stack of ultimates. And it's really just Texel with this Amp Matrix to try to change something about the way this game has been going so far.
It's the time hurt as well for Telsey, right? You have to do so much to just win the first fight on second, and now if you lose the second on second, you find yourself stuck in that same spot as Taejong manages to get the pulse bomb onto Texel, gets the bat before the lamp comes out, and Telsey just have to call off the push. They don't have the amp to force Katsuya to respect the space, which means that Katsuya will get hungry looking for more. Such an aggressive immortality kill from Gala to allow Aid to swing and take down more players and just totally cement Katsuya's hold on bridge, where Telsey yet again lack all of the space to breathe.
I mean, Aid has been so fantastic in this stage, and now he's over the top, holding onto a Deadeye in this bridge of all places. I mean,
I don't think they know, Jake. They all walk past.
Okay, here comes the Mizuki ult. Just gonna try and swing out of that 1-for-1, but you will take that trade to get the drone out as well. So
yeah.
Telsey, and oh no, not the cat.
Oh, the
I mean,
cat
they're just
nab.
being picked apart, Moxie, from all sides. They're gonna try to snowball into this push and just keep things rolling. Donowich does find one kill back. Pulse Bomb does connect that with a Stola, but with Taejong finding that kill on the second support. Just a matter of time now. Telsey, no sustain in this engagement. They are rolling the payload, which somebody's gonna have to deal with, but eventually Katsuya, I mean, the support advantage is just too much to deal with.
The late kills, though. The really late kills. Like, Lars is going down
This
so
could-
late. Unless
could just
Texel
be
can
over.
get him out, this could, like you said, be over. Flux invested to lift them above the impact of Amp. Does get hit by the rock, but you've already done its job, right? You've guaranteed that Telsey weren't able to leverage that BAP amp to get
Trades?
the kills.
Wait.
Though saying that, trades and SXJ swapping to the Tracer means that you should be able to get point onto before the overtime can hit. And Katsuya
can win
now
this.
are the ones scrambling to try
Damn
to
it.
recover.
It's gonna have to be a quick respawn from Pistola to come out. Tracer stalling cart, getting a very nice start to the fight, and Aid with that kill may have stabilized things, done enough for Katsuya to finish this on the second point. I mean, 2 times Telsey with incredible clutch gene for the final fight, but in this case, on second point, it's just not enough. Katsuya generating too much advantage, and I mean, there's these moments of hope for Telsey, but Katsuya, it feels like they find a style here that is so incredibly challenging to respond to. I mean, the Cassidy's over the top, making plays with the Deadeye. The Jetpack Cat is getting stuff done on his own. I mean, moments like this, like taking your BAP down with Amp Matrix before the fight even begins, it's so brutal.
And I mean, it was the overlapping of resources as well from Telsey in response to the Deadeye. Like, you use Lamp and Sanctuary at the same time. Katsuya, by the way, Vestola swaps to Mauga. There's new rollouts that you can do with Jetpack Cat where you actually lifeline the Mauga, which means that you then break lifeline with the Stomp. So you can get so much faster back onto the objective and instantly slam onto someone who's trying to push it through, which is exactly what Vestola does. And Telsey just have no ultimates, not enough players to be able to steamroll through that Mauga's sustainability. Admirable job, though. It's very hard to regain any form of momentum if you lose these fights on Rialto second, especially, like you said, into a composition which is just designed to hound you at every possible turn. You think you're across bridge? Surprise, there's a cat cast behind you looking for the ult. Now you have to wait yet more time, sacrifice yet more space, and then walk into Katsu, who've been able to counter, rotate, and cut you off before you can move.
This first point defense for Telsey is so crucial. Feels like this is a very much a full holdable map here. And Telsey have a rock solid composition. Baptiste on top of the Mizuki, so they are really emphasizing their ability to respond to this Jetpack Cat defensively and just stay alive. And that would be enough on this first point. Taejong is gonna actually mirror the Mei.
Yeah,
See
more
what this difference
sustainability.
Mizuki can make here, because you know, Card is gonna roll quite a bit, especially with Mei able to wall off this high ground Sox, putting on some annoying flanking. I mean, look at that.
the knockoff
Just
from
boops the
Card.
cast off. I love that. I mean, that's in impact play. It's gonna kind of force a low ground engagement here. And
Which
now,
means that Katsu can go high ground. Like, you lifeline Vestola up, and now the positions are totally reversed, and ICAV just has no opportunity to get into cover. Totally taken down. Telsey will try to bunker.
Nice rock
close
from
enough to
Lars.
contest the point. Lars
This is a
takes
winnable
down
fight now.
Zox. And this is, yeah, like you said, winnable until A decides to get involved. And Vestola closes out the kill. Late pick onto Texel. Katsuya, keep it rolling.
nice rock from Lars, and they do get enough point stall there where I think the retake is quite realistic, unless Aid has something to say about it. Poking up aggressively on the bridge is going to meet Lars in that spot, so not much to be found, but The May battle is going to be crucial here when it comes to capping this first point. Aid taking a lot of spam pressure early, just barely stays up due to the work of Zox in this one.
Oh, that's loud.
Some big damage comes in. The fight's just already over. What happened? Katsuya just eliminate 2 players instantly before the engagement can progress at all. Now Telesi short-handed, trying to make this hold work. But Aid, as the hands come down, the tools defensively start to run dry here. It will be a cleanup, and for Katsuya, this sets them up with a very achievable win condition. 5 minutes, and Telesi have to be absolutely perfect on this second point.
Oh, Katsuya have so many things to force Telesi into reacting as well. Like, Zox has the catnap, that for sure will be looking at Texel's way. As Telesi just don't have high ground positions at the moment too. Try and deprive Katsuya of time as they cross up into bridge. ICAP's having to check to make sure that Katsuya aren't sending aid all the way around the back. Blizzard from Taejong totally catches Telesi. That's Immortality Field, which is burnt out. And SXA tries to defend with a Blizzard of his own. But unfortunately for Telesi, this is just stall out. As you have to die cart, you've already lost this fight.
Oh, this is actually close from XSJ. He gets 1 kill set up by that Blizzard and had a couple more players frozen. The damage just not quite there for XSJ. It does slow the game down, but Aid now able to come over the top. You do have some tools to respond to this high noon, but for XSJ on the Pharah, man, it is going to be a scary one. Ant Matrix is open. Powerful position now, poking down on the low ground. Telesi just bunkering, holding these ultimates. They know there's bigger threats to come. Here it comes. The Deadeye over the top is going to bring him inside, but ICAV's ready to defend. The Flux lifts players out of the top, but the damage isn't quite there to clean them up in the sky. And this fight looks solid for the defense. It's an expensive one. They have to blow a lot of ultimates to make that hold. But they do make it, Moxie, and now their opportunity to poke forward here on this bridge. Katsuya, it's not necessarily easy for them to walk up and close this game out, even with 3 minutes on the clock.
Oh, Taejong's going full counter Pharah. Echo trying to get on top of SXJ's position with that focusing beam.
Not
Good
the easiest
sticky
spot to play
pressure
Echo,
as
though.
well, but yeah, very tough spot to try to play Echo, and you can see like Telesi always just looking around. They're going to actually send ICAP with the lifeline, no Deadeye, just to go put pressure onto Katsuya so that Taejong and Zox can't get behind with that catnap and grab Texel for free. Since Telesi lose the map, that fight is lost.
Yeah, Taejong poking and prodding, trying to find his way in. Would love to be able to charge up a copy. Have a second signal. It was actually Lars with the Flux. He's going to live first. Great catch on the backline, but he's instantly stunned out of it. Oh, that's painful. Your Flux looks so solid. Now you're going to have to win this fight straight up in the death match. The poke is good, though, from XSJ and Aid. The standard bear for Katsuya dropping. You wonder if they even want to continue on in this fight. They're poking and prodding, considering the possibility of that continuance, but it doesn't look good for them in the end. It will be a retreat from these attackers. Telesi going to push up and try and clean some of these kills. Doesn't seem as though get that clock running lower and lower, Moxie.
Yeah, the Katsuya don't fully retreat, which means that Telesi don't get to strangle them on bridge. And Gala, keeping Vasilla alive the whole time, batteries up amp. Telesi, Texel has to get this online. You're relying yet again on ICAV bailing the team out, giving them the time to stabilize the BAP ultimate with the Deadeye. Flown in by the Cat, but Katsuya just huddle up. That being said, Vastola is out of Immortality Field.
ICAV holding the angles now, trying to sweep forward for more. Aid does find a kill into this, but oh, too much damage comes in. Great shots from ICAV. Dominate that enemy Echo. That fight, that kill rather, may seal the deal on this fight because Cassidy just getting flown out of there. Gala won't be so lucky. He has to take his fate. And this offense now is looking pretty sketchy. Telesi on the road to getting this hold and locking up a map win in this must-win series.
We do have to see how valuable Aid's ult is, though, since Texel not going to be on that Mizuki, so no Sanctuary to absorb the Deadeye ultimate, which means that Taejong with that copy is going to be very brutal, having that extra life to go aggressive towards Telesi's backline. This is a problem that they have to turn around and deal with. Oh, dodges the rock. No cancel. Sigma hands forced. The flyby. Can he find the angle? No kills, but Telesi totally forced back.
Great shielding from Lars. Even read that deep peek in on him. ICAV holds the line, so did XSJ, and the ultimates can't even really come into play. Beautiful bunker here into this back room and not giving up any cart control for it. Really, really well piloted from Telesi. I mean, this is the kind of fight that a less experienced team would throw away, maybe trying to play forward there, caught in the open, but they are ready for that cat over the top, and they don't even have to deploy ultimates to make the hold. Now, it really looks tenuous for Katsuya. I mean, this Echo has to do massive work. Telesi with a lot of ultimates.
Oh, high noon from ICAP. Oh, what a dodge! Taejong uses the duplication to survive the Deadeye connection. And now you can push for space with that copied ultimate. Thrown up by the Flux. Doesn't find the pick though because no one was marking SXJ. 2 with the ultimate, 1 afterwards. Telesi looking like they'll be able to hold.
Massive plays here coming out from Telesi. And in the clutch, Echo Copy does slow things down. Vastola with a little tech to get that kill onto Texal, but as the dust settles, Telesi make the hold on second point. I mean, securing themselves a chance, at least in this series. Katsuya definitely on notice. I mean, they thought, you know, maybe some of those times getting a little bit cheeky with this Cassidy over the top, maybe overemphasizing what it could bring to them, overcommitting into those rooms and being responded to beautifully. I really give Lars a lot of credit in this map. I mean, really holding the line under overwhelming pressure at times.
Yeah, the shields, to understand as well that the cast would look for the flank to side door as opposed to just going main. Telsi had some really good positioning when it came to holding down second. The fact that the cock moved so
This
far
SSJ
per second,
so
but yeah,
bad.
that pick onto SXJ and then the per boop onto ICAV as well was just so problematic for this team to have to deal with, but they totally tightened up. When they won that first fight on second, you could really see how problematic it was to have to play retake into just the sheer oppression of things like the Farah and the Cassidy. And honestly, I think banning out the Kiriko hurt both teams in the long run because we saw the retakes have trades. And when we go that far into the second point of Rialto, those trades, the fact that you have the cat as well to bring these players back very, very quickly, start to benefit the defense and you lose those opportunities as an attack to push for more space.
Yeah, the cat definitely changes the game in drastic ways. You know, I think teams, even after a few months now of this character, right, are still kind of innovating, finding the ways to bring Cat in. And that's a comp where it really felt like is really more of what Jetpack Cat is as an individual hero, right? We talk about Cat Bastion so much, right?
Yeah.
As like this is what you do. But you know, Zox was able to kind of get in there and make plays, even without necessarily carrying a DPS into the backline, right? Booping people to low ground, finding those little cheeky pickoffs, pokes, diving alongside the Tracer in moments. So definitely something interesting there, but gotta give credit to Telsi adapting on the fly into that map, going to their own cat strategy. I don't think that was prepared, right? I think they came in trying to like, we're gonna play Mizuki. This is our strat. You know, the Bastion's out of this one. We're not gonna worry about cat. Turns out they should have, but they make the adjustments, which for me is almost more impressive than coming in with the right strategy, that coming in with the wrong strat, having to adapt and still winning the map. It's what they need to do to stay alive here. And we are going to Hollywood for the next pick. This one kind of surprises me for Katsuya because they have struck me as a team that really wants to play these rush styles. And while Hollywood's not bad for it, it doesn't strike me as a must pick for this style.
I mean, I'm also concerned because if they struggle to play retake on Rialto, we've seen so many Hollywood maps where the defense just totally tightens up all of the angles first fight second. And the attack team is just forced one by one to walk in, lose a player, have to wait for a respawn, walk in again, lose a player again, wait for the regroup, walk in again, rinse and repeat as we get the Mizuki ban and the Sigma ban. Okay, so we're not going to be seeing Sigma. We could be seeing things like the Ramatra still. Maybe if you want to just run directly in and play very burst heavy aggression, you could go for something like the Mauga here to be able to just instantly take those engagement stomps, force out things like the Kiriko Suzu. As Kiriko has had her ban, she will be back in play for both of these teams, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I expect to see Mauga coming out here. You know, if not, maybe there's a way to play sort of like a diva poke, but it feels like you're grasping at straws. I mean, two of the best poke heroes in the current patch, both banned out of this one, and two heroes with great defensive tools to work up against something like a Mauga. So you take those heroes off the board, and that Reaper Mauga rush starts to look pretty compelling to me in this one. It's Hollywood though, which I think is going to be an interesting one. Of course, before we get into this match, or this map rather, guys, you got to make sure you got your account linked. We've got drops coming at you every single week here in the OWCS. I mean, you've heard us talk about it before, but this time for real. Link up your account, get these drops as you watch 15 hours, get that esports loot box, start farming up those skins.
I mean, Battle Pass skips as well. Those are always handy to be able to go for Battle Pass skips. Like, there's always stuff that I want in the Battle Pass. And I just like look at the next page and I'm like, oh, I wish I was there already. Mythic prisms. I hoard my mythic prisms, Jake. I'm terrible.
Are you a
for
mythic
it.
prism collector? You're like, you're not gonna buy a skin. You gotta buy something nice. Get yourself something
Well,
nice.
I already have. I have the Kiriko, the Juno, the Mercy, the Ana. I have a fair few, but I'm hoarding up for all of like the weapons so that I can get all of the flourishes when they release.
I mean, the flourish is just pretty stylish, honestly. You get a custom weapon. We've seen the Cassidy
Hanzo
mythic weapon
one?
all the time. Yeah, the
The
Hanzo one's pretty
Hanzo
sweet
one,
too.
I don't play Hanzo, but having the dragon, which I know so many people have like requested, I really hope though, when we have the April Fool's patch, that the dragon on the flourish of the mythic bow also gets the googly eyes.
Oh wait, it feels like they are so diligent on the April Fool's patches. I think you are in good stead, hoping that something will have googly eyes at the April Fool's patch. That being said, though, this match, no April Fools here. This is your tournament life. Chelsea, rather. This is a squad that came in that has had impressive fights. Like, them winning a map doesn't shock us here. You know, despite the fact that they haven't won a series so far in this stage, it's always been clear that they're on the cusp of it. And Katsuya, about as tough of a customer as anybody when it comes to locking up this win. They also need this win if they want to secure playoffs, if they want to go to the midseason championship. And the way they've been playing, you absolutely have to believe that that's the standard for this Katsuya team. And a Cat Bastion being considered here. Just considering the options, though. Maybe the Cassidy feels a little bit more stable here.
I mean, it's so weird though that if you want to play Cat Bastion, Numbani was in the pool and you veered totally away from it. So I think the Cass has had much more impact, especially because it means that you can try and shut down things like ICAV as well, while still retaining value from the Cat of having that Deadeye, being able to catch on to these players when they can't rotate. We'll see if Telesi retains the Lucio, as it does seem like they've wanted to continue running that strategy, and with the Mizuki band, it feels like it will be a Lucio that they will be locking alongside that Kiriko. So big difference there, and SXJ on the Reaper as well to have more damage capabilities, bursting players down, trying to collapse on top of Gala when he's isolated, since Zox will be playing a little bit closer to Aid.
The unmatched Reaper could get a lot done, but Aid on this Cassidy could be a huge problem for some of these damage dealers. Always a threat of just getting dropped by that cast. But Telesi make a move forward, taking a little bit of stairs control, threatening a dive into the back line. See what XSJ can get done. Teleport here. Off cooldown, they step up. Big damage onto Lars. He just barely heals through with the shout, and that actually stabilizes them nicely. But a slow fight, maybe not what you want, with Aid on the high ground, just blinking away. He is too clean with it. No shots missed in that opening peak. And that's enough for a double kill on the back of the Cassidy. That is exactly the kind of fight you wanted to open the map with.
Take a look at the ult charge. That's 90% of Deadeye built in one fight.
I mean, that's a beast mode fight. That's crazy, actually.
That's a beast mode, and it wasn't just into Lars. Yeah, Katsi just positioned perfectly. They see the Reaper, they see the Sojourn. Half of their team goes behind the corner, and then use Lifeline to get Aid onto the high ground. There's nowhere for Telesi to be able to hide. It gets to the point, actually, that ICAV gives up the Sojourn, since Katsi just won't be playing into the sidelines that you control, and you go Cass instead.
Early rush is huge. Big damage, though, on the Reaper, and some pressure into the back line. Aid biding his time, waiting out over the top. It will cost Gala his life, though, with Cat engaged in this way. Deadeye getting a lot of channel. He's going to take the kill onto ICAV. Lars, though, just continuing to put some pressure on, threaten this Cap. Reaper starting to run over the back line. Aid with some good movement, but not quite good enough. Vastola does clean that one up, but the attackers starting to overwhelm here. The spawn just a little bit too close. Vastola out of resources, and losing the carry so early in that fight will cost Katsuya this first point.
I mean, it stops the fight completely for Katsuya, right? Because you're banking on Deadeye buying the space back that you sacrificed giving up the point for rush with, and then you play back in to take it all away from Telesi with second rush, but Gala dies in the opening, so you don't have the rush to be able to bully Telesi back for it, and now you don't have that forward hold to take all of the space away from SXJ and ICAV. So the Reaper will be unleashed. As for Katsuya, it's all about potentially just ult dumping into this fight to totally take away anything that Telesi can do in these next engagements. Taejong on that Xion trying to take the off angle, but ICAV buying the space with the Deadeye, forcing Katsuya to be much more passive than they want.
Yeah, but dropping down into the room, it's going to be able to survive that initial engagement. How do they come contest the cart? Here comes Vastola, comes in, drops a big cage fight, but Lars responds in kind of rush, trying to overwhelm from Gala, but it's not quite enough. The Setsurico's free, though, deletes everybody, still caught inside that cage. And Lars, was a nice counter engage from him. It does force a lot of ultimates out of Katsuya, but they stabilize in the end. A little bit of biking, celebratory cycling here for Taejong.
It's the new Beyblade. It even has the Beyblade Arena, where you spin the top end with the Mauga cage. As Telesi, not having a lot of ultimates outside of just the Step Blossom and Catnap, but they'll go to point, they'll try to force Katsuya to walk directly into it. Katsuya more than happy to play the long game, as it's about to hit the Deadeye for Telesi to have to react to. Catnap from Jonowich. I don't think it found its target, but we do have the Dash Blossom from SXJ totally stalling Katsuya from trying to walk after that tank.
DPS and support still alive. Aid getting a big channel onto Lars. Lars has nowhere to run with the cat and the Cassidy chasing him down. And Vestola drops early, but the DPS and support, Katsuya, clutch this fight out, stay alive deep into it, and not too much impact from the Catnap. The Reaper, I thought would be really strong in this comp, but it is starting to struggle versus the innate mobility of the opposition. And you know, when somebody's flying around on Cat, it really doesn't feel good playing Reaper.
I mean, Telesi, they do have Rush, so they can potentially brute force this fight on the objective itself,
nice
or they can try to make a play for the high ground. Good boop. Lift will come back into effect though, so Lars rotates the high, and there's the rush to take control of Catwalk, just trying to walk directly at that back line, fully force Gala out of this fight.
He does burn down just barely enough to get that kill, and that's a huge one with Kiri out of the fight. It's actually winnable here for the attackers. Katsuya licking their wounds without the cat. They're struggling, but Taejong from the back line opens up with the next set speakers free. How does he have this ultimate again? Actually doesn't get much off of it though, just actually dies to Lars, and Texel cleans up Zox, allowing these attackers to continue to stream forward. It's like a decent fight back from the defense. Aid trying to hold on to this high ground a little bit longer. He does find Jonowich with some well-placed shots. That is a massive one because he's coming out with his own Deadeye, and it feels like Telsi just have to back off. They're getting a little bit of extra card pusher. They're actually continuing to fight this. Hold on, Pistola's getting low. This one's way scarier than it has any right to be. XSJ is going to take that pressure, turn it into a kill. Deadeye over the top. Oh, but a beautiful cage to block the shot onto his cat. Pistola tries to come in and assist, but the stun is good from Jonowich, mitigates a lot of that follow-up damage, and Pistola playing the rush is not an easy target to bring down by any stretch of the imagination. Finds 2 kills. He's going to be able to dash away and keep this fight rolling. Some big damage as well from Taejong off the spawn, and this hold might actually be doable off of that double kill from Pistola.
Oh, but Zox and Vestola are down, which means no Mauga cage. Aid, very little help. Just Gala trying to keep him up, but he will fall. Death Blossom invested in jail from SXJ to guarantee that you get Taejong and Aid out of this fight, so you can try and get this full push through before Katsu can get that regroup with the closer respawns, and that should be the ticket.
Yeah, too close for comfort there. Needed some playmaking out of XSJ to close that one out, but they do get it over to third point. And Katsuya,
you have snowball potential.
Maybe we can start to ask some questions.
Gala used Rush to try to clutch the fight back out for Katsuya, which means that Telesi Texel will hit Rush far sooner than Gala does. I do like the fact that Zox goes onto the Juno. Good kite potential with the speed ring, but also far more healing to be able to try and upkeep Vestola, Taejong, and Aid when Telesi get aggressive with this Reaper and Cassidy.
It'd be hard to get that Cassidy cat value here in the enclosed bases on third point. Already a connection with the cage, locking a couple of players in. The damage is good enough to break that cage and separate out the players now. Telesi in control with the rush and the cage of their own. Here comes the rush out of Texel. Defender's going to try and just play in the corner, try to survive this as long as they can. Lars with a big stomp into the backline on Vestola. Stabilizing for now, but ICAV finding so much profit off the back of that destabilized defense, and they get the job done with only the rush. Really well played by this offense.
It's a late speedering from Zox. He used it earlier to try to give Vestola that extra edge, jumping onto Telsi before they're ready with the cage, but cage gets broken. Rush comes out, you don't have the Juno speedering to disengage it. You're just trying to hold on for Gala to get his rush online to force Telsi back. There's the Kiriko ultimate, and there's all of the kills flooding in favor of Katsuya. Telsi have to back away. 40 seconds left. There's one chance at a regroup, but Katsuya are not going to make it easy for Telsi to walk back to point.
Might try and attack early, and I mean, the Rush versus the world. Turns out Rush just wins. Katsuya with one ultimate, making that hold. This is a third point they do not want to allow any further progress into. But the attackers, they do have that Deadeye. Can Cat get ICAV into position? It's a really awkward spot. Maybe he can swing through the high ground, but it will not be easy. Katsia with two incredibly aggressive DPS ultimates that they could bring to bear here. No connection just yet. Just barely gets around the corner. Beautiful positioning from Taejong and awareness on that Reaper, but no one's touching the payload. Someone's got to get here. Setsumiku's free, though, is going to get the job done. Aid finds a kill off the back of that. It was a cage fight from the Stola. Ray over the top, not even needed. The defense holds. TLC, though, get to third point, and this looks very winnable for them. Hollywood, too close to call it the half.
Yeah, that is very doable for TLC, with how little we actually get to see of Hollywood normally. When teams try to play this map, this cage was so good to defend against that Deadeye. Really good response from Lars. Ed with the flyby. This is the cat's perspective from it, and it totally stops those kills from going out onto ICAV, which means that TLC then have the players and the ult to be able to clutch up that fight even into the face of Katsia's rush. That's one of those fights where Katsia uses one-side rush and don't win it out. One of the very few outliers of the Kiriko one-side ult win or loss stat.
Yeah, I just, you know, in this Maga mirror, I feel like the rush is such an incredible high utility tool, right? Like cooldown reduction on Maga is insane, getting your shot back up, and just the raw DPS increase for the attack fire rate rather on a character like Maga, so relying on the lifesteal, massive. And yet when you are able to make that difference, right, and somehow play your way through, even if it costs you like a ton of other ultimates and you win against the rush, it really puts you in a fantastic position to close out. This attack is not easy. Even for Katsia, I am actually worried for them. Like, I don't see people getting to the end of Hollywood third point all that often, though it is, of course, possible.
I mean, I feel TLC could actually start on the Sojourn as well, right? Because now Katsia doesn't have that luxury that they did before, where you're on the defense, you can position most of your team away from actually walking to the objective and out of line of sight of what that Sojourn can influence. Now for TLC, they know that Katsia have to walk at them. If they don't, if these fights take long amounts of time to actually kick off because of those rotations, or Katsia are so reluctant to commit to a position, that only benefits the defense. But I do like having that Reaper just for far more pressure, because SXJ being able to like get into the backline, burst Vestola down as well if you're brawling directly in that Kitsune rush, keeping up with the damage that Taejong can do, has been a difference maker. And it looks like they'll keep the Casti as well, because they want to be able to try and shut down Aid and Taejong, and you obviously have that synergy with the Cat for those ultimate connections, which force Katsu into having to be very careful in terms of positioning into that high noon.
Very much a new school style here from TLC, a little bit of hybrid between the Rush and the Cat Cassidy, so two different styles kind of being played in one, but the synergy feels very real here. Katsia considering their own offense, and they're just going to keep sending it with this Reaper Xion. It feels like ICAP has so much work to do defending the backline. On board with Taejong now, let's see what he can get done. I expect this to be an extremely active fight from him on the Reaper. First, just a little bit of high ground control taken.
Yeah, high ground control taken. Take away space for TLC to move, potentially force them off of the point, so that they don't lose one of their squishies early, which means the Katsu now close up the distance. One Juno speedrun, they're on top of TLC.
Oh, big stomp as well. The executions come in and just overwhelmed by the Pulsar torpedoes. Both DPS on the field. Texall drags one back, but I think that's all they're going to find. Now it's only Lars holding for just a moment longer. But that defense just crumbles, right? I mean, I think we see some of the weakness of the Cat Cassidy, which is if you aren't making plays over the top, if you aren't putting a lot of pressure on your opponent, your front line just gets run through in this match.
Yeah, and I mean, the Juno speedering benefits everyone from the team, so Aid, Taejong, Vestola, all of them claps on TLC, as opposed to the Cat, who can only lifeline one player at a time, thankfully. Please do not make multi-lifeline
just carry your whole team.
TLC will try to establish a hold with choke pressure to keep an eye on where exactly Aid is ending up, having that high ground spot, but TLC without a tracer to try and contest the cut will eventually have to drop, giving up that ground and getting a great opening pick onto Taejong.
Yeah, finding the Reaper early is nice. Zox also gonna burn out here. XSJ getting that kill as well is really nice. Now it's up to the attackers, just go a little bit desperate, trying to find some kind of a trade kill. TLC don't want to allow that. Want to just have a nice stable win. Aid is gonna grab a little bit of extra card time, but may pay for it with his life. Trying to get something done with the execute. Jonowich stalling that out way too close for comfort. Aid quite sharp with those pistols.
That's a big fight win for TLC too, because Katsu, they were so close to rush Since Telsey got overwhelmed so quickly, there was so little healing ultimate charge for Texel. Getting those kills, winning that fight, Telsey now have rush match when they drop onto that point, and they have more ults instantly ready to go. So if Katya try and force that position, it will be in the favor of Telsey. This is all about the kite from Katya.
Here comes the rush over the top on the high ground. ICAP just floating away with the Deadeye. Oh, you cannot deal with that. The channel too threatening. The aid somehow finds the cat. It is traded with Reaper out of the fight. Vastola going to come in with his own cage fight, try to just triple down here, but it's right into the Death Blossom from XSJ. That is overwhelmed with some clean headshots from Gala. These kunai are hitting their mark into this fight. Zox alive, but maybe not for long, although with the Kiriko supporting him, could see stay alive, control the high ground, starting to roll the cart. This fight is so chaotic, but seems that with that kill onto Zox, the defenders may have just barely done enough, but this fight is still going, Roxy.
I mean, Telsey just used the ults to overwhelm Katya, having the cage, having the Death Blossom to combo with it. Katya do get overwhelmed. And now we don't have Kiriko rushes to play the retakes. At least so it can go anyway. Zox with that orbital ray. Jonowich denied the opportunity to use Catnap onto one of these Katya players, and Taejong's closing up the distance, being a very large threat for Telsey to have to think about with that Death Blossom.
And then this high ground has been dealt with now. Katsuya in a comfortable spot here. Playing the house, pushing the cart forward. Need a response from Telsey. It'll be Lars dropping to the payload, taking that frontal battle with Vastola. Now both Nagas trading, but Taejong finds XSJ in that trade. Now the Ray over the top makes it so threatening, even for someone like Lars, to peek down from over the top. Just going to be biding his time, trying to get his Reaper back into this. Still have that Deadeye over the flank, over the high ground. But Katsuya have the house to play. They're going to be comfortable in here. Do dare go in. I mean, so many Cassidys have died with this kind of move. ICAP, I think, wisely is not going to go for it. But Katsuya with the opportunity to resend. They have first rush here. They want to deploy that on the point. Aid moves into the fight, puts a ton of pressure onto Texel. It's going to be difficult for this Kiriko to get into the fight, and he won't be in it for long. The cage fight, the Death Blossom, the rush over the top as well, and there is just no chance for the defense. Katsuya booked their ticket to third point. They know how difficult this final fight of second can be. They blew everything to get it done, which puts their economy in a rough spot, but they have almost 4 minutes now, Moxie, just to cap left.
Yeah, they have so much time. So if you're Telsey, you have to win these fights cheaply, which means no more Cassidy, it's Sojourn time. Win out a fight, stall it out by one pick. You do that multiple times, time bank, great spot. You don't have to rely as heavily on the Kiriko rush advantage because, like you said, Katya have so much time to play with. They can just force Telsey to use rush in this engagement, kite it out with the Juno speed ring, and still catch ICAP with the torpedoes!
That cannot happen. XSJ, though, grabs one right back, keeps this fight in contention. Feels like a must-win engagement for these defenders, but with Jonowich dropping, Texal shortly behind him, it's up to XSJ to just go full desperate right now, get what trades he can. If he can just TP out and live, that would be massive. Vastola wants to get some of these rundown kills, though, and hold on, maybe Vastola going a little bit too deep. ICAP back up off the respawn.
But look, they've got payload distance. The fact that they picked out both supports means that Telsey had to pull back, so Katya slowly moving this cart closer and closer to that checkpoint. And Telsey denied an opportunity of getting SOJ into a close enough position to use this Death Blossom valuably. Look at what Taejong's doing too, Jake. He's wrapped all the way on the high ground. He's looking to drop down. He's found where SOJ is playing from. If he can stop that Death Blossom, that could be huge.
Trying to just get one fight here, trying to just roll this one through the Reaper. Big shots into Lars. Maga forces him fully out of the fight. Defensive positioning now from Telsey. They cannot give up any more engagements. It's do or die now. They're very close to that orbital ray. XSJ incredibly low, has to break form out of the engagement. Lars goes in at the same time. A bit of awkward synergy here from the defenders, and Vastola responds with the cage fight, adding on the pressure. Death Blossom comes in, sweeps into the cage, and Jonowich, the orbital ray. It's just not enough. Still, they're going to try and fight this one out. A couple low players on the opposition, but they can't quite finish any kills. Katsuya finish Hollywood in style here. A 5-0 team fight wipe to close out this map. I thought Hollywood attack was pretty rough. Turns out in this meta, maybe not.
It's that sort of slow burn approach as well that Katsuya take to third, where you get enough crucial picks on the defense on those key players like both supports that they just have no confidence to contest the point, and Katsuya get more and more distance, not for free, but at the tail end of those fights, so that you only have to play for things like your Mauga Cage and your Death Blossom, because it comes down to the wire. It's so close to Jonowich's orbital ray, which would have allowed the stabilization from the defense. But those two ults from Katsuya's side come through far faster then they're able to build up that Juno ultimate, and Katya just win at the crucial moment off of the momentum that they've been able to threaten alone. Really textbook stuff. Just utilizing the threat of what exactly those fights could happen.
The Xion Reaper, it just feels overwhelming, right? With 8 in the backline, you know, alongside Reaper, right? Xion really does feel like maybe the only hero in the cast that can keep up with Reaper when it comes to just going super aggro. I mean, in the past it would have been Genji, but Xion with some really solid sustained damage in these fights. 8 is able to get so much done, and even when the trades come in, even when they are chaotic fights, which, let's be honest, they almost always are in this kind of a matchup, still, they get the job done, right? They're able to win those clutch trades, and you feel it. I mean, ICAV on this third point, he's so defensively postured on the Sojourn, and he's just locked out of the fight, right? With the cage fight down, he really can't come into that engagement. And so I think Katsuya, with a great read on this meta, the Reaper Xion, I really like this look from them. They're very good at executing it, and I think this might be one of those top mech comps in the moment today.
I mean, Fatality adjustment I would really like to see them make is banning the Juno. Because I think like Katsuya actually clocked onto something really smart, which was that, okay, if Telsi are running the cat with a Cassidy, they're not going to have those Juno speed rings to get out of those engagements as safely as Katsuya being able to totally heat up the aggression and collapse on top of them, as well as kite out Telesi's win conditions, so that that one-sided Kitsune rush is nowhere near as problematic as it was within those control points. The fact that like Katsuya are relying on things like the Deadeye to be able to match into the rush as opposed to using one of their own guarantees then that they're able to control the tempo in the fight that occurs afterwards. So I think for Telesi, I would have liked to have seen the turn onto the Juno slightly sooner, so they would have had that orbital ray in that really like last crucial fight. Or I would like to see, if they're not going to play the Juno themselves, them to ban it. Because if these bans are mirrored and the support role is not protected, I think taking out the Juno would be the most impactful that you can do with the bans that we have left.
I like that call. I think the Juno is becoming a huge problem for them. I also think the execution here, I think Katsuya, you know, they look very comfortable when they play the Cat Cassidy, right? It feels like their team really is aware of their weakness in the front line. They're very careful to not get caught out by an aggressive rush. And the Cassidy is able to find some quick kills. On the other side, wait, okay, this is, something's wrong.
This is wrong.
It is Lucio and Xion of the bans. Interesting. So Katsuya ban Xion? That is surprising to me. And even the Lucio ban also surprising. I agree with you. I think the
it's reversed.
I see. Okay, this makes more sense to me. It's been Telesi who've been the team who want to play the Lucio, and that makes sense when you want to play a more committed hit scan like the Sojourn or the Cassidy, where that constant aura speed is going to be really valuable. And with Xion taken away, it feels like you were setting up to maybe play a more straightforward, you know, rush, but like let's chill a little bit and let our hit scan play the game. The Katsuya are like, they have no chill. They are sending it with the Reaper Xion every single fight, and they're not interested in letting your Sojourn have time to work. But with Xion out, with Lucio out, I do like this ban in the end for Telesi. I think, you know, they could just go to Juno and still play a more classic hit scan. Xion, I'm not sure she has a replacement at her power level in the meta right now.
Yeah, and it feels like Katsuya are more comfortable playing that Xion, right? Because it's not just about like the impact of what Ada is doing that we can see, it's also about the pressure that it puts Telesi under. And Telesi, in comparison to Katsuya, a relatively fresher team, which does mean that there's likely going to be some gaps and issues with the coordination when put under that sheer immense strain that the Xion and Reaper is putting them through. So I do like taking that away. I would really like to see, if the series continues, a targeted Juno at some point from Telesi's end, as I think the only other potential turn that they could go if they want to look at DPS lockouts would be something like that Reaper, so that they don't have to match up with Taejong on that angle. But do we think with the Xion removed, will it be Tracer instead of Reaper to be able to play more of the faster, objective-based compositions and punish the fact that these backlines will be on Juno? Like, if you can get that Tracer into the backline unchecked, that one clip, it's so tasty.
Historically, I feel Tracer has just been weak in the Maga comp because Cage just dominates you so completely on Tracer. You just like insta-die in the Cage and you really have no impact in that particular fight, where Reaper, you know, has a little bit more of the team fight threat. And it seems like both teams feel that way. It's going to be a mirror match here on New Junk City. Aid back to the Sojourn, and for the first time this series, we'll see how he can handle ICAV, who's been playing it all day long. In theory, this should be comfortable for Telesi, but Katsia, such an experienced team, they don't necessarily rely on the Xion to be effective, as this trade has already begun.
Oh, Aid's coming through so much pressure. Slam from Lars right on top of Katsia, as ICAV totally untouchable in this position, and Zox is down, which means no Juno speedring. Further disengage from Katsia, the slam completes onto Gala, and this is all Telesi. This is just exit trades that Katsia are looking for at this point, and ICAV totally denies it.
Double crit stomp from Lars. I love that, like, Lars taking the aggression there in this kind of a matchup. Such a really well-played fight from him. Good early DPS trade. He sends it into the back line and then goes again the second time. Double crit stomp, I believe, on Taejong and Gala, and the fight is just over from there. So immaculate fight from Telesi, as now it's their turn to be in control of the point. They want to run the clock up here. A do or die map now. This is their entire OWCS life here for playoffs. Riding on this map, a must win for them is now.
Suzu.
Suzu, yeah, forced out early, doesn't feel great. Here comes Lars once again into the backline, putting some pressure on, but this time it feels a little bit more comfortable for the attacker. Still, ICAV drags another kill out of this fight in the chaos. Pistola having to retreat here, goes back in, actually grabs a cleanse to help him do it. XSJ also a little bit slow in this fight, but the trades eventually start to overwhelm without the Reaper. The front line crumbles, and Telesi looking to pretty much 100-0 this first point. The touch seems a little desperate here for Katsia if they want to go for it.
I mean, even if they do, you just get one side rushed. Like the fact that Vestola went, yeah, you would bait the rush at least and then have Gala's own to play for the next one, but it looks like they're already just setting up to position for the next.
There's just no time.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they do that, because now you take a little bit of poke. If Telesi tried to open up with one side rush, Katsia can kite with the Juno speedring, come back with a rush of their own. So it's not as one-sided a fight as it would have been if Katsia tried to go for that contest.
With OC on the field, anything can happen. Aid called upon here in this fight to deliver some key kills. With a better point position, looked comfortable for Katsia. How did Telesi want to open this one up? Of course, we talked so much about the rushes in these fights. They're going to open with OC. Both teams straight into the Texal. Is this out of the fight immediately? The Ray comes through. So too does the Cage, but it's just no match for Katsia getting the rush out themselves, and Aid does exactly what he is called upon to do in that fight. Finds the connection onto Texal, finishes that kill, and a nice little additional stagger onto Janowicz, further slowing things down for Telesi. And they threw a lot into that fight, Moxie. I mean, yes, you get rush up from the other side, but for 3 ultimates, it doesn't feel so bad for Katsia.
Yeah, like Katsia's Rush, Cage, and OC. They do still have Ray to try to overwhelm Texel's rush, but Telesi lacking the overclock to make that rush as lethal as it potentially could be, especially with that Death Blossom. Magus both slamming into each other. Taejong using the ultimate put directly into Telesi's rush. The kills just don't come out. Telesi, it's totally winnable, especially with ICAV getting the picks onto both Vestola and Zox at the same time. And yet again, Jake, Kitsune Rush one-sided proves to be the winning ticket for both of these teams.
I mean, in the Death Blossom trade, Orbital Ray should be really good. So Telesi, it's actually really nice focus fire from them to bring the Reaper down through the Orbital Ray, through the lifesteal of the Death Blossom. Not necessarily an easy kill in those choke points. So really controlling that engagement nicely here. Now it'll be their turn to hold the point, and now with essentially no ultimates to be deployed, ICAV is going to be first up, but 20% away. I don't know that he's going to be able to get that online as this fight begins. Trade's so important so early. Lars does drop the backline low for Katsia. They've got to regroup just a little bit, but taking that Maga off the field means Vestola is free to play now, swarming forward, contesting the choke point. XSJ without assistance in the front line. He's not long for this world, and Aid is going to make sure that this team fight goes all the way out Katsia. Great execution from them, and for Lars to drop so early in that ultimate fight is a rough spot for Maga.
I mean, it's a rough spot for Texel now as well, because Katsia will have Rush, they'll have Cage, they'll have OC. They can use any of those 3 ultimates early. Versatility, as Aid's looking for the peak, builds up OC off of farming Lars' walk back. And yeah, how does SXJ go down that early? Like, there's no way that Telesi will be able to actually get a touch to contest. And we go to the next point. I guess SXJ was tasked with going to touch point with the teleport, and Katsia just read it perfectly.
Probably just doesn't have the cooldowns, you know, desperation touching point, and Taejong is more than ready to punish. Now Katsia, once again, with the powerful bank of ultimates, we talk so much about the rushes. Do they want to play this fight early? They're going to just TP in, open up the OC, try to just get away with this fight without heavily committing, and ICAV, hold on, is going to really punish that. Has already found one with his OC. The trade is going to be good for Aid, who still has one last shot to deploy, but ICAV is going to come back and punish him. And for Katsia trying to hold the rush, so far, it just barely paid off, actually. They're able to win this fight without committing the rush. I think it is a massive win for them, as scary and contested as that last fight was. Kind of gives them another chance here to hold the point.
It does cost them 2 ults, though, because they used Cage defensively against the OC, which means that Taejong's Death Blossom will likely be paired with Gala's Rush to try and shut down Texels. Telsey, though, they've got combos. Cage and Ray, Taejong tries to live with the Death Blossom through it, but Telsey just had so much sustain, so much damage potential. Katsia totally shut down, and that rush that they worked so hard to hold, totally blown by the wayside. Telsey gets to hold Texel's ult too to set up ICAV, and that next fight is looking juicy for a Telsey win.
Yeah, they're in a great spot now. See if they can hold the point a little bit better with their rush. Katsia would love some kind of a hero pick right now, but it's not easy to find with ICAV hunting, pecking, looking for any kind of opportunity to punish these attackers as they step up to the plate. OC going to be online for him very shortly. Does take a body shot rail, which may be the opener that they need. Zox opens up with the Ray, but just immediately annihilated by ICAV. And at this kind of range, challenging the overclock is a fraught proposition. Texel throws the rush into this one, though, which actually I think is going to feel like a bit of a win for Katsia, because now it's a clean slate coming into the next team fight.
Just don't lose someone early. If you're Katsia, straight up, don't lose someone early. You still get one more fight. You'll be able to build up Aid's OC. And outside of Lars just using Mauga Cage defensively, Telsey won't have a great response to it, other than just hiding. So Katsia will force the issue. They'll rotate point both to contest, but also give Aid far more space to be able to work with. And ICAV tries to step up to be the hero. Sojourn 1 versus 1. This could well determine who's able to walk with the fight win. He just can't find the kill. The peel's so good from Katsia's team.
Both Kiriko's working overtime, but it's Aid who's forced into a tough spot. Jumped in from Lars. Cage fight from Vistola responded to in kind, and the resource gap here just clear. Telsey holding on incredibly well into this fight. Should be able to get the win close out here. And I mean, both Kiriko's working overtime in that Sojourn 2v2 to be able to keep their players alive. And Aid actually is forced back in that fight. And now it's Katsia who have to fight for their map life here. 2 flashpoints to 1. Telsey in good position, but without many ultimates to speak of. This opening fight does look good for Katsia.
I mean, Telsey, it looks like they want to take a fight in mid at the moment, so that Katsia can't just use one-sided rush on the objective itself. This gives Texel the opportunity to build up rush. Katsia, sensing the hesitation, opening with the Kiriko ultimate instantly. Lars, no chance of living. Fight win for Katsia. First point objective control will be gained, but Telsey will have that rush when they regroup. So for Katsia, it's so important how much value Aid with this overclock will be able to achieve. Can you shut down ICAV as he opens with the Kiriko ultimate with an overclock of his own?
Yeah, Texel, it's all about getting the rush into the right position. Ideally, you want to be able to place that all the way onto the point, but it won't be easy with Katsia holding close on these chokes. They want to force the fight in these awkward, congested angles, and that disruptor shot really is going to hurt. ICAV just forced to swing through it. Here it comes with the OC, opening this up on the attack. Has a big rail onto Aid, who's going to struggle to maybe fight back with his own OC. Maybe the point looking to be given over here. ICAV gets another chance. Forces like cleanse out, getting big damage, but here comes the counter push. Taejong gets into the back line. TP's in, overwhelms, but XSJ responds in kind. And massive damage here from Telsey. Forces out the rush here to get the retake in the end. But Katsia had to work for that one.
I mean, SXJ gets the better Reaper ultimate, allows Jonowich to hold on to this Ray to pair up with Lars Cage. 63% though for Katsia, since it took so long for Telsey to get that flip, carving up the space with OC, getting the actual flip itself off of the rush. Zox will have Ray to match Jonowich's, but you're lacking that Mauga Cage to pen everyone from Telsey directly into the damage.
Cage fight available soon. Ray's now traded on point. Lars opens up with the cage, but it looks like it's found absolutely nothing. He's stabilizing with the point. The shield maybe is good enough, actually, as now Lars starts to sweep forward off the back of that Sojourn 1v1 win by ICAV. Taejong left out on an island, supports from Katsia, just running back, trying to get a nice clean reset off the spawn. Telsey considering denying that, but double support Mog is pretty challenging to push into, so they likely want to just play this one slow, hold the point. Taejong has to go to Tracer to try and get this overtime touch. Advantage Telsey here.
Yeah, but advantage Katsia for the next fight. Gala with that Kiriko rush. If Telsi can't force it out early by getting picks before they're on point, should be able to win out this fight, but they do clean the map. Aid goes down early, and Katsia have to hope that this rush is enough to force Telsi totally back and set up the swap into the cage follow-up.
It might just be enough, but oh, Lars finds Taejong. It's going to be huge. Rastola knows he needs to find a cage fight, and he needs it now. Uses it to solo kill XSJ's Reaper. Everything's necessary at this point because Telesi are so close to being able to finish out this map. ICAP in position on the point. A must-win duel for Aid. Just a chance to bring this one back. ICAP, I think, wisely plays it a little bit slow here. Lars steps up, shouts traded on point. Both Magas dropping low, but it seems that Lars is the one with less teamfight support. Although, hold on, the counter stuff comes in. The Kiriko stabilizes in the better rush now from Texel. Janowicz desperately trying to stay alive. Aid finds that kill, making this fight just winnable for Alcatsia despite the rush under point. They're stalling, they're poking, they're trying to wait out this ultimate, and as it expires, Lars is going to be called into question on this point. ICAP with the OC desperately needs something, needs to bring this fight back, grabs one of the Taejong, but he'll need more than that now. Swings wide, a big headshot into Vistola's Maga, finds a second to finish this one. Fight still in play, but as Zox finds that kill, it will bring Katsia over the line, securing another chance on this final flashpoint.
Insane fight from Telesi. They work so hard to try to beat Katsia for that one, but the fight goes long. Gal is able to generate rush off of the back of it, Zox too with the Ray, so Telesi won't have just the Ray and the Daft Blossom to try to overwhelm Katsia's players. They could, though, force Katsia into double support ulting and then using that advantage later down the line, as really you're wanting to try and stall out this cap as much as you possibly can. Taejong with the pulse bomb into a Kiriko. You do have to wait for that Suzu to be available, but it whips. Still forces the Suzu out, though, and that's an opportunity to take ICAP down.
You mentioned the Tracer starting to pay dividends now. Taejong getting a feel for it, starting to like the way it approaches this matchup. And that's a big team fight win. Gala, of course, does expend the rush, so maybe it's expected from Katsia. Telesi, they need to respond, they need to win. Maybe not this fight, but at least the next. They've got to build up some of these ultimates, maybe more crucially than anything. And Taejong's just bleeding out their skills from the back line, right? He's pulling so much attention. Look at Lars. HP starting to drop. Support's not quite ready to defend him. Here comes the Raze traded all out aggression. Aid drops instantly into this fight. Vistola, the tracking is good enough to get one kill. Taejong finds another somehow, some way, despite losing the Sojourn first. Katsia fight back into this one. Now Taejong free to run rampant. Juno trying to play her life, trying to just get out of this. I don't know that anyone is going to be so lucky. Even Lars going to be run down here. Vistola's going to hunt for this kill, absolutely. Spawner's
if you get this kill, you stop Texel from building rush. Like, you lose so much time having to wait for your Mauga. The pulse bomb from Lars drops him low, but not dead. So Texel actually generates all of the rush charge off of the damage that Lars is able to endure. The last fight territory, though, no Tracer for Telesi to be able to hold on to this touch. And if they're looking at that point, they're not looking at the Tracer behind them.
Oh, this rush was way too close to being stopped by Vistola, but it does come out. Aid finds XSJ. ICAP now forced into the OC. Needs to secure this fight, but remember, the rush is behind him on the point, but will they actually get value out of ICAP struggling to connect? The move is too clean from Zox, and here comes Aid back into the fight with his own OC. Pulls enough attention to himself that Katsia are going to dominantly win this fight, and Telesi, it has been such a fun stage to watch this team. They have come so close against so many strong teams, but Katsia finished them off here with a devastating victory, securing Katsia not necessarily into playoffs, but keeping their hopes alive. A must win for both teams, and Katsia come away with it a little bit better, I think, in these chaotic fights in the rush style.
I mean, it's the anticipation, right, of that last fight. You know that they're walking to point with rush. So when they actually invest it, you see the attempt at the cancel of the Mauga Slam. But everyone else on the team, nowhere in sight, making sure that they don't get punished, that they don't die during the rush. And then you can play for second retake rush, and there's no opportunity to disengage it because it's 99%. You give up that point, you give up the series.
Taejong doing crazy work in that map, by the way. I mean, the Reaper was pretty fantastic from him, but then the Tracer was and everything changed, right? Became such a more individual hero and pulling so much attention to himself. Typically, the Reaper looks very good in this style, and the fact that he wasn't able to get much done really speaks volumes about Taejong's skill.
Couldn't agree more. I think generally with this victory, obviously that means that we do have to say goodbye to Talisi, but they held their own, you know? Like, I think Katsuya definitely has a lot of VOD reviewing to do after this one. This should not have been this close a match. As much credit as I want to give Talisi here, of course. They matched them on that Maga. It looked really good for them. I have no doubt that we will see them again. Obviously, they're out of a playoffs contention, but these individuals really came together. I think this style really suits them. I feel like the meta actually really is suiting them. For Katsuya, this may have been a little too close for comfort. They really struggled to deal with the individuals that we got to see here from Talisi, so it does beg a few questions.
Yeah, I think they looked more comfortable once they started working the Juno into their compositions. I think the difference between those two teams is that both of them started thinking like Rush is our win condition. We win our fights when we have Rush. And then Katsuya were able to evolve past that thinking. They were able to find things like the Juno, so they're able to survive the one-sided rush from Talisi, but then they also get to use that Juno for things like speed rings to set up Vestola, running rampant. We see the Tracer after they realize that the Reaper's not having that same level of value that they're looking for, because now you can start targeting the backline so that all of those resources that are being pumped into keeping that Maga alive suddenly disappear because you're constantly having to have your head on a swivel, not knowing where Taejong will pop up from.
Yeah, nice moves, I will say, from Talisi. You know, as much as Katsuya are a strong team, I'm actually not surprised by the fact that Talisi can play them close. Like, Talisi are legit. You know, there's been teams coming out of promotion relegation that frankly haven't been able to hold a candle to some of the top squads in OWCS. I don't think you can say that about Talisi. I absolutely expect them to come out of promotion relegation unscathed and still a competitor. And honestly, I want to see more from these players. We saw so many exciting individuals. You know, it's clear that for ICAV and XSJ, you get them on the right heroes. These guys can really shine. The rest of the team, Lars as well, showing great versatility. The support line, amazing work from them. But the level in EMEA is so high. You can be a pretty solid team and you still come out just battered from this stage.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I especially want to shout out actually Talisi's support line, because we obviously highlighted the DPS duo so much and what they can do, and Lars also as the central part of that team as the tank. But I think the supports, especially today, really stepped it up for this team. So no doubt we'll see more of them. But unfortunately, this is it for the journey here in stage 2. For all the other teams left, everything is still on the line, right? Like, things can just move a lot between Twisted Minds, Katsuya, Geekay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, there's still a lot of movement possible today and tomorrow with the matches that we have left to play, which makes this whole stage just so very competitive, Moxie.
Yeah, we have to do maths. The most dreaded aspect of being a caster. We have to do maths and try and work out where all of those moving pieces will end up, unless GK beat TM, which, as we've said, when we go to that series, anything is possible off of how good GK have been looking recently and how rough I think Twisted Minds have had of being able to adapt into this current meta. But no, we still have no clue like who exactly will be able to advance forward, which means it's very exciting times. Everyone will be looking at Virtus.pro though to see what exactly they do, if they want to reveal strategies or if they want to play their cards a little bit closer to their chest.
Yeah, that's the great spot they're in, right? Because they already locked that #1 seed. They get the pick of their opponents for the playoffs, so they can chill. They can just figure out the meta, use this opportunity today as just another rep to get in. They don't have to show their cards at all.
I mean, I do think VP are a team though that got put kind of on notice by Katsuya last week, right? Like
yeah.
that you getting run over by this Maga style is a very real threat, and VP have cut their teeth on I think a slower, steadier style of play around Eisdom Sigma in many cases, and Kevster's Cassidy. But I think we've seen this week that style is not necessarily easy. The Xion Reaper Maga, I think, is here to stay. I think it looks like a very serious threat in this meta, and I think if I were Twisted Minds and I see a Maga comp rising back into popularity, I would not have many questions about the strategy that I would want to deploy in this coming week. So I think TM are actually going to get a new lease on life from this meta. I think they're actually quite lucky to have a Maga meta come in at this moment where they're searching for identity. It's a style we know they can play.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. I love how many, like, just within 3 weeks time, there are just so many switches in terms of figuring out the meta and what it was and what it is, like coming off of a LAN party where we felt like it's pretty straightforward what has to be played, but then actually some teams find success not doing just that. So yeah, everyone's still kind of on a life-finding mission here for us.
Boxy is now an option screen. Don't ask
She
questions.
is indeed. And you can too.
We've got you. I hear
I think
you.
you are. Yeah, don't worry about it. We got you. You're still with us somehow, some way. And whilst we figure that out, you can, you know, get yourself connected and start earning some drops, which I'm pretty sure all of you have already done. So make sure to connect your Batnet account to Twitch account and start collecting it now across all of our regions. We're heading into a quick break and then we should be right back with our second match of the day.
OWCS FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey.
If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like, on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me. Come on, talk to me. Talk to me. Come on, talk to me. Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I'll prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like, on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me. Come on, talk to me. Talk to me. Come on, talk to me. Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gon'
fun with it. Now, let's chat about our two teams here. Jacob Moxie here to call the action and make it make sense for us. VP, obviously proving to be the top dog here in EMEA. They clinched the first seed. They get to pick who they want to face in the semifinals. So this match for them, really just an opportunity to get more reps in, play spoiler, or clean up whatever made last week's match so close.
Yeah. But
Well, this is not
the
Virtus.pro,
VP
but
well, they got the coach right.
true. Smash coming in. Smash coming in hot. Smash just cut the whole team after a 4-0 stage, fully replacing the
What a
roster.
guy.
No, but I mean, the success from VP has been immense this stage, right? You give it, Kevster and Psycho in the DPS line have been an absolute sight to behold. These two have been piloting whatever the meta throws at them, and I think they're incredibly well prepared for a meta switch. The question is, are they willing to kind of change with the times with Maga and Xion looking so strong right now? Or do they try to stick to their guns? What's been delivering them a 4-0 stage so far? It's not an easy question to answer.
I mean, the question is, how do they play it to the wrecking ball? Because, like, all of the teams that we've talked to, they've been correct. It's very hard to set up scrims versus teams that play wrecking ball because so few teams do. But when you look at what they've been playing already, like Fixer moving onto the Mizuki, Ice playing a lot of Promatric, Kevster, like we said, he's back. He is just back on the Cassidy. So those three heroes hard shut down the wrecking ball, and this is their opportunity to sort of get to feel how playing into the wrecking ball is before they go up against the likes of Chumbin.
Yeah, this
That's
is
right,
this
a
is the
little
best
bit of a
warm-up you can
practice
get
run.
in the EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, it's the warm-up here. They know what to expect. They know what's going to come out of 1, 2, 3, 4's camp. So they should be coming in prepared, especially since did they only have one match last week? Am I tripping? I think they only had one. So they have plenty of time to prepare. I'm just going to make that statement as confident as I can without looking up at the schedule. Anyway, let's talk about the opposition here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We already talked about it, right? Like, they're the ball team, and they do be balling, and it is looking good, right? They've
But also the Winston.
very competitive. Also Winston, which is basically just a floofy ball, so
Yeah.
same. But yeah, they played out like the maximum matches, maps,
Yeah.
like 15 maps, I think, in that is regulated. That's crazy. Like, they take every team the distance.
I think part of it is just down to the fact that their bans sometimes are a little lacking. Like, if you look last week, we talk about the Wrecking Ball doing so much work for this team. It's not just that, it's also Crispy with the Wu Yang. And they've failed to really save things like the Wu Yang when they went up against Cassidy as well. They weren't really banning the Cassidy, something that I'm not expecting. Like, they absolutely have to ban Cassidy at some point into Virtus.pro. But one of the adjustments I really do want to see is them putting a lot of respect into what Crispy is able to do for this team in terms of just poke pressure. On that Wu Yang, multiple times we were seeing him actually keep pace with the DPS in the lobby when he's playing that support.
Definitely have high hopes, of course, for the back line of 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like this is a team that not just plays Wrecking Ball as an individual. I mean, Golden Pants has been so fun to watch. I'm sure has earned a ton of fans already from his incredible performances. And 1, 2, 3, 4, I mean, they've brought teams to the limit. They might be 1 and 2 so far, but even against a team like VP, I feel like you cannot count them out simply because of that X factor. And the individuals on this team have been rising to the occasion. We talked about the supports. I think the DPS, Maimon and Kai, have both been looking great for two players with longer careers to really be showing some real threat at this moment in OWCS is crucial for the squad. But you are up against Virtus.pro. Very hard to bet against a team that is 4-0 with a bullet right now.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I mean, but 1, 2, 3, 4 are coming in hungry. Like, in order for them to guarantee themselves a spot, they do need to beat Virtus.pro today, and then tomorrow they also need the victory over Tennessee. If they don't manage the VP dub, then they're not out yet, but their fate is out of their hands, which is not a position you want to find yourself in. So I'm sure they came well prepared. I'm very excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us today. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And yeah, as we get into this one, it's interesting because you could look at VP as maybe taking things a little bit lighter coming into this series. But I would say, actually, I think they have a lot of motivation to deliver a really resounding 5-0 stage. Not only to just, shore up momentum, and you may be playing as 1, 2, 3, 4 in playoffs. You want to really see how your best style performs against Wrecking Ball. But also looking at, the VP is a team that has to be thinking now about the midseason championship. And there are going to be other teams that threaten to play this Wrecking Ball style.
Wrecking Ball, yeah. And you don't get a lot of opportunities. As okay, first ban Mercy, that's the save for a support.
Mercy okay.
That's the save for a support. So 1, 2, 3, 4 can't ban the Cat, will ban the Bastion. Also means that they can't ban things like the Mizuki as well. But it's interesting that Virtus.pro, despite picking Ilias, also don't take away the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah.
So I feel like
they're calling them out. This is aggressive. First ban
this
Mercy.
Is them being like, this is your one of your best maps as Wrecking Ball, and you first ban Mercy.
This is disrespectful, actually, for Virtus.pro. I'm sorry, but we gotta call them out for this. They're gonna take it to Ilios and let Golden Pants play Wrecking Ball. Don't say we didn't warn you. Don't say we didn't warn you, man. GP is him on the Wrecking Ball.
He is the EMEA version of Jumbin. He is that answer to Wrecking Ball. And you know what? I've been playing this week. I've suddenly noticed a spike in Wrecking Ball players in my lobby, and I know exactly who to blame.
Wrecking Ball is not bad right now. If you can really pilot this hero, it does work. Pulls a lot of attention, and this would be so spicy. I actually am so here for it. I think this is a smart move from VP. Because this is a way to hey, you should play the Wrecking Ball mirror this series, get some experience. Icenom is not bad on the Wrecking Ball either. He can pilot it. If you can look good on this, that is another major feather in your cap, and you get to play it in a 1, 2, 3, 4 need this win, right? They are going to fight tooth and nail. They are going to show you everything in the toolbox when it comes to this ball mirror, and I just can't wait to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, I like Virtus.pro as well, going for heroes that have a lot of mobility, so it becomes very hard for Golden Pants to actually disrupt people, because Virtus.pro will just be playing so very split and coordinating their positions off of just diving multiple angles. As we do have Crispy on that Wu Yang that we talked about being a little bit more vulnerable, as opposed to Fixer, who on that Cat is pretty untouchable for the Wrecking Ball to get on top of. But you do have much more poke damage on 1, 2, 3, 4's backline.
Yeah, see if Crispy can get into play. There's a lot of aggression. He's playing very safe on the Wu Yang, wisely so, because this Wrecking Ball is always going to be hunting for that kill. Eisnom, a little bit low, has to pop the shield for pretty minimal utility, so good trade so far for 124, but the point in that chaos just goes the way of VP, and now it's a stall game. It's up for 124. They've got to be able to win this fight out, actually pretty decisively here, but always the threat comes in, and here comes that dive onto Crispy, the Wu Yang. So much poke threat from him, but the survivability is just not there, and Eisnom puts the ball gap on Golden Pants? Okay.
Statement received. Crispy, not long for the Wu Yang at all. Swaps onto the Lucio to be harder for Virtus.pro to pin down. I mean, Virtus.pro winning their first fight, 1, 2, 3, 4 not really having a lot of flip potential outside of just getting kills. Golden Pants likely just wanting to go to the point, force Virtus.pro to look at the Wrecking Ball so that they have a little bit more freedom, breathing space to push their players through main. But Virtus.pro just reads it out as a total fake out. Ice hits the backline on 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're looking at Mainline's Pulse Bomb to be the thing that opens the space for this team to walk forward.
You're asking so much to hit a Pulse Bomb in this comp. There's so much mobility on the other side, my moan. Desperately, but it's mostly about this frontline trade here. Can they move the needle? Crispy comes up on the Lucio, needs to get into this fight, but Kai goes down, rolled through, cleaned up by Landon. Kanale soon to follow him into an early grave. Landon drops the rush, and it's going to be enough to stabilize this fight. Virtus.pro still just deathless in this one. I mean, they're battling. 1, 2, 3, 4. They've been the unique ball team playing against other matchups, all stage long. Now they find themselves in the mirror, and VP showing real fight. No. I love the Cat into this one, and he's over the top of the slam. Instantly over the top, delaying everyone. Setsuriku straight into the backline. Lucio out of this fight, 67 to beat. Not even close for Crispy after the swap. Mines from Golden Pants make this retreat back to point a little bit awkward. Landon super low, so is Fixa, but the supports for Virtus.pro stable as ever. And it's going to be a bit of a desperation delay here from Golden Pants. Rolling around on the point, taking a ton of damage. Kanale drops the rush, but no one's even really able to use it here. Desperate for 1, 2, 3, 4. They need some kills back into this. Maybe Maimon or Kai with these DPS ultis can find something, but they're just isolated by the minefield. Can't even get into the fight. Virtus.pro clapped down 1, 2, 3, 4 in this first round, man. That was not close.
Did anyone from Virtus.pro actually die?
I think that is a deathless map. I think that
Yeah,
is,
being totally 100% serious here, production, we do need you to pull open the stats.
It is a deathless. I'm looking at the stats.
That's deathless.
That was not a close round. That was not a close round. I feel like
if you're
the
1, 2,
cat
3,
is-
4, were you expecting them? Thank you, Prod, by the way. It was totally deathless. There's the confirmation. If you're 1, 2, 3, 4, you're not expecting Virtus.pro to match you on Wrecking Ball. Like,
No,
we've
no.
talked about the fact that Kevster's on the Cassidy, Fixer swapped onto the Mizuki pretty much as standard default for him on the support role. You're thinking Virtus.pro are likely going to be looking to counter ball, not play it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, their whole game plan would just have been do what they always do, play the Wrecking Ball composition, rely on Golden Pants' disruption to create space for the rest of the team. But what happens when there's nothing for the Wrecking Ball to disrupt? Things just fall apart.
I think this cat Kiri is so good. Crispy is a very realistic kill target on the Lucio, but the cat, it just doesn't feel like
9
he
lives.
possibly can.
Fixer literally has 9
Golden
lives.
Pants is getting run down in the spawn right now, although he just rolled away and buys a lot of space for his team. Still a little bit of low HP on that Wrecking Ball. Virtus.pro want to re-engage relatively quick into this one. They're very aware of everything Golden Pants goes for.
I mean, you
Eyes
can't
on.
let 1, 2, 3, 4 cap, because then it just becomes a stall game for 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, this is more than a cap. This is going to be pretty rough. Losing to Kiri early, you need to get some kind of counter kill in this fight. You actually do find the opposing Kiri, so still a fight to be played, but Kevster trades Kai out for it. Now it's up to Golden Pants and Maimon to drag something back. Some big damage onto Eisnom. Mega secured by GP, feeling comfortable here, rolling around on this ball, but the rest of the team not able to really keep up so far in this trade. Virtus.pro so strong in the deathmatch, they're going to win this one out.
Oh, that's the cap as well. Golden Pants not contesting on point. Virtus.pro take advantage and gain it. And now if you're Virtus.pro, like, you can get aggressive, you can look for kills, or you can just play to survive. As Psycho has that pulse bomb, could potentially get the target of Crispy. Easier to land onto the Lucio in comparison to trying to get that Tracer ult onto the Jetpack Cat. As Golden Pants tries to open up the space yet again, but we've seen Virtus.pro, like, they're so good at ignoring the Wrecking Ball.
Lucio now into the back line, trying to assist, trying to put some damage down. Kai does find Kevster, but Lucio dies for it. Has to go in deep in these fights, and Eisnom trades this out. Fixa stays alive, flying up under the skybox, making the difference here on the cat. And losing Maimon's Tracer means Golden Pants has to really get this done with just the Kiriko behind him, and uh-oh, he's pulled off the map.
No.
Could be able to recover this, not quite in time. With that rail and a little, was that a teabag from Fixa? I feel like
I think it
he was
was.
in the air, but I'm gonna call it. I'm just gonna call that. Call it
It's
what
the
it is.
2026 version of the teabag.
On
You
the-
slight
on the Jetpack
aerial
Cat.
drift down.
It is actually, it's aggressive on the Jetpack Cat. BP now over the top, super aggressive, holding this choke point. 1, 2, 3, 4, coming back in. Maimon pressures the cap. His team not doing well though under the withering attention of these defending flankers. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, finally they get a chance to step up to the point, but a big slam from Eisnom and a minefield right in the angle of approach that 1, 2, 3, 4 were looking to go for. Maimon eats a big mine to the face.
Rush?
And I mean, you're just completely isolated. You can't even come into this fight. Rush is traded here. Maybe there's something to be done. Kai trying to get something, but the earlier Satsuriku spree from Kevster gets the job done. Crispy dies as well. Doesn't get the beat off in this one. Full desperation now for the retake. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more chance in this map.
Yeah, I mean, that spree from Kevster just totally nullifies any threat of that rush. And Landon now holds his own, so even with Sound Barrier, the extra health will be shredded down so quickly. Golden Pants dies before he can get the touch. And the boop! No one from Team 1, 2, 3, 4 is able to hit for OT to activate.
I think Vixa took the charging
per.
perk
Yeah.
to like boop the ball around. Honestly, Cat feels so at home in this style, which is so funny because usually no one feels quite at home in the Wrecking Ball style, right? Like no one can really keep up the paces. I mean, we see the stats here. They kind of tell the story. This is not close. I mean, VP, turbo gap across the board. This boop off was when you started to worry. As a 1, 2, 3, 4 fan, you were like, I don't like that. I don't like that. That's what Golden Pants does to everybody else. And now Eisnom's turn to run rampant. But I think the fact that the cat can stay alive in these crazy engages where there's no safe position. Fixa just flies into the skybox, plays his own angle, plays his own life in a way that Lucio just can't.
Can't. And Wuyang can't as well, right?
That's nice for Fixa. He doesn't drop the Wrecking Ball off the map, which would allow Ball to grapple. He just slowly dunks him into the pit.
It's like a biscuit into a mug of tea. So do you know what? Crouch makes sense. Just saying.
That's true. He
As a
had to press
Brit-
craut to go down.
As a Brit, I can appreciate the
lower
fact
down.
that
I
you
wanna
are
say he went up and
correctly
down one more
dunking
time.
your
I'm just-
biscuits into tea.
Just like a tea and a biscuit. I mean, and you know, it's as easy as that. It's as easy as a little cup of tea for Virtus.pro here. They annihilate the competition. I thought, you know, 124 would be able to throw monkey wrench into the works, but it's actually Virtus.pro who kind of completely turned the tables, because 124, I doubt they've played the ball mirror maybe all stage. They have been playing against Sigma and Maga. They're adept at taking all the map control, poking from all sides, dealing with these sort of slow failing style compositions. The mirror match is an entirely different game on Wrecking Ball. It's all about pace. It is all about deathmatch. It is all about individuals fighting for their own lives. And Virtus.pro are nothing if not incredibly competent on an individual level.
I mean, it gives context as well to why VP banned the Mercy, right? Because it protected the cap. So I am strongly expecting when 1234 take us to Dorado, a cap ban to be following up. And I think you need it, but the problem for 1234 now is that you can only do that once.
Yeah. Now they're the team who's scared in the ban phase, right? And I feel like the other thing is VP eventually can just ban Wrecking Ball. I mean, they played it on Ilios.
If they want to.
But
I think,
for
like,
Golden Pants,
honestly, you want to let the Wrecking Ball through so that you get as much opportunity to experience it as possible. Because
that
you've
could be
just
true.
shown that you can play the Wrecking Ball, and you can gap to the point that it was 2 rounds of 100 to 0, a whole deathless run on Well, which is insane to think about when you think about all of the environmental hazards. Like, Virtus.pro were just so on top of playing the Wrecking Ball, because what it basically does is you know that 1234 will be relying off of the strategies that come with the Wrecking Ball composition. I say that they will ban it now because 1234 go for the jetpack cap ban. I think this is the smart time to use your Wrecking Ball ban, because now that you can't play Fixer on the cap, he would be stuck on a support. That is easier for Golden Pants to punish.
I'm just curious what Golden Pants, like, what would Golden Pants play if you played, like, Reaper Bastion? He always plays Winston. That's my point is, what if you play, like, Reaper Bastion Maga? Surely he won't play Winston, right? Surely there's a limit at which point he will go Diva. But I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen it yet. He's been playing Winston in some tough spots previously. Dorado, though, Winston's theoretically okay on this map, but realistically in this patch, it doesn't feel that good. It feels like, you know, Diva in particular kind of dominates you with how good, you know, some of the supports are in this current meta at just staying alive. It's not easy to make the Winston work here.
Yeah, there's also just like a lot of damage, right, for Winston to have to deal with. Diva has things like Defense Matrix, so was able to mitigate a fair bit of that pressure, also self-destruct, giving you that second lease of life, as opposed to poor Winston, who by the time that you jump and hit the ground, a lot of the time your health bar is already at half, so you're forced to just instantly drop bubble, wait for your jump cooldown to be back, and then lope away dejectedly as your dive is totally denied. But we'll see what Golden
I like
Pants
the hopeful
Hero
spin
has
that
been...
you get to walk out of that situation on Winston. I think
True,
the reality
well, I
is
mean,
you teleport back to
via
spawn.
ambulance
It's a
back to
magic trick.
respawn is probably the more apt follow-up if that situation does
Virtus.pro,
occur.
don't do him like this now. Don't do him like
Not
this.
the
With the Torb.
Torbjorn.
The Torb cast, and I mean, this comp is nasty.
Okay, it could be worse. Psycho could be using the summer skin. So
That
at
is true.
least you're not going to have to fight the true BM Torbjorn.
Summer Skin Torb is iconic. That is one of the one of the greatest skins that this game has ever released. I mean,
The inflatable, like the squeaky noises
the
when you
squeaky
use the hammer.
That's icon status. There's no replicating that. We can all.
It's the small
It's all
details.
percentages of the Torbjorn Summer Skin in terms of quality. There's no ability to be at that same level again. That is, of course, a masterwork of Overwatch. VP gonna see if they can make this Torbjorn hiding for now. They kind of want to maybe bait an early Winston dive. 1-2-3-4 going with what has worked for them in the past. The Xion is an odd choice for me, though. It could be awkward to maybe get into the backline and map like Dorado, but let's see what Kai can do.
I mean, you do have a lot of map control. You want to take as much attention as possible because Golden Pants will be playing that Winston. So 1-2-3-4, classic dive timings. Try and just farm up to nano boost to have your first engagement. As with the Tracer, you can potentially go for pressure on that point, but Virtus.pro just holding their whole team up on that high ground, being very difficult for 1-2-3-4 the moment that this cart moves into square. They just have no space. and it has to be a nano boost engagement for Golden Pants to have the confidence to try to move forward. But I think he gets hit by flashbang off of Kevster and then goes down to Psycho afterwards. As this is the unfortunate reality of playing Winston in 2026. You are very, very squishy until you have the damage reduction off of that nano.
Canale's got some problems, right? Playing on into this is not easy. It's hard to even walk up and play the game. Here comes a chain, locking him down. Kevster finishes with a headshot. So sharp here on this Cassidy. Golden Man's knows where his bread is buttered. Without the Ana alive, he's just straight back to the spot in this fight. And I mean, the stagger is starting to get painful. VP bridging the gap to some of their key ultimates. Another chain kill. Kevster is close to a death for him, actually, but Fixes
okay,
that
1, 2, 3, 4 are hitting the panic cats there, comp. We've got Xion, we have Vendetta. They're like, if Virtus.pro lost to it before, they can lose to it now.
I mean, this is a Frankenstein. This is such a Frankenstein.
But this is, like you said, such a weird meshing of two composition styles. And Virtus.pro have two zoning ultimates to stop 1, 2, 3, 4 having follow-up on the nano engagement. Deadeye and Am.
Yeah, this is a rough one. The nano has to be so big from Canale. Feels like he needs a nade maybe to actually follow it up. They're
you
waiting
almost want to wait for Crispy's ult to be ready too, right? Give extra survivability to the Winston.
Yeah, Matrix stabilizes for now. Mymone into the backline does get one big knockdown onto the core, but the defense is just so rock solid. Landon has that Matrix out. Here comes the Flux. It lifts up, I believe. Okay, Canale in the backline gets super low on the Ana, but not quite enough for the kill. But I mean, eventually, you know, the deaths come due. Virtus.pro did so much frontline damage. They just walk forward here and sweep up the remaining life of 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's such a cost for 1, 2, 3, 4, who used 1, 2, 3 ultimates in that engagement, both the nano boost on the Winston, but then like you also get the tidal blast onto Mymone so that he can try and take an off angle from the attention that the Winston is distracting. As Virtus.pro just used 2 ultimates to be able to lock that one down. So you have all of the means of just holding your space, and 1, 2, 3, 4 lacking the nano boost, going to have to rely on Primal, but Primal will just push players out of Kai's ult. These 2 ults that they have do not meld well.
Well, the pressure is so immense. 1, 2, 3, 4, the support struggling to even play the game. Eisnam has already picked up a quick kill onto Crispy. Primal is out, takes a big shot from the Deadeye and just has to jump over the wall, go grab a Mega, but really it's just another reset for 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, they have been brutalized by this poke defense, and I mean, this is one of those threats from VP that we knew was a realistic option. Kai does stay alive in the backline, which it's actually nice. I think is a little mystery from Kevster that he could get around through that wall. Gets another flank, but already the front line just crumbles once again while Kai's out of the fight. Kevster swings in, just is going to make it into his own team's sanctuary, and I mean, they have just been split apart at the seams. There's been barely anything you could call a dive so far in this map from 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's the fall from grace, I think. It is the true dive from 1, 2, 3, 4 at this point. Like, Sanctuary from Fix just absorbed all of the healing from Canale. Desperation swap to the Kiriko. You've got the spray at least from Kai, and Sanctuary was used earlier, so Virtus.pro don't have the means of mitigating it. Kai could be the answer to 1, 2, 3, 4's prayers, as could Mymone Sundering Blade, but they are not out of the woods just yet.
I mean, if Eisnam gets a big flux, this one is just done and dusted. Crispy trying to charge up that ultimate. So close. But, I mean, they have to deploy so many skills just to stay alive, just to keep this part contested in the overtime. Sundering Blade is online. Needs the pummel just to stay alive. Gets slammed to the floor. Golden Pants remains low. And Eisnam is now attacking into the backline. Satsuri is free. Desperation from Kai. Can he find something? One is good, but it's not quite enough. Kevster shuts him down with the second. And Landon picks up a third. That finishes the deal here. Cart stopped in the choke. Not even a glimmer of hope for 1, 2, 3, 4 in this one, and they just get hit with El Clasico on this defense.
Yeah, Winston, 2026.
I asked if there was anything that would cause him to stop playing Winston, and I think the answer is no, because...
I mean, into Mizuki, into Torb, into Cass, into Sigma. Like, that's just the 9th circle of hell for Winston mains to have to play into.
The supports just couldn't play the game here. I mean, Eisnam was just running them down on Sigma. You're dumping heals just to keep Golden Pants like reasonably healthy on the payload, and I mean, he can't even put
just
like
drowned as well the resources that could go to the rest of the team.
Yeah, that's a hopeless matchup, honestly. I mean, I guess honestly at that point go Genji, go Nano Blade, YOLO. Like I just don't see the way through. I mean, Virtus.pro are such a good team when it comes to putting on overwhelming pressure. Like, you could look at that comp and consider, oh, defensively it's so nice and it can like hold those spots so safely. But Virtus.pro are taking that one step further, right? They're defensive when they need to be, but every time they get the chance, they get good damage on your backline. They push, they swing. Kevster takes risks, finds opportunities. So they're not passive. They're not static just because they're playing such a defensively minded composition. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, full desperation for them. My moan is going to be over to the Venture here. We don't see much of, but I mean, they honestly need it. They need some way to just stall the payload.
Okay, opening headshot from Golden Pants will just channel into battery charge, but Psycho. Sonic absorbed by Crispy's cranium, and this was my fear for 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Payload did not move that far, so now you have to have like your Winston go contest point, and Virtus.pro can just punish the fact that 1, 2, 3, 4's hands are tied. Like Golden Pants is dead, Crispy is dead, Kanale has very little to be able to heal to build up a Kitsune Rush to keep Virtus.pro at bay. The Roadhog hook as well onto Maimon before he can disengage. 1, 2, 3, 4 are down. All of these players actually stole the objective. I think, Jake, this map is essentially done. There is no stall. It will just be a Winston trying to desperately touch, chained into place by Mizuki, and round done. That was a speed run from Virtus.pro on the streets of Toronto.
1, 2, 3, 4 fans. I'm doing the Men in Black flash on your camera right now. You have amnesia. You didn't see that. Nothing just happened. It's all.
We're headed to map 2 after the short break, guys.
Oh my God.
Don't worry, you missed absolutely nothing.
What a
You know, in the famous words of Zoro, nothing happened.
I mean, that is pain. That is pain. This is VP flexing their muscle, you know, really readying themselves for a playoff. And for 1, 2, 3, 4, who've had so many promising matches this stage, they saved the best here for the last week. And Virtus.pro are a different beast to the rest of the teams in EMEA. Although some teams have been able to play them close, you know, this dive style, VP are a team with veteran LAN experience. They are not a team that is like super accustomed only to the EMEA style. They have shown real ability to battle against some of the best dive teams in the world. And maybe it shouldn't be a surprise the way this match looks, given that pedigree, that experience across the board in this roster.
Yeah, and I think it's the adaptation as well, right? One thing that I think a lot of teams learned from Japan was how fast you have to be able to adapt to curveballs thrown your way, because like teams, they'll sit on strategies. They'll only use what is required to win. They will not go past that if they know that something like playoffs, finals, more important, closer matches will be coming later down the line. So you have to be ready when you see something to adapt to it very, very quickly. And I think one of the drawbacks of 1, 2, 3, 4, the reason why all of their matches have gone so long, is that they've lost the rounds where they can't play things like that Wrecking Ball. So Virtus.pro, they knew what 1, 2, 3, 4 would be coming in with, and they could just spend a whole week practicing versus things like Ball.
And Virtus.pro, I mean, in this series, I hope you had your drops linked, because they are hitting a speed run. They are not giving you any time to farm. What you do have time to do, though, is check out this quick discount code. You get the tickets to the Midseason Championship in Paris, the Esports World Cup. Get that 50% off. Scan this QR code on your screen to pick up tickets. I mean, this is going to be, I think, a really amazing event. I mean, the EWC has been a lot of fun, but in Paris, I think is going to be a new level, you know, a new opportunity for fans, maybe in Europe, to have a little bit of an easier time to get in and see some of the matches. And there's just incredible energy here. I mean, this is really one of the biggest esports events of the year. And for Overwatch, this is a huge opportunity now, especially with it really feeling like the world title is up for grabs. Like, Korea and EMEA have never been closer. NA, I'm just gonna, you know what? It could happen. There's no, you never know. That's all I can say. That's the best endorsement I can give.
Wow, EMEA, Korea so close. NA, it's a possibility.
I don't have the copium for NA right now. I've been casting EMEA for a hot second.
Where's your national pride, Jake?
It's in the gutter. I'm hopeful for like the Overwatch World Cup for Team USA. We can do decent, you know, it's in that kind of competition. Maybe there's a chance. But yeah, it's looking a little rough in OWCS right now. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. That's what you get to find out at the Midseason Championship. So grab your tickets. And of course, in this series, I mean, the night is darkest before the dawn, but it is real dark right now. I'm not gonna lie. It feels like it's 1 a.m. The sun is not coming up.
I mean, the sun's up here. I have all of the sun. That's what's happening, Jake. I'm just slowly drawing it away like a supervillain. But what I am very worried about is the fact that Virtus.pro just drew away the Wu Yang. This was the exact same issue that 1, 2, 3, 4 had last week, where it was such a close series all the way up until Runasapi. and then they just absolutely folded. They lost fight after fight after fight after fight after fight. It was an absolute speed run to be able to touch their spawn, because even though they had the first ban, they did not protect Crispy's Wu Yang, and that's exactly what Virtus.pro punish again here.
Okay, really interesting actually that VP, they actually want to take the Sigma matchup. So I think your theory of them practicing is very real here. They've shown that they are immaculate on the Wrecking Ball, that they can absolutely dominate in that kind of a high-paced mirror. Now they're going to try and slow the game down, see if they can deal with the onslaught. And 1, 2, 3, 4 have found themselves on a weird comp. I think maybe expecting the mirror.
The ball, yeah.
Now, find themselves, I think, not having the right tools for the engagement.
On fixes Jetpack Cat, the way that Virtus.pro tried to play their support to be totally undiveable, but Virtus.pro, they want 1, 2, 3, 4 to dive, right? If Golden Pants hits Virtus.pro, he gets hit by Chain, Rock, Hinder. There's so little that this Wrecking Ball can actually do.
I mean, Mizuki's so aggressive here. FACEIT making a lot of space for himself here. Not afraid to poke and just pressure this payload. 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of grasping at straws, trying to find something to cleanse.
Suzu.
Lucky timing, honestly, that you could dodge that chain. That would have almost been certain death here for Golden Pants, who flanking in over the top. Kanale, though, drops Psycho. That's a miracle kill, one that you really needed because the cart rolling so brutally against you here. They need to get in and finish this fight, but it won't be easy. Golden Pants even going for a dive +1. Not enough for an easy secured kill, but Maimon gets in there with the bike. And although the cart has rolled a very significant distance, feels like it should eventually go the way here of 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, those clutch kills, Kanale beating Psycho, has to happen multiple times. Right as we're seeing Golden Pants is being flanked by Crispy and Maimon every single time that he's able to force these responses from Virtus.pro. All of those resources towards the Wrecking Ball not in place to stop the follow-up from the Wrecking Ball's players, and that is some of the value that the Wrecking Ball brings. It's not just about what Golden Pants individually is able to do, it's about the resources that are forced to deal with him that are then not there for the follow-up of the teammates. Kevster, though, has Deadeye, which 1, 2, 3, 4 do not have answer to, so if Kanale uses Rush, Virtus.pro can simply live it.
I mean, that opening kill hurts so badly. They're going to go with the rush from the ball team on the payload. Deadeye, though, going to zone players away. It's going to be hard to actually leverage this rush, and although it's on the ground, we just don't feel the impact of it. Virtus.pro continuing to steal the bot away. Landon opens up a matrix now, further mitigating the ability of 1, 2, 3, 4 to just keep this card in contest. They have stayed alive, though, later into the fight. They do have a few of their own ultimates coming into play, so VP can have to be ready for the storm. It is certainly coming here as Golden Pants is 90 to mines.
Where's Crispy? If we find where the cat is, we'll probably find where Kai is. As there's the Deadeye, but Psycho just clips through Golden Pants. Sanctuary absorbs Deadeye, but that means it's not there to stop Maimon. Spree! At 1, 2, 3, 4, despite losing out on the Wrecking Ball, start rolling away with the kills.
I'm really impressed by Kai in this game. This is not an easy comp to play Cassidy into, even with the cat assisting you. Like, Sigma is a real problem for this hero, but Kai has been lights out. I mean, one unfortunate early death to Kevster, but the rest of these team fights, he's been managing to get the damage in, find the way to get impact into the comp, and FACEIT feels the pressure. Is going to go over to the Juno. Is this just a speed ring? Okay, no, he is going to stick on the Lucio. Okay, never mind. He's just going to double speed up and then we'll back to the Mizuki. Just a little spawn optimization here. But it leads.
Speed is key.
Soon to be taken here, especially with Minefield available. Yeah, I don't think you can hold this lead. VP have to come back in with the Flux.
I mean, you have to, if you're Virtus.pro, go for that really min-max rollout because you're trying to stop 1, 2, 3, 4 getting those forward spawns. Ice does have the Flux. Could grab onto 1, 2, 3, 4's players, but a well-placed Suzu should mitigate any of the coming damage. Psycho, I believe, is dueling out Kanale at the moment, as we do have Fix's teleport being forced. Mines over the top. Nothing to come off of the back of it until now. Ice trying to just stall out 1, 2, 3, 4 forward push with the Flux, but that means he's not able to peel Landon. That falls in the backline thanks to good pressure from 1, 2, 3, 4, and it took a while, but they will be able to secure those forward spawns. And Virtus.pro, this is the first time that they're really starting to stumble into this Wrecking Ball composition. Swaps will come out. Ice is onto the Diva, so you can have things like Defense Matrix, especially to absorb Kai's ultimate in this next fight.
Yeah, they're going to need the individual playmaking. See if they can make this adjustment work in their style. Golden Pants finally sniffed out, but how much can you really do about him? He just kind of rolls away, baits you in now, and this has been the trouble against so many teams trying to play these slow styles against 1, 2, 3, 4. They're really nice at taking all this map control, and Maimon finds himself in the back line. I think this is unscouted. Opponents don't seem to be aware. He's going to be able to initiate with the bike into the back line, although can't quite get the value off of it. And with Kai's Deadeye being deployed, Matrix is good from Icedown to absorb that shot. Psycho left all out on his lonesome, eats a flash and goes down. Rush now deployed by Kanale on the point, and Kai is able to put massive work in with it, continuing to roll this spot. Cycle coming back, though, in the bunker. So far stable for Virtus.pro.
1, 2, 3, 4, trying to keep Kanale up. Virtus.pro really wanting to exit trade that Kiriko. They'll have Rush pretty soon from Landon, so Catnap all the way into the back line, but Crispy bites off a little bit more than he can chew. Dive forming close enough to the Cassie to take him down. And 1, 2, 3, 4, tail between their legs. Look to disengage. Virtus.pro in a good position to snowball off of all of the ultimates that they have up and running, but we've seen Golden Pants and Maimon be very devastating when things like the minefield is able to split VP's team, and that should totally shut down Fix's stable with the Sanctuary.
Icenom trying to be as aggressive as he possibly can. The Sanctuary looks like it's just
C9.
lost.
Oh, it's Ajax. Yeah, he
It's the
Ajax
leaders.
does.
Maybe the team's done enough. They've got the rush deployed. Satsurico's free, getting not much of anything thanks to the Matrix from Eisnom. Great awareness from him, shutting down Maimon with an ultimate that has been very impactful more often than not. Now Golden Pants trying to delay things out alongside Crispy, who may barely be able to slip out of this. Actually, it's kind of a tough kill for Psycho to finish, and he will just recall out back to the payload. But Virtus.pro have shown real fight back now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Have to answer some tough questions, and Maimon is going to go over to the Vendetta to maybe have a better answer for this diva.
Yeah, can't defense Matrix Sword. But you can't stop Virtus.pro from securing forward spawns. Here's the flyby. Defense Matrix still in hand. Maimon actually going for the overhead swing to try and stun up Icenom, but Kevster is able to hold the space for Virtus.pro and actually catches Crispy. 1, 2, 3, 4 peeking into the fight a little bit too early, caught with their hand in the cookie jar and punished for it.
Best answer to a Deadeye seems to be another Deadeye at this point. Slam comes in, but the shield is just broken, and immediately he's hindered. The DPS burst there, great from VP to be able to deny that slam. Yeah, exactly.
Golden
Not only
Pants
gets you the
isn't
lead,
able to stall the point, which means that VP take the lead in distance.
and they might be able to do more than that here, Moxie. I think they're going to be able to take a very aggressive fight. They have self-destruct available, so Eisnom could really double down into the backline. Kai, though, huge kill onto Psycho. It really mitigates a lot of the pressure on the team. You'd think they'd be able to get this fight win done without many ultimates deployed, but Maimon goes a little bit too deep, a little bit too early. Kai, of course, on the Cassidy, can't quite follow up quite at that pace. And a little bit of off synergy play here from 1, 2, 3, 4. Takes what was a player advantage and squanders it. Now it's Virtus.pro still continuing to fight. A rush comes out defensively, and this one looks to be kited out. If Kevster can slip around the corner, he'll be just fine, and he does so.
Oh, that means that VP hold Deadeye and Rush. 1, 2, 3, 4 will be relying on Kai's ult to slow things down, but it's not there to stop Kevster. But Kai can shut down Kevster himself, apparently. Still, Virtus.pro in control of the tempo. 1, 2, 3, 4 have to fight into Landon's rush, or they can just have Kai hit the shots, and Golden Pants follow up when the Kiri's low enough. 1, 2, 3, 4 secure the fight win, but they have to fight so many more before they can secure that distance lead yet again.
It's been a long time since we've seen Kai versus Kevster dueling on the server, this time in the hit scan mirror, and Kai, so far in this map, I feel like he's been getting the better of the hit scan duel, which is an impressive spot to be considering Kevster's recent success on the hero. Here comes Golden Pants, wants to keep that pressure on, try to re-earn this lead, but Virtus.pro all the way through the choke, flips the map. The Deadeye over the top, though, is so scary. Everyone's got to bunker into the rooms, and maybe they'll do just that. The shot comes in, but Eisnom is more than ready for it. Now Kai finds himself between a rock and a hard place. Kevster shuts him down with the assist from Eisnom. Fix is super low in this one as Maimon being brought into this fight. Can he actually bring the damage? Seems like it's actually the supports from 1, 2, 3, 4 making value with that distraction and dropping Landon and Kevster. This looks like all 1, 2, 3, 4 coming back into this one.
Wait, self-destruct catches Golden Pants,
Okay.
which means the Ice gets the mech back. There were trades, and Virtus.pro just clutch it. Ice keeps the mech, gets
mean,
one
Golden Pants
required
must
kill
have
to stop the
gone-
Wrecking Ball.
He must have gone all in for the Baby Diva kill to try and maybe deny it there, but going down on the Wrecking Ball to the self-destruct is not what I expected here. And 1, 2, 3, 4
That allows
being,
VP to recover as
yeah,
well.
being behind in this game, they need to battle back, and they need to do it efficiently from an ultimate economy perspective. Fixa barreling towards that sound barrier. Kanale, the rush, such a powerful tool here, but how will you deploy it? It's been kited out so many times by this highly mobile Lucio style.
But Beat loses value into Blade from Maimon. If VP use Beat, Vendetta ult totally shuts it down. So for Virtus.pro, they have 2 ults to kite properly.
Trying to get in an assist, Eisnom from the off angle. Psycho finds Kanale. There's not going to be a rush now into this fight. Immediate beat out of Fix of Maimon. Sundering Blade just deletes Landon. Maybe got a little overconfident with that sound barrier protecting him. Wasn't obviously effective against that Vendetta ultimate. Psycho's going to continue running this point back, though. Izom, no one left to really respond to him in the backline with Vendetta off of the field. And he's going to be able to stay alive, keep that suit. Virtus.pro stabilizing, getting a little bit of extra push, but now in overtime, 1, 2, 3, 4, zero margin for error here. They need to bring this one back, and it needs to be clean. And Kevster with the Deadeye makes it so difficult, just deletes Crispy, nowhere for him to play, nowhere for him to hide. Kevster now even taking high ground controls. The rush bides time for now, but a trade from the Cassidys there, a rare one at that. It's going to be enough for Virtus.pro to get this series over the line. Golden Pants, as the minefield, can be a little bit annoying here, stalling with the boots, but surely even the GOAT of EMEA Wrecking Ball isn't going to be able to 1v5.
I mean, Virtus.pro just hedged their bets, right, by forcing 1, 2, 3, 4 into burning that rush early. You have so much distance lead, you can just, if it comes to it, play for Landon's rush to overwhelm in OT, but there we go. It took a few changes. Virtus.pro were forced off of the Mizuki Sig composition that they originally wanted to play, but they were able to deal with the Wrecking Ball head on and look really strong. When we look for the international competition, the fact that they're able to keep up with main staple EMEA compositions, but also get ready to deal with the dive that we do know is a firm favorite of teams in Asia and also start to be picked up by American teams as well. More and more, they're looking in a very solid position to earn a podium finish.
Yeah, and this is going to be a painful one because with this loss, 1, 2, 3, 4, they're out of contention. They can't quite recover. Map differential, the head-to-head's just too painful against the other teams here in playoffs. So it's been such a fun stage to watch this team. I can't wait to see them back for more. I very much expect them to come back out of that promotion relegation. But some of those map 5s, going to TM, the complete distance, nearly being able to get that win. And now it's going to haunt them, right? Because that win would have changed everything. And with this loss to VP, that's their season. That's their stage.
Yeah, apparently we didn't do the math correctly setting this one up. We did think that even if they lose against VP, there is still a chance for them to come in. But no, some bigger brains than us did run the numbers and they would lose the head-to-head to GK. And that means they're officially out, which honestly is wild. You just touched on that, Jake, right? Like, they made every other team sweat. They went the distance. In week 1, they did go map 5 against Katsia and won that bout. They went into map 5 against GK, against Twisted Minds. Like, they pushed everyone. And what we've seen today, it looked like such a skill gap, but that was not at all the case for any other match they played so far in this stage. So this one does not tell the story. Wipe it from your memory. Like, this isn't real. This is just them going up against VP, who just honestly look like world beaters right now in this region anyway.
Yeah, I think it doesn't speak to 1-2-3-4's weakness, outside of maybe if we examine their hero pool, right? Because their composition, it has been all around this Wrecking Ball. It's worked against other teams. It's not worked against Virtus.pro, but I think it's just showing a statement of how strong Virtus.pro is. Obviously, Virtus.pro went away, decided that they would learn how to play the Wrecking Ball composition themselves, would learn how to play counterball compositions as well. So they had so many different solutions to the same issue, as opposed to 1-2-3-4, who had one solution and too many problems.
Kevster lighting it up here. I mean, Kai battled back in this final map, but it felt like this was the one map with even a chance for 1-2-3-4 where they were able to kind of get into some of those comfortable deathmatching scenarios. But Ilios was a backbreaker. I mean, when you get dominated in the mirror match on Wrecking Ball, as the team who's played ball all stage, I mean, that is a major blow to the confidence. And then the Winston on Dorado just was not it. Just was not it. That is, those first 2 maps were tough to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's what VP did to most teams, though, because if we're real about their matches, right, it was only Katsia that managed to make him sweat whatsoever, and in today's showing, Virtus.pro more than just a little redeemed themselves. Like, they're going undefeated this stage. Great map differential. They're still looking like the team to beat, and today was an opportunity for them to just like flex their muscles a little bit, try some things out. It just kind of looked like we're watching, and that's gonna sound much meaner than I mean it to sound like, but it did look like we're watching a scrim.
I mean, I think that's fair. Like, they were being experimental into this one. you know, they really, for Virtus.pro, obviously they're thinking about playoffs, right? Thinking about the midseason championship, they're thinking about playoffs and how they can go deeper into this stage, and preparing for interesting new styles, I think, is a really smart look, especially as the meta is shifting. No one really knows where it's going to land. Like, yes, the rush comps look good, but the Wrecking Ball, how does it match up into that? I don't think anybody knows the answer yet.
Well, maybe one does. The person who played it today. Ice Gnome will be joining us once again for an interview. Ice, hello, welcome to the show. Are you staying cool? Are you doing okay over there in Europe?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm chilling here. I'm actually quite happy I'm not at home right now, because at home there's no AC. In here we have an AC, you know, so I'm chilling. It's all good.
Okay, that's good to know. Also, you didn't seem to break a sweat in the game. I mean, this one looked fairly one-sided, unfortunately. We did expect to see a little more, given how close 1-2-3-4 played it against other teams. How did you approach this one? Because you're going up against a very unique opponent that managed to trip up a lot of other top teams.
Obviously we talked about what we wanted to do before the match, you know, like what kind of maps would we want to pick, what kind of bans, etc. But you obviously can't scrim against them in the week, you know. So we sort of just looked at some scrims we played against them before, you know, like what did we do before, what worked, what didn't work, and kind of figured it out from there, I think.
Yeah, it came together really nicely for you guys. I mean, I think coming out on the Wrecking Ball mirror on Ilios, I feel like that caught them completely off guard. I don't think they were ready for that at all. And you guys look actually pretty well drilled on it. So is that a comp that you guys have been workshopping at all? Or did you just kind of throw that out for the match? Like what was the preparation like to come into Ilios and really surprise not only us, but clearly the opposition?
It's not a comp we really practiced much at all. We kind of went into it oh, maybe it would be funny if we went for a bomber on map 1 on Ilios, you know. So we played it a couple of times in scrims, and yeah, I mean, I'm happy it worked. You know, it was quite a fun map. Yeah, it was just like a comp that we're probably not gonna play again. Maybe we're gonna play it again. Who knows? But we'll see.
So catching up with Smash last week, he said that you guys had a fair bit of homework to do in terms of dealing with things like the Xion, Vendetta, Mauga composition. Now that a week has passed and there's been a little bit more time for the meta to settle, do you feel like you're fully equipped to deal with all of the potential compositions that these teams could play? Because it's looking like a very diverse meta where you have to play so many different things.
Yeah, I think right now I'm really confident in all of our comps, and any matchup. I feel like we're fine against literally any comp, and with both comps as well. You know, I feel like we're super flexible right now and able to kind of just pick an optimal matchup for us and make it work. So I'm really happy with our. Obviously, no one was watching saw our scrims this week, but it's been going pretty well with learning new comps and adapting to some comps we struggled against last week. So confident heading into the playoffs.
Well, our expectations are high for you guys because of the bar that you set in this stage. We hope to see you guys continue on that trajectory. Stay cool. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and we're going to see you again very soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, it was a pleasure hearing from Ice Gnome. Also, they have a whiteboard in the back, so you know they're serious about it.
I'm not interested in the AC. I might have to just find a way to go join the VP team house. Just show up in the back of one of those interviews, just be like, "Hi, you guys have actual good heating temperature." so wonderful
nice.
to say hello. I just happen to be in the area.
I honestly give it a try. Why not? I would at this point. I don't even know how you function right now because it is hot over there. My brother has been lighting me up. It's it's 40 degrees Celsius here, and I'm like, excuse me, what now?
You mean in the oven or outside?
Inside their apartment.
It's worse. It's warmer inside than it is outside because all of our buildings, all of the windows double glazed. They're meant to contain heat as opposed to let it escape. So you just sort of trap yourself in a dome of pain.
It's built different. And you know what's worse? Things are heating up even more because we're going to show you some unvaulting bundles. That's right, Moxie. Sorry, gotta do it to you. Here it is. We're bringing back some classics. Absolute fire for sure. I'm very partial to this Echo skin in particular. Might be one of my favorites. of her. Jake, any favorites?
I'm a big fan of this Ember
anything you're
Juno.
gonna
I think
grab?
this is an iconic Ember Juno skin.
She looks evil AF.
But I'm kind of down for it, you know. It's like very, what is it, impish, you know. She's like a little mischievous fairy. I'm here for it.
I mean, that looks like what is it called? The paralysis demon kind of situation. Like,
No, I feel bad for Genji.
of that.
So many people are like, oh, what's your favorite skin? No one has said Genji so far.
I just don't like him as a
It's
as a
tough out there
character.
for a Genji skin, all right? There is some serious competition in the Genji
Sure,
skin
Mythic
market.
is peak. Mythic is peak, and that was the first Mythic that they dropped. So it's very hard to beat.
Also, he always has to compete with his much more handsome brother Hanzo. So, you know, Genji is just rough out there. We're taking a quick break. Afterwards, we're back with yet another EMEA game. You do not want to miss it. GK going up against Twisted Minds.
Start your climb to OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
seen too many faces.
Welcome back, one and all, for our last match here in EMEA. Zoe here, joined by Moxie and Jake. Twisted Minds will be going up against GK, two teams that so far this stage had some ups and downs, and we had some questions. Both of them trying to redeem their maybe shaky start and finish strong in order to make those playoffs. Let's chat about our two teams, starting with GK, which, by the way, if y'all missed Finn's post-match interview from last week, day one, you have to go back and watch it. He called Kelleg's grandfather.
Shots fired.
Which they could have. Well, I think he tried to talk about his, experience as he is.
It's a respectful. It's a term of endearment, all right, guys. It's a term of endearment.
It's like old master who I have learned from.
Yeah.
I think he wanted to go
so old.
Yeah, that's I think where he wanted to take it, not to put words in his mouth, but yeah, he talked about what Kelleg's brought to the team and just also how they're turning things around, because obviously they struggled early on, they all yelled at each other, and now they changed things up and they looked better last week, Jake.
Yeah, like GK, they had a lot that I think people questioned them on, given that they lost to Katsia in a series that a lot of people had them as the favorite for. We have been seeing them embrace more of this new meta. Kellex has been playing a lot of the Mizuki, and I would imagine that we'll be seeing a fair bit of Xion as well. So honestly, going up against Twisted Minds, a team that's been very reluctant to field anything dropped in 2026, this could go any way, and I would not be surprised if this is a 5-map series.
TM have looked beatable. I feel like we have to say it. They've struggled against teams that historically they would have just defeated with no question. They would have been super comfortable against. The meta for a while was pretty rough for their style. They found some success in Champions Clash going back to the sim, but as I say that, back to the sim, Yubi is in the lineup, so maybe they will go with this look. And honestly, this kind of makes sense. If Maga's coming back into the meta, maybe there's a place for sim in this style. If there was a team to be able to find that, I think it'd be Twisted Minds.
I mean, they also played
it's always
Yubi.
control first, so everything is misleading. I don't trust it.
They played Yubi in Japan, and arguably, it was the most comfortable they've looked so far since we had Bastion
Yubi's just
and
their
Cat drop.
LAN party sub-in. Like, he's just like the guy they bring out in person, which is kind of funny, honestly.
Do you think the Twisted Minds headquarters has like a button hidden behind glass? And every time they're about to start looking beatable, someone just goes and presses it. It's like that bat button that you had from the old school 60s Batman.
Whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes. If you sub UV in and it works for you, then it works for you. You guys did talk to Funny Astro last week, and he did say, like, expect to see something different from us in week 3. Like, it's no secret that they drop maps, they drop matches, and it shouldn't have been that way, and they had to figure things out. So it's been an uphill battle for them. This is the first time we see them struggle in quite a long time, but they came out on top last week, and I'm sure they're going to do it again. I'm going to give this one to Twisted Minds, because while they struggle to find their footing in this meta individually, they're just still on such a high level. Like, I'd be very surprised if they got to go down against GK.
Yeah, I went TM as well. I think the shift into maybe a faster paced Maga style is going to be fantastic for them, and I think it's going to put them right back on track to have a really strong playoff.
I went TM, and now that we know that Yubi's starting, I feel much more solid in that prediction, because it's not just about like the heroes that he can play, it's about the coaching that he brings to that team as well.
Yeah, emergency Yubi engaged. Let's see what he can do in their match today in order to clinch that playoff spot. Guys, please take it away.
And for Twisted Minds, these rush styles are this is how they won the World Championship last year. This is how they have rolled over so many opponents. And picking OWCS says to me that they really want to push the tempo. I think this is, I would argue, the most rush-centric of the 3 points, or of the 3, rather, control maps available to you. Deferment of the ban, it's going to mean GK get rid of the Maga, or rather the Bastion, and Twisted Mind's going to deal with the Mizuki. Neither team, both teams kind of banning out some shenanigans. This to me starts to look like a Maga mirror, some at least some sort of rush mirror, which very curious to see if Yubi does bring out the sim. That has been fantastic for him in the past.
He could play the Tracer as well. Like, I could honestly TM doing really well with Tracer, Xion. in their DPS line. You could play the Sim, the Reaper, the Mei, the Xion. Those are sort of like all of the staples that we have. And then obviously like Quartz, potential Xion, Sojourn, Cassidy, Emre, a lot of those hit scan. Very interested when Astro said that there'll be a different look to this team. Is it a 2026 new hero look? Or is it we have something new by going back to the old, which did work out for them before in Japan. Like, they did get second at Champions Clash, and it was off of bringing Yubi back and playing two compositions that were both from previous metas.
Twisted Minds not afraid to forge their own path. Of course, they had to do a lot of that in Japan, being kind of the one team to bring back the Sim and make it actually look pretty effective. I mean, TVNT had to go Rhine at one point in the grand finals, and I mean that was an incredibly close series. For GK, they want to strike here. I mean, this is your best chance, maybe ever, to beat Twisted Minds, right? Maybe the best one you're going to get. And for GK, this is a win that changes everything, right? When it comes to playoffs, when it comes to qualifying and your seeding calculus. That second seed is very much still up for grabs. I mean, Virtus.pro, of course, #1 with the bullet, but nobody else has 3 or more map wins. So you get this here, you put yourself in pole position. Twisted Minds, they want to stop that here and now.
I don't know how long this diva for TVNT will exist in the composition that TM are currently teasing, Jake, because GK, they have a composition that is totally tailor-made to take out TVNT's diva. Like Alpha Yi on that Vendetta, Labta on the Xion, a lot of aggression, a lot of pressure. But
Big
at least with the
stomp.
diva, you do matrix out all of the sustain that can go towards Mauga, both the Afuda from the Kiriko, as well as any damage that Ziyad can do for the self-heal, and a big boot from Kelix onto Yubi. Does mean that GK, despite being down that tank, do get the first cap of this point.
The boops, big dividends. Boop of the day, maybe. Onto Ziyad, onto Yubi. 2 players taking a long walk off a short pier, and GK back up into choke and maybe right into the back line. Ziyad wastes no time in getting aggressive, but Finn is cut down, and I mean, thinking he could catch Twisted Minds off guard proves to be hubris as they just received that rush, looking an awful lot like a feed here in this fight.
Yeah, Quartz on that Sojourn as well will be looking really lethal. Like GK, no sim wall to answer the overclock. It's going to be a hope that Kelix gets Sound Barrier online in time, and with the speed that Quartz is building that Sojourn ultimate, I highly doubt that GK will do anything except kite out the damage that Quartz can deal. Twisted Minds still holding that point, forcing GK to walk into them with things like that Mauga and Vendetta, and they'll just teleport away. All of that time spent on the rotation, no connection.
Yeah, nice little evasion there with the Sim TP. Playing ring around the Rosie, GK. Opportunity now to get aggressive. Sim TP is not available. Big Stomp comes in. Beautiful cleanse from Simple to stabilize through the dive. Yubi's trying to hold his own, but Alpha Yi just swarms over him. EK, player advantage to them. Can they close up the fight? Still the other 4 for Twisted Minds, fighting hard. TVNT in desperation can almost bring down Labda, but not quite enough. Quartz does find 1 in the chaos in the trade, but EK gonna be happy with that. Able to finish the fight in style. Alpha Yi finds another onto Funny Astro, and no one escapes with their life here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, GK have the opportunity here to go fast with Rush, but if you go fast with Rush, at the start of these fights, Yubi just teleports. Simple has no requirement to match. Astro will be very careful in how you invest this beat as Finn sees a teleporter, wants to just cut Twisted Minds momentum. Yubi similar makes it so hard for GK to find kills through it, and TM get the better of the Vendetta. Astro's beat is safe.
A beat out of Kelix, but there's only Finn benefiting from it. Ziyad couldn't quite get it, and even if he had, I don't know if it would have made much of a difference. They just stall the point a few seconds longer. Twisted Minds repel that advance comfortably and still hold on to some key ultimates now. Alfie does have that Sundering Blade, though, which will give Funny Astro some pause in terms of deploying the Sound Barrier.
Yeah, especially if you try to use the Sound Barrier versus Labda. With that spree, we've seen so many Ajaxes off of the burst damage that the Xion's ult provides. Speaking about burst though, Quartz holds all the cards at the moment. GK having to be very careful not to lose someone on those rotations. No sim teleport to dodge away from Quartz's line of sight. Instead, reliance on Labda cutting them off as yet again Twisted Minds see the Mauga coming, teleport away. Cage invested from Ziyad, but he's so low and there's so little follow-up until now. Spree attempted for TVNT with the mech, defense matrix into Quartz with the OC, and GK totally shut down.
I mean, Twisted Minds look really solid in this style, and for all the success that Manga Vendetta has had versus a lot of teams. You give a lot of space to Quartz to play the Sojourn, and UB with the Sim proves to be so elusive. Like, you can't even connect into the back line, and these long fights look better and better for TM. Last chance here for GK to come back into this. They're desperately trying to finish farming that rush. Finn still a few percentage away, and the clock is unforgiving in this moment. They're going to be able to get the opportunity.
Match, though.
You get that online, but as you said, the match is available. TP into the back line. Looks like a little bit of a distraction move from UB. He's starting to just cook away on this Mauga, the Matrix, mitigating all that life steal from Ziad, who gets so incredibly low. The Sports doing everything, just trying to keep this Manga up, and so far, they have succeeded. TVNT now out of the suit, trying to get trades. Labda finds one, Kelix with another, and it will be a cleanup. GK passed the test there. Incredible work on the supports to just keep Ziad up. I mean, TVNT went all in with that Matrix, thought they could maybe overwhelm the Mauga, but that's a mistake many have made before.
Yeah, the sound barrier match for both of these teams. TM have so much more kill potential off of Quartz and UB fully charged. Like, Labda has to get something early, jumping on the back line, and that's exactly what he does. Sound barrier comes up, but not in time to save Simple, and Twisted Minds invested big in that fight. Quartz now denied the beat to have the extra health to use this overclock aggressive.
This ends.
Dolphins for one. Here comes the OC from Quartz. Past the Stifle, but it's him who gets overrun. Xion dominating aggression here on this Mauga, and the TM, once world champion team now, looking in trouble here in this first round of control. UB cut down, Labda and Alfie just making mincemeat of all these attackers on this point. And that will be a round to GK Esports. Pretty surprising for me that you're able to beat TM straight up in the Sim Rush Mirror. I mean, that is their absolute comfort style.
I mean, it's also the fact that GK just went first when Twisted Minds were rotating. Like, we see Twisted Minds go back to what's worked for them with that Sim being able to kite out things like that Mauga engagement. If you kite out the Mauga engagement, a lot of the composition loses the damage capabilities, since you don't have that slam to set up the follow-up of things like your Xion or your Vendetta. But overwhelming TM as they were trying to get through that choke, forcing the sound barrier, and getting the pick onto Simple before it could save the Kiriko was absolutely crucial for GK.
Yeah.
You get the panic, you take away a resource which would have set Quartz up to clutch a situation in OT with OCB, and you stop TM from having
Simwall, crucial in that most recent fight. GK now stepping up to the high ground once again, not going to waste any time. Straight into the backline. Alfie has already found Simple, and TM just eviscerated in the opening seconds of this. I mean, the control point is not even open, and they are team wiped. I think Moxie fixing some internet struggles. We'll see if we can get her back in sooner rather than later. But speaking of getting back in sooner rather than later, Twisted Minds need a new lease on life in this series, because it has been all GK with their trademark aggression here. A big stomp connects on the TVNT, actually knocks him out of the fight. Alfie will punish Funny Astro, and Twisted Minds caught flat-footed in this one. UB getting the signature Sim Quartz on the Sojourn. And it is not working. I mean, the trades come in, but you have to favor GK in this cleanup fight. I mean, both Finn and Kelix still alive. Double support behind Labda. He's going to have no issue.
onto Ari.
We'll have to see if there's enough for TM now. With this TVNT Orisa, maybe it'll be the game changer that they need to maybe manage to mitigate some of that overwhelming dive forward. Ziad, speared into the corner, just barely has enough damage alongside Labda to finish off Quartz, and with the Sojourn gone, feels like the rest of the team can just go all out. No fear, even with the rush deployed from Simple. No respect is being given, no quarter taken, and DK run away so far with this second round. Seems like it'll be just me for the moment on this cast. See if we can keep pace with all the action for all the folks watching at home. Get Monty back into this. But GK, I mean, they have a whole bank of ultimates now. This is brutal for Twisted Minds to be on a retake with a Sim as well that kind of wants to play things a little slower, and the slow play has felt impossible. I mean, GK, another hard dive deep into the background. Once again, cage fight, good enough to connect on the Quartz. Yubi, though, steps up to the plate, tries to assist his battle brother, but in this case, GK are all over them. The 5-man overwhelm, and they still hold on to Rush for the next fight.
Oh, they're holding close too, as well. So the TM, if they want to get past, it's going to be desperation touch from TVNT on the Wrecking Ball. Can he manage to? Kelix is in position to boop, just barely makes it in time.
Rush onto the point, makes things awkward. Quartz looking from the outside with the OC. Desperately needs kills. Does shut down Ziad with the help of Yubi, but Alfie, Ziad already finding damage in the fight. Quartz needs to do more. So much is being asked of him in this moment. He does drop Kelix, getting a little bit of assist from the Wrecking Ball, but the health starting to drop. There's no supports behind him. Alfie senses that weakness, chases him down. And this is a heck of an opening map to set the tone for the series against a TM that is scrambling, grasping for straws, bringing out the Symmetra. And it falls completely flat. This is the you know, if emergency break glass. And I mean, this is looking like an emergency, Moxie.
This is looking like a little bit of an emergency, as I feel like TM, like, they ran through so many different options to try to work out what to do. The D.Va was working to a point, being able to matrix away a lot of the Mauga damage so that you're not able to self-sustain. But then we saw the swap to the Orisa on the second round, and that had very little value in comparison to what exactly everyone from GK's comp was succeeding with. It's less struggle into the Vendetta, but it does take away a lot of the strain that the Mauga was finding himself under in the round before.
I had the wrong read on this. I mean, I really thought Twisted Minds would come in loving to play this Mauga style, right? And wanting to bring an incredible level of pace to their team. But they instead decided to try and slow things down, do what has, in fairness, worked for them so many times before, which is set Quartz up for success, buy him space, teleport him around, buy him time. You know, those ult fights get really scary with how well Yubi can pilot the sim, how much value he can get on that hero. And it's just a fearless aggression from Ziad and Alfie, Lambda as well in tow, that just devastates them. Their formation can never really get set. They can't get into these long fights because things are over in seconds. I mean, Alfie and Lambda get into the fight, and it feels like the kills come in before you could possibly react. I mean, the Setsuriku
yeah, I mean,
just...
here, right? The cage with the spree combo, like you said, there's very little that you can do to react. And it's not like you can just Suzu the entire duration of that Shion ult. It's 3 whole bursts. So if you use the Suzu, that gives you 1 second to be able to react and try to take that Shion down. And it's just not enough. And I think like the issue prevails for Twisted Minds. We're seeing them try to play something quote unquote new by returning to the past, as opposed to GK, who are playing something wholly new. And Twisted Minds are being like totally power crept out, it feels, in terms of all of these options. Shion's such a strong opportunity. If TVNT tries to go for his staple pick of D.Va into the Mauga, Vendetta totally eats the mech alive. So there are now all of these new solutions to things that in the past Twisted Minds were able to get around.
Yeah, and I think Xion has a very good matchup into Sim from what I've seen so far, right? 2 mobility tools to be able to get away from those potentially scary moments where Sim gets high energy, and a lot of close range bursts to really attack the Sim, punish her. You know, when everyone TPs around, they're really vulnerable to skills like the Setsuriku spree, right? Cutting you apart, you're all stacked up on the teleporter. You know, we saw some moments where TVNT's D.Va could mitigate it, but there's so much asked of the entirety of TM in terms of evading that kind of aggression, and they just couldn't sustain deep into those rushes because the first hit comes from Ziad, but the rest of the team just keeps piling on, keeps overwhelming. You never get a chance to reset, and it feels like Quartz almost has to get a kill in the first second of the fight, which sometimes he can, but I mean, no one can do that reliably.
Okay, I'm not surprised by that Vendetta ban. That was one of the largest issues that TVNT
for both
was
Sim
facing.
and D.Va.
Yeah, for both the Sim and the D.Va, as that blade, it's so problematic, and it was also one of the things that was allowing GK to collapse onto TM so quickly with that Vendetta's forward movement. The Ryan ban, though, that's very interesting. Are they anticipating TM trying to play the good old EMEA tradition of Sim Ryan shenanigans?
I will say they beat Crazy Raccoon playing Ryan on Kings Row. I think Ryan is maybe even a little underpicked right now with at least when Sigma Mizuki is dominant, although no one's really playing that much Sigma Mizuki anymore, so maybe the Ryan is also going to go by the wayside. But Twisted Minds have shown...
Fire Strike buffs are good, though. I will say, Fire Strike buffs
The Fire Strike buffs are good. I think Ryan is just a
good.
very good hero into Mizuki. I think Mizuki doesn't have any boops, no ability to really control the ride when he's just, you know, marching you down with the shield. Shatter's a huge problem for Mizuki,
free
the
ult
Sanctuary.
as well for Sanctuary. It's just like, oh, everyone wants to play inside the Mizuki ultimate. You can just see the dollar signs, or I guess
Exactly,
euro
Ryan just
signs
pins into
in
the thick of
Ryan's
it.
eyes. When he's like, I can pin, I can shatter, I can have an absolute free time. So yeah, heads up play from Geeky, banning out one possibility on the side of what exactly TM could flex to. I just want to see how much impact taking out that Vendetta has. Like, what part of TM are going to be able to still get around things like that Xion by removing that Vendetta?
Interesting, Geeky. It's going to be a 180 from them. They're actually going to go over to the Sigma Mizuki, which I think this is why you ban the Ryan, because you want to play this comp. Twisted Mind's going to be showing something very interesting, a little Sebastian Malga. I mean, it's a wild and wacky one. Funny Aster even hovering the cat. But Geeky going to go with, I think, what has been pretty tried and tested. And the Sim on their own side means they'll be able to match at least some of the mobility that Twisted Minds is such a signature at executing. If you win the Sim mirror, surely that just breaks the mental of this Twisted Mind squad. And they can't afford to go down 0-2 in this series. I mean, that would be devastating.
Devastating, especially bringing Yubi back in and feeling like you can rely on his comms again. TM will be attacking with that Bastion Cat, so all focus on Labda and being able to have the hit scan prowess and shut that down.
Quartz over the top, getting a bit of damage down on this Bastion. Sim super low, needs a big save, but TVNT needs a bigger one. He's just already down. Labda focus fires onto that Malga. Swings forward now and takes down Yubi, and I mean, this is quite a composition from Twisted Minds, but I wonder, is it not a little overcooked? I mean, GK have this nice little hotel room to play inside of. Labda sharp on the hit scan today.
I mean, the Malga was just getting very little healing as well, since Astro's always playing with Quartz. And now that Labda doesn't have to worry about just farming the Malga, you can sit back and play hit scan up against the Bastion. So TM denied yet again the opportunity to walk forward.
See this rock?
GK
Okay.
will just push for more and channel this into building Finn's.
The vertical rock there, always a fun one to throw from Ziad. Definitely styling on him a little bit. Quartz getting close to that artillery. That could be an ultimate that starts to change things, but man, without it, it feels like even with the turret form, he's got to play a little bit scared of Labda, how consistent he's been on the Cassidy so far in this map. And Simple, very, very close to that Kitsune rush. Likely that's going to be their go sign. Artillery from Quartz to maybe soften up these defenders' positions. He wants to maybe bait some movement reactions from these first few shots. Isn't going to really get much of anything out of it now. Rush is exchanged on point, but Sigma is going to be very adept at battling through that. Here comes the big flux here from the defenders, slamming absolutely everybody to the ground. Ziad backstabs through. Alfie finds 3 cleanup kills on the fight, but the Sigma, the hero of the day there for GK on the defense. Twisted Minds, though, find themselves maybe in a little bit more of a comfortable poke mirror, but I mean, they are still playing Cat Bastion, so it is anything but normal.
I mean, anything can happen. TVNT with this Flux should be guarded against by Calyx with that Sanctuary. As Alpha Yi with that symbol can allow GK to hold their position into this Bastion a little bit more forward. Flux from TVNT forces out the Sanctuary, which eats up all of the damage Quartz could possibly do. And GK totally live TM's engage and walk back with something of their own. Alpha Yi's wall, forcing TM to disengage, give up more time that they're about to start running out of.
Separating the map into quadrants, stabilizing things for the defenders. Now the attackers maybe with their best chance yet. A couple ultimates coming up their way in the tempo game. Artillery fire going in, but a quick TP to flip the map from Alpha Yi. Shades of Twisted Minds themselves is now Labda secure on the high ground. Pushes Yubi away for the moment. Will end up getting cut down by Simple though, but the trades continue to come in. The defenders maybe making this hold is now Funny Astro on the cat, called upon to find some kind of a kill and cannot get anything. Geeky back off the respawn. Alfie's will be a little bit late to this next fight, but this is going to be, I think, the final fight, Moxie.
Yeah, this could well be the final fight. Simple at least will have this Kitsune rush, but GK have 2 points to sacrifice. If TM open with rush, they can just use the Sigma Flux to try and stop it, or they can kite and play for second after, and it seems like they want to go for the kite into the Flux.
Nice rock as well. TVNT breaks the Flux of Ziad, which was really their only chance to maybe come back into this fight. Now GK, they do just barely get the forward spawn from Kellic, so they will be able to potentially hold the choke. Twisted Minds, though, always threatening. They might try and look to take this challenge, although it seems like this will just be a long, drawn-out poke trade in the choke point, which ask some questions maybe of Cat Bastion. Like, how can they really get value on this company? Maybe it's going to be all the way through around the backline.
I mean, it looks like it as Quartz actually goes to the up window. GK
getting kind of boxed out of this one already. Bastion from the high ground. Now he's TP'd on. The entire squad of DK swings up and just marks that flank dominantly. And now they're looking for more. They want to clean up some of these kills. Okay, the TP is still available from UB. It actually just gets TNT safely back to the spawn. But GK, I mean, this is a big fight to win, right? Stabilizing in this choke point. They have shown so much willingness to be aggressive, punishing the Cat Bastion every time they want to look for a play. The main group is absolutely assaulted. Now it's TVNT's turn to find a big flux, but the Sanctuary sure ensures that the follow-up isn't going to be very easy to get through, even with the rock on that Deadeye. Luby as well with the sound barrier. Everything is going on this payload. Full chaos, but a beautiful symbol from Alpha means there is no chance for the attackers to step up and cross that threshold. Virtually impossible here, but Simple with the rushes, maybe he'll do it anyway. Just as that wall expires, beautiful timing. Alpha maybe a little overconfident in that position. Gets cleaned up. Ziad finds himself in an off angle. May look to try and clutch this. Does pop the flux. Dodges the rock from TVNT, but he'll need to do more than that. I mean, Twisted Minds sweep over the opposition in this fight.
Yeah, but that is rush fight. So GK, one opportunity to build rush before TM get this checkpoint. So they'll have to win out these fights very quickly, or try to just get kills on the defense to delay the actual regroup contest that comes out. There's already the Cat Bastion problem too, just waiting. You can see Quartz now has much more freedom of space to be able to play around positions that Labda can fire that from.
Now, it's opportunity for the defenders. They've got to be able to walk out, make some space. Quartz over the top. No real value from this tank form, signaling an opportunity for GK to step up to the plate. Astro could be looking for some kind of a catnap, although it's not necessarily easy to find in this comp. Very, very easy to be punished on it. Finn holding this rush, wants to really stall the clock out, because as we get down below 1 minute, I mean, this could be the final fight.
Yeah, I don't think you go for the catnap. You want the cat to be positioning Quartz.
Oh, big shots for Quartz!
So you can take the kill onto Alpha U. Good Rock, but that means Rock's not there to stop TVNT's ult.
Oh, the flux into the artillery fire, not even needed. TVNT, since he's been onto the Sigma, feels like the tenor of this match has shifted quite dramatically, and maybe in a comfortable way for TM as they're able to play more straightforward in the poke game. Quartz, the tank form, is really hurting onto Alpha Yi and Labda. I mean, they're struggling when he's over the top with those tank shells. Like, it is really rough to be playing the defending DPS.
Yeah, TVNT benefiting as well from Yubi on the sim. Able to move up onto that high ground position, really take away the angles that Labda can play into as the Simple takes down Alpha Yi. GK missing that Symmetra teleport to walk them away from TM to try and box them in with Kelix's ult, but it just does not work. And TM beat GK despite.
And TM, yeah, they look so much more comfortable here in this map. Moxie having some internet troubles here, so we're doing our best. But TM, I mean, they have everything. They have everything they could possibly ask for when it comes to finishing off this point. Now DK are fully desperate, completely locked out of the team fight by a beautiful sim wall from Yubi. Quartz over the top in pole position to dominate these defenders. Where could they possibly go? Running Astro even sets Quartz up for success. Not that he needs it from this high ground position. They do get the cart just under 1 minute timer, which is pretty meaningful here. But in the end, Twisted Minds get things over the line, and in a poke style that is a little bit different from the norm, playing the Cat Bastion, but Yubi still able to show a lot of comfort on the sim, and TVNT Sigma has been lights out.
I mean, this is also what we wanted to see from TM, right? You said that they like to do their own thing, and this feels like a very Twisted Minds take on the Cat Bastion. You still play the Cat Bastion, but you still play things like the Symmetra and the Sigma, which has worked for TM before in the past. So the meshing of the two strategies is working out for them. You get the benefits of both.
Simple, finding a lot of cheeky picks, but really it's Quartz able to take this Bastion tank form. Something, you know, really the perk we didn't see taken, right? When the Cat Bastion meta was so dominant because those aerial duels were so important. But here, against the low-ground sim and the Cassidy, that tank form hurts, man. It feels like they're just getting free picks from that. They're just playing the cooldown cycle, and GK didn't really have much of a response. I mean, Labda was able to shut it down on first point, but second and third were a different story. Now, Twisted Minds going to go with a little bit more of an aggressive look on this defense. They don't want to give the attackers any room to set up. But will they regret it? I mean, the Cat Bastion works so well for them on attack. Now they're going back to a little bit more of a tried and true conventional style. but one in which the Calyx's Mizuki, I think, could be quite impactful in responding to. So UB and TVNT, it's going to be more of that signature aggression, but on this first point defense, it feels like you just can't make any mistakes, right? You cannot give up any players. The attack respawn is so close, and GK are going to put the pressure on them here. A lot of poke to be fielded with this comp, and the TPs from Alfie to provide additional mobility. As I say that, though, Quartz will just have him in 1 second here. Charge rail so threatening when it's in the hands of Quartz. Disruptor shot further mitigating these attackers. It's a nice little opening salvo here from the defenders. Ooh, the Widow comes out from Alfie. Actually just almost enough here to drop Quartz, and they're going to go over for GK. Back to the manga, back to the signature aggression that's worked so well, this time with the Pharah behind. Alfie set up for success. There's no one really adept at dealing with Pharah in this matchup. TP to the high ground, instantly conked, fully disrupting the play. Beautiful from Alfie now, looking to punish the attackers. Desperate from Twisted Minds, they need to somehow change the narrative of this fight, and Alfie is just letting the fight come to him. Nice little conk onto Quartz out of the air. The support is good from Finn and Calyx to keep Alfie fighting. And as the dust settles, it will be GK opening up first point.
Just totally overwhelming. Twisted Minds with that oppressive damage of both the Sojourn and the Pharah. I mean, does Quartz swap to the Cassidy at some point? Simple have Rush at least. That is the benefit of all of that incoming spam, right? You build up Rush so much faster in comparison to Finn. But now that the Pharah has done its job opening up the space of first within the first fight, Geeky are off the Pharah
I'm
and
actually
on
kind
to
of
the Sim
surprised.
Mizuki.
I'm surprised that they go back to the Sim and the Mizuki here. They want to play a straightforward mirror. Maybe they feel like this
Well, it's
Mizuki is
into
just
the
going to
Diva, right?
yeah,
TVNT
dominate.
swaps to the Diva to deal with the Pharah, and now you're stuck on Diva into two of your hardest counters.
That's true. Desperation now. Simple goes with a defensive rush, and they have to just send it in aggressively, but EK ready to receive. Fully kiting back from this full chase from TVNT, going a little too far in my view. Maybe they made a little space for Quartz to work, but same can be said for Lambda on this Sojourn in the rush. No kills from it. Now opportunity for GK as they look to change this narrative on the attack. Quartz doubles down with the Overwatch block, trying to just end this fight before it begins, but a cage fight ensures that he's just going to be on the outside looking in. TVNT popped out of the suit, trying to get a remake up, but is only going to find a quick trip back to the spawn. And although not many kills came out in this fight, it is emphatically in favor of GK Esports.
Yeah, and the next one will be as well, right? UB with the Sim will at least should guard against Lambda's OC, but Calyx with the Sanctuary, able to absorb all of the kill pressure from Twisted Minds. We're looking at Funny Astro at least with the sound barrier advantage. Does that Quartz up to go for something, but Twisted Minds have to clutch.
Funny Astro holding onto this beat. Diamond hands from him. Quartz, that's a huge kill onto Calyx. Make sure the Sanctuary can't come out. Lambda just retreating here with the OC, and Quartz has been such a hero with the individual kills. You really cannot ask for more from your Sojourn. You can't even ask for this much. It is not fair, and yet somehow Quartz is delivering. Feels like they need more, though. I mean, that's a scary thought for Twisted Minds when Quartz is playing at his best, that it's not enough, right? Like, that's how I'm starting to feel, at least on this King's Row.
It buys you time at least. Simple, close to rush. Calyx could absorb it with sound barrier pressure, though. As GK trying to find a way to navigate around these chokes. With that Sim TP, Laptop so low, does die onto that Sim turret from UB. And GK, look about their Sojourn, are now stuck on an island on second point of King's Row.
So this group of four, no pushovers, right? They could definitely fight this one, and Twisted Mind's going to give them that respect as well, playing that ultimate game. Ziad gets incredibly low. Symbol comes out. So too does the Sanctuary. TVNT just gets overwhelmed. Has to self-destruct just to stay alive. He's still... What? He kills two. Okay, bomb TP'd in at the last possible second. I have to start expecting that play, and clearly so too to GK Esports. They were not ready for it whatsoever.
It was past the symbol. That's the thing. TM wait for Alfie to set up the symbol, and then UV perfectly sets in the Sim TP just as TVNT's mech is about to explode. TVNT, though, stuck on the Diva still, into both the Mizuki and the Symmetra. It's working versus the Malga. Yet again, it keeps the Ziad sustainability somewhat contained. But now you're looking at Quartz with this OC to keep Finn's rush contained.
TP instantly broken, but this time DK get through it without trouble. Quartz with the OC trying to get some kind of a punish, but there's no one in the angle. Still, Card is quite far back, so you really have to step up. Twisted Minds now in a fully mappable position, and it's simple this time to find the kill on the Calyx. They keep finding these openers, the individuals on TM, stepping up when the team needs them most. Lapta, though, keeps this fight going with a kill onto Quartz. Ziad still reasonably healthy, but the UB wants to fix that in short order, but no, the support is too good here. Awareness in assisting this Malga, and even a nice little additional stagger onto UB. Twisted Minds, they're going to be fast on the retake. They should get another chance into this.
And they've already got the symbol and the sound barrier ready to go. So you have 2 tools to answer the aggression from GK, both the OC and the Mauga cage. There's a winning potential
Ziad
here
is
for
so
TM.
deep. He's just caging them out of the fight. They may not have the TP to be able to touch. It's
They can't
beautiful.
touch.
I love it from Ziad. And he, there's no, he lives? Okay, there's no way he lives, right?
lives.
Surely, oh my, that is.
No, he's out.
That is
he is fully
insane.
out. That is disgusting.
It was because he knew UB used the TP to roll out as is really like almost
And
a
you don't have
must.
sim TP.
Exactly,
to
there's
escape
nothing to
Mauga
get you out of the
cage.
cage. That's such a heads up play from Ziad. I don't think they win that fight heads up, and he
They
has
use
to
the
find that.
symbol too, Jake. They use the symbol and the sound barrier, so now Lab to get spray overclock.
That's really, really well done. Now GK, remember, there's still been a full cap against them, so they're a long way from a King's Row win. Getting the rush out from Simple, though, is quite the start. I mean, OC for rush is definitely a trade you will take here as GK Esports.
Especially, you've got Symbol from Alpha. So, like, Twisted Minds, they will be able to secure some map space, but that can all be taken away. Quartz, with the overclock, GK not having the symbol up just yet, have to fully kite it out. Try to hide now when the symbol is up, but Quartz is already on an angle to punish before they can TP out.
Twisted Minds are so insanely good at the poke game. This time the self-destruct won't find kills, but the front line has been indomitable from GK Esports. They've been able to take all this pressure and still be able to cap checkpoints. Quartz, though, really stepping up to the plate now on the Sojourn, making all the value in the world from this Pink Maga, charging up a lot of those rails. TVNT just stalling things out, slowing the game down, but by inch and inch, slowly GK roll things forward. Twisted Minds are not really able to take these heads-up engagements, and here comes Finn with the rush. Beat comes down as well. Desperate for Bunny Astro has to come inside of the cage, but there's not much hope for him or TVNT. Just overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the GK brawl.
Oh, it was the cage. Astro has to use Beat to save TVNT because he doesn't have self-destruct, so Beat only connects to 2. And off of the back of that, GK should be able to push. TVNT will desperately try to swap to the Wrecking Ball, but he's booped away. Is able to get the roll and the touch for stall out, but I don't think anyone else is close enough. And yep, there we go. Full push from both teams. The difference, 4 seconds.
So it comes to this, an overtime round. Clock's virtually tied here. GK with just a few seconds more time. I mean, this rush cage is like, the beat lasts all of 1 second. I mean, you're just annihilated into this one. Ziad, I think, has been...
It catches 2, and then you have to contest with rush on top of the cage as well from GK.
This is not happening.
just-
It's not happening. Rush cage, I don't think sound barrier really means much of anything into that kind of a, you know, especially with Sim behind. I mean, the DPS is devastating, even on someone as tanky as D.Va. But now with all the perks online and no opportunity for mistakes, I think both teams are put to a really serious test here in the OT round, which will decide this map.
Yeah, but I think for TM, especially when you look at how fast GK were able to cap first, you have to get at least some way through second.
Wait, okay.
Like, if I mean, Quartz, is he really going
this
to
is
go
a
for
bait.
Surely
Surely
Yubi
this is a
would be
bait.
the one to play the Pharah.
I mean, I will say with the full perks online, I feel like you can open Bastion, right? And use that tank form perk from the get-go, which actually I think...
Yubi...
No,
yeah,
they're
there's
just-
no way.
this
They won't
has to
attack.
be a bait,
They'll be
but-
changing things up.
But Quartz, I mean, he's the tank form Bastion has dominated GK for quite a few fights.
You have to go Bastion cap. Like, even if you don't get a kill, you still force GK to have to respect the space of the Bastion cap and the damage that they can do, which means that TM get through choke without losing a player early.
Labda called upon on this high ground to maybe get some kind of a defense, but knows he can't really hold the line with Cap Bastion in the sky. Bunny Astro, for now, a slow position, pretty defensive, weathering the storm of this turf form, but as it ends, tempo to GK, they need to swing out. First capture point already grabbed here. First checkpoint, rather, for the attackers here, and GK scrambling to get some kind of a counter kill when they have this moment of strength, but Quartz going to be coming back in with the next tank form. Here it comes, Labda shooting back up to the sky, putting down very good damage. Actually, the trade may just barely come in, and Bunny Astro has to pull Quartz out of the fight, and even that is not enough to keep the Bastion alive. So they give a tick, setting a win con for Twisted Minds, but for now they hold, and I mean, they can get a touch, but it is going to be one heck of a scrappy one here. Wrecking Ball maybe can get it done, but I mean, just annihilated. Even the Tracer 3-blink recall isn't quite enough. Yubi just, I think, an inch shy on that recall to get the overtime rolling.
Oh, Calyx.
I mean, well done by Labda to be able to stand there and just duel up into the sky, putting so much damage down on the Quartz that Funny Astro has to actually pull him out of the fight on the Cat Bastion of
It
all
takes
things.
away from TVNT as well. That's the thing. Like, so much pressure goes out onto Quartz. All of the healing has to be focused on the Bastion, and TVNT is just left out to dry.
Yeah, and I mean, Sim and Sigma running you over is, it's not a good time to be without supports, right? You really need a lot of assist on Sigma in that moment. However, I feel like TM have done enough. I mean, getting the OT, like getting a tick on first is very winnable. Like, this just comes down to one single fight.
Here's the issue, though. Like, if you're Twisted Minds, you lost first so quickly to Farah Sojourn. So I feel like Quartz has to roll out on the Cassidy, which means that GK can literally just go scout the fact that Quartz is on the Cass and punish that he's not on the Sojourn.
I will say, though, I don't think there is any, like, very significant punish. I think Twisted Minds comp, there is no, like, hard counter. I mean, maybe the Cat Bastion is the best you could do, but I don't...
Sojourn at least is not going to kill someone off of just a one-shot potential before we have the chance to build ults, which is one of the advantages of a defensive Sojourn in these overtime rounds.
Yeah. You at least don't have to worry about those sniper threat. EK, though, they're going to take the mirror. Liking their odds,
I think,
decent
like,
enough.
The Pharah is just too risky. If Quartz starts on the Cass and TVNT is on the Diva, if TM anticipate the Pharah, you spend precious time losing one fight or going back to spawn. And when you have 1 minute, you can't afford to sacrifice those seconds.
Immediate step up on a point, a lot of pressure being put down. Alfie, big sim pressure, getting some high energy. The Rock connects, but TVNT's dropping so low, getting absolutely cooked into this fight. Lambda does go down, but without the tank, who's going to step up? Who's going to touch this checkpoint for now? It's Funny Astro on the Mizuki, Yubi following him behind. And Yubi does stand tall. The fight, though, is so incredibly quick. They need to delay this kill on the Mizuki, which is actually massive. But it's still 25 seconds left. I think there's still a chance for a regroup and another engagement.
Labs is going Sojourn as well, so now TM have to be very careful about that snipe potential. If someone dies because they're forced into contesting, like, Quartz can hold space at least for TM with Deadeye, but if Labda gets an opening kill onto a support, it's so hard for TM to recover from.
Sim turret's cooking away from Yubi. Quartz finds Lab to teleport up to the high ground. Big Deadeye channel drops Kellex. Big shot onto the other, and Twisted Minds hold the line on King's Row. It goes absolutely to the wire. But some clutch plays on the defense. Yubi stands tall there after losing his Sigma to hold the first fight. Quartz opens up with a quick kill onto Lab that should just ice out any possibility of the opponents taking the map. And TM equalizes the series 1-1. I have a feeling you're going to be right, Monty. This one might just go the distance.
That is the Vendetta ban, though.
True.
And I think that actually really influenced a lot of what TVNT was able to accomplish on the Diva.
Wait. Quartz? What the heck? Quartz did almost
Planet
30K?
Deadlift has a new face.
That is disgusting. I mean, all right, I will say, this Cat Bastion, I mean, the damage you deal with this kind of a style is heinous. I mean, just...
Yeah, we do have to go back and check to see, like, exactly what portion of that damage Quartz did was on the Bastion and what was on things like the Soj and the Cassidy.
I mean, he was doing work on everything he touched. Like, that's the thing. Quartz is as good as he's ever been. I really feel like you watch him play, there's no question about his individual level right now. It's the overall Twisted Minds team that maybe isn't quite so far ahead of the competition as they once were. Here we can see this TP bomb play. Look at that timing.
Yeah, look at the TP bomb. Perfectly through the sim wall.
Wait, is it? I think it might have actually been on the far side, but I think maybe they were trying to split the sim wall. Maybe they saw the TP, and I mean, that was down to the limit. Getting 2 kills off that, though, is that's a lot. I mean, it feels like you could be a little bit more defensive, maybe a little bit of disrespect, of course, from the defense, thinking they could get away with a more aggro peak. But in the end, Twisted Minds, they stabilized to a map win. I mean, calling that a stable map win, though, it doesn't feel right? That one is as close as it gets on King's Row.
Yeah, I mean, full push for both teams. 1 minute, 1 minute, 4 seconds. Like I said, though, that's the Vendetta. Like, ban now done. I really want to see Twisted Minds have those same consistencies of clutches with things like the Diva versus the Mauga when Vendetta is still in play. I think that's probably going to be one of their strongest, like, issues.
I think they need to play Mauga. I don't think you can play this Diva into the Vendetta.
I don't think you can play Diva into the Vendetta, but I feel like they want to because of how uncomfortable it makes the Mauga feel.
GK are going to take us to Runasapi, and honestly, you know, I think this kind of dynamic map type is exactly what you want when you want to go all out aggression with the Vendetta, with the Mauga. You know, this is the kind of a map type, both push and flashpoint and control, that you really want. I think the interesting thing will be Escort. which I suspect will be the way Twisted Minds want to take the series, to kind of slow things down, provide space and time for Quartz to work. We know he can absolutely deliver game-winning kills, and honestly just does every single team fight. It's kind of disgusting how consistent he is, but needs to do a lot here on Runasampi, where one pick may not be enough when it comes to an all-out rush engagement.
I mean, that's one of the concerns I think that a lot of teams have currently. How possible is it to actually carry as a solo in this current meta? Because it feels like it's a much more team-orientated meta. Right as we get the first ban coming out of the side of GK, they will be removing Simple's Kiriko, which also now safeguards your other supports as well, as Sigma will be banned out. Interesting that TM don't try to take the Mauga out, so maybe, Jake, you're right. Maybe they do decide to bend the knee, move away from the Diva, and mirror.
I mean, banning the Kiri is a really odd one, actually, for me, because I honestly understand why you don't ban Mauga anymore, because when you ban Kiri, it's like you don't really intend to play Mauga. If you were going to play Mauga, you would want Kiri, like, universally. I think that the synergy between these two heroes is disgusting. Cage Fight Rush is, I think, one of the most unbeatable combos in the game right now. And yet banning the Kiri away yourselves, I guess it attacks at the Cat setup in a way, because Kiri has really been the one support who feels like she can actually play the game when Cat is like off on a mission with Bastion. Like at least you have some survivability on Kiri and some healing throughput for the tank. Not that it's easy to pilot, but I mean, this is going to throw all sorts of chaos now. We're going to see something completely new, because both of these heroes have been mainstays so far in this series.
Yeah, no Suzu as well. Suzu's like such an important cooldown. Is it like the most valuable cooldown, base cooldown that is in the whole game?
Maybe you think though, this Mauga Vendetta. All right, people talk about the most valuable cooldown. I'll die on this hill. Tracer Blink is the best cooldown in the game. It's not even close. It's not even close. It is the best. Like most heroes would give up. Cassidy would give up both roll and flashbang to have 3 Tracer Blinks. Every hero in the game,
and
every DPS
Xion
hero.
just releases with one that gives her additional armor.
Literally, imagine Reaper with Tracer Blinks. That's the best hero in the game. Any hero
Can
with
you
Tracer Blinks.
imagine if they released Cass in 2026, like all of his kit, what it would come with? He'd probably have a horse. Do you know what? He'd be a cowboy who actually gets to ride a horse.
They should give him a horse. That should be a perk. That should be a perk. That would go crazy hard. No, like Xion has a motorcycle. Cassidy has a horse. Like, I'm down. I'm down. Bring the silly. Embrace the silly. Speaking of the silly, GK, interesting look for them. A little bit of a hybrid between poke and rush. Really curious to see how this plays up against Cap. This feels very teched to deal with Cap Bastion, but I mean, what is Twisted Mind's plan right now, Moxie?
I like the fact as well that TM are taking advantage of a lack of Kiriko, because it will be Mauga into Mauga, but one Mauga has to face anti-nade from Simple with no Kiri to cleanse it.
Hana staying alive in this comp, I'm scared. Okay, initial sleep connected, nade onto Mauga. Big trades to open this fight.
Disappear.
And Quartz is over the top, bringing down the damage from above. Okay, no one's even able to look at Simple, and so the Ana able to get tremendous value in this fight. Clean engagement.
Well, you've got the Sim TP as well, right? So if they get close enough to Simple, Yubi just teleports him out.
True. We can utilize some additional mobility.
Instantly off of Mauga onto Diva. Matrix to eat the nades and the sleeps. Notice impossible to play the Mauga. The moment you get hit by that purple, forces Finn to have to use a mortality field, takes away all of the resources from the team.
Still, Simple is going to be in a scary game right now with a speed teleport Diva, able to threaten him, able to menace him at times. Now it's Yubi actually getting kind of boxed out on the payload, but Finn taking a lot of pressure in the backline. A big nade from Simple, good enough, backing Kellets off for the trade, but as the low numbers engagement kind of comes out, it feels like Diva able to profit here. Kellets also staying alive with Alpha E, and maybe that's all DK need to develop this fight well. I mean, despite a great early engage off the back of the Ana, they are not able to close that one out.
I think that was 2 kills off of Ziad in baby form onto TM's players.
Baby Diva's a shooter, all right? Like, the Glock is serious. Oh, a sleep from Simple. Are they able to get that into a kill?
Nade? No, no one can follow up with the kill. Alfie eats the nade instead. Get down, Mr. President moment from
It's big for Ziad
so
to get back in the suit here.
To get back in suit, which is very much required, because if TM could just push with Mauga with no Diva to eat all of that self-sustain, TM just win the fight outright.
A lot of players have been saying Ana unplayable right now. You cannot make it work. Simple's going to try here in a crucial map in the series. Little teleport through, but Quartz is more than ready. Oh my goodness, that took you to the wrong neighborhood. The Bastion from Twisted Minds well-schooled in the ways of Symmetra, just deletes them off the TP.
I mean, GK teleported just back into their own spawn. It's the new Sim perk. Super far teleport.
Let's bring it back the old Sim TP, the respawn TP from 5 years ago or whatever. Gort, I mean, Cat Bastion has always been so good on Rutasapi. DK, I feel like they're kind of caught flat-footed by it. This comp from TM, wild and wacky, but it absolutely has worked so far. And Gort instantly gets a kill onto Finn. With Amp Matrix out, it's not really able to develop too much without the heal sustain coming through from Bat. But the symbol from Alpha may be doing enough. UB throws his into the mix as well, but things have already gone from bad to worse here. A catnap stun is going to be good enough to take down Alpha, and Ziad eventually will just run out of resource to make the hold. So it's bloody, but Twisted Minds should be able to capture first point.
Yeah, forward spawns will be secured. GK at least don't have a reason of holding this sound barrier, as we actually get Alpha Yi moving onto the Tracer, so likely wanting to put more pressure on Simple on this Ana. That Twisted Minds, like, they've had Ziad try to put pressure on him. UB's just turned and melted the Diva mech through Matrix. Now we have to see if Alpha Yi can get the punishment on Simple's positioning. Can TM shore up their resources and hold their support alive?
They're not even going to get the chance. A 3 mandate is huge, but Kelix is beat, fully stabilizes. The rest of TM so desperate to follow up on that. Simple rides the TP back to a safe angle, and Quartz actually is going to overwhelm, finding 3 in the fight. So many resources had to come out just because of that biotic grenade from Simple, and he may actually live. Okay, just barely goes down, but the cart is still going to roll forward even without the Ana to support. So, I mean, that nade from Simple getting the beat out of Kelix was massive.
Yeah. I tell you what, GK, they're kicking themselves at the moment. They banned Kiriko. They let all of this happen. You have a Suzu, none of this happens. You have no issue with these nades. As GK having to really claw every inch to win some of these fights. Labbed it at least with Deadeye, but no Cat to get him in a good position to use it.
Bastion puts a lot of damage down on Ziad. That form is out though, so maybe there's an opportunity for the Deadeye to zone some players away, but Funny Astro just pulls Quartz back into a holding pattern. The Stomp even comes in, ends the Deadeye prematurely, and TVNT still healthy, creating a lot of space for Simple's Ana. GK stepping up now. They need to find some kind of a punish, but they're already bruised. They're already battered.
Nano
Simple
though.
cruising toward that nano boost. Here comes the Matrix. Desperate here from Finn. Needs to be able to keep this fight rolling. The shout is out from TVNT. It stabilized him, but there's a nano tank in the back line. No one ready to deal with Quartz into this. And Finn, long way from his Amp Matrix here. It is going to be all Twisted Minds in the feed. 1 counter kill for Kelix, but the cart continues to roll inexorably forward, and getting back to this mid-map position is starting to feel Herculean.
I mean, Mauga Cage as well. If you're TM, you can go for combo of Tank Strike, as we have a disconnect from Simple.
Oh, that hurts.
Actually. And yeah, like you said, that does hurt because TM, like, they'll be poised up. They'll be without that Ana to be able to fight into this next engagement quickly. There's an opportunity for GK here. There is a window that they can take advantage of, fully open it before TM can slam it in their face.
I mean, GK have also gone over to an Ana of their own, which I actually quite like in this moment, right? With the Gary band, with the opponent playing Maga, it's like Simple.
Hit purple. That's all you
Simple,
have to do.
He's been doing so much. And
Mauga's unplayable.
Exactly. And the sleep also really hurts on Mauga. Like getting isolated, stopping your DPS when you pop your shout, right, is really rough. Nano can hurt too. So that Ana, I think, can potentially really change the game. Simple has already been doing massive work on the hero, and see how the retreat really comes out for TM here as getting back into the game. Hopefully, Charlie will take a look at the scoreboard. We can see so far, I mean, Quartz has been, 21-1. He's already got the max perk on Bastion.
I mean, look at Simple's assists, though. 16.
Yeah, beast mode from both supports, right? They're both really involved in a ton of these fights. And Simple, of course, is going to take some deaths on the Ana. I think that's really the cost of doing business. But exactly, it's not bad.
In comparison to the rest of GK? Like, that is not bad. We were saying that the Ana might struggle staying alive here, but the thing about Twisted Minds, like, they're so good at understanding what is winning them, these fights, right? They do it so often with Quartz, where they just pump all of these resources in so he gets the space to be able to go and get those kills. And they understand that the crux of this composition that they're playing into the Mauga is keeping Simple alive. So many of these players are perfectly peeling for this Ana, so that Simple does not die, because GK understand if they want Mauga to work, Ana has to be dead. And TM literally beat the Mauga to the point that Ziad swaps off of it, and Finn is now going to try and use TM's strategy against them.
Nade into the backline. It's on a TVNT, but he's still healthy. He's just going to pop the cage fight in response. Stay stabilized on point, and the artillery fire just overwhelms Yod. No way out of that situation. TVNT, though, takes way too much damage to stabilize, so it's up to Quartz to keep this fight rolling, but he's over the top, just beaming them down from above. And the nade is a decent start to the fight, but with cage fight ready to respond.
You can swap Mauga here. No, for TVNT, like, you've done your job. You forced them off of the Mauga. They're now on the Ana, so you want to be able to go Diva to eat the nades as well. And it looks like GK are just happy that they forced the Mauga swap. Now that the Mauga is gone, Finn, who actually died in that fight, is able to swap onto Bat.
They just have major Cat Bastion issues in this game. Like, Quartz is just running. Okay, Quartz finds another kill. Is that a beat onto one from Kelix? That is a travesty. Alfie grabs a kill onto Simple, keeps this fight somehow remotely playable, but as the dust settles, Yubi still healthy, fully energized on cart. Fighting the sim is not something you want to do in that kind of a moment. And Finn, he caught behind. Okay, no, looks like he is able to get out, and I think they're obliged to at this point. I mean, Quartz has been just dominating them. This has not been a competitive
but look
map,
at the
and it's
distance. It's like so much distance picked up for TM. It feels a little too late for GK because, like, here's the thing. Simple sticking on that Ana now means that Quartz will get nano boost. So he'll beat out Labda in the
Quartz
duel.
already took the tank form perk, so Labda actually has, I think, an advantage in the Sky Duel with the typical turret form. And now Alfie, big connection onto Simple, over the top, Labda assist for the finish. Quartz trying to just beam down out of the air, and he will be able to do enough damage. Yod, though, finds Yubi and ensures that this fight will not be an easy cleanup as TVNT Quartz both dropping lows to Yod. Stands the test of time. A little bit of HP left on this Diva, but it seems to be all that he needs. Really wants to keep this suit alive. If he could do that, it would be a big win for GK as they're able to move back towards mid-map for what feels like the first time in a generation on Virtus.pro Zabi.
Finn's off of the map again. We're sort of playing musical heroes for GK's backline at this point, but like I said, Simple will have that nano boost to give Quartz. Maybe Ziad, with the self-destruct, can find something. TM not having that sim wall, even if it's just carving space for GK to get to work around some of these corners, pick up those forward spawns. But if you're TM, you don't have to go further than this, right? You can just sit and wait for your nano boost to come online. So GK are the ones that have to force the issue. Fly by from both, with the assist of Ziad actually coming with for the Matrix to absorb some of the prep from Quartz.
Ziad out of the suit and just completely pop from the skybox. Quartz layering in a tank shell there, and so far this tank form really hasn't been hurting Quartz. He's been able to keep this duel going in the sky with just the typical recon bastion, and now great grenade on the retreat of Finn, and Ana knocked out of this one. And you called it too late. I think it certainly feels that way. Twisted Minds with a full bank of ultimates nearly to work with, and GK kind of grasping at straws. They do not look as comfortable in this style reactively.
Yeah, I mean, Alfie has to get one heck of a clutch pulse onto Simple before this nano boost comes out if GK want a chance at winning this one, I fear, Jake. And you can see he's already being hard marked. TM, they've set up the sim TP so that when the Tracer closes up the distance with Pulse, he just zips away.
Okay, this is the threat, though, of the typical Bastion form. It's way better at dueling up in the sky. Yubi using that TP to great effect to stay alive deeper into the fight, but GK holding the line. When you shut down the enemy Bastion, it should just be an instant fight win, and it looks to be so in this case.
Very clutch kills from GK, and also holding onto ultimates too. Cheap fight wins because they have a lot of distance to be able to win these fights back to back with, and TM have all of their ults available. Plus, it's about to be overtime, which means that you don't get the opportunity of disengaging, of kiting, of using your second. You have to get these kills, and you have to win out these fights outright.
No time left, no room for error, but here comes a Nano Bastion on the attack. Labda, absolute pole position, Simple getting a ton of support here, but it's not even close to enough. The Catnap attempted out of the sky, but Funny Astro just heads to an early grave, and yeah, that Nano Bastion, it doesn't seem to be response to it. Ziad is going to manage to go down and take a reset just before overtime pops, which will feel good. He's able to get this forward spawn, but still, no room for error.
But now you have no nano.
Yeah, TM coming back in with some big
This is the issue for GK. Right? Because, like, the time bank and the distance lead that TM already had forced GK to have to use ults early. TM were not forced to use ults themselves. So Labda will use the artillery strike to just try and put pressure onto TM, but Quartz gets the nano boost and Finn is gone. Wiped off of the face of Runasapi, and GK likely following suit, only being able to rely on the Cat.
Catnap, full desperation, way too fire in the sky. TVNT is nowhere to be found on that one. Quartz barreling forward over the enemy Bastion. free reign for him now on the map. Into the tank farm, wants to be able to pop this baby diva and will be able to do so. Cost him his life, but well worth it to deny that overtime stall. Simwall, beautiful in that fight from Yubi, and TM gonna go up 2-1 in the series with the comp that it feels like only they could play.
Well, they've done this before. Is the really funny thing. All the way back in stage 1, TM versed, I believe it was Virtus.pro on Watchpoint Gibraltar, and there was a ban on Kiriko. And then they knew that VP wanted to play Hazard. So they just got to play Ana and totally shut it down. So, like, I feel like for Virtus.pro, they're the one team that you don't want to ban Kiriko into, because they will just take the opportunity and run simple on the Ana, and it will literally run you out of that lobby.
I mean, the thing about Kiriko, right, is how good the minimum value is on Kiriko. You know, a player like Simple, he's just so solid on Kiriko, we don't really question it. He gets a lot of kills from the kunai, but when he's able to play a hero like Ana with no one able to deny that value, it's a different story. I mean, you really feel his impact on the match. Alfie, this is one of the best tracers in the game, really could never quite get on top of this Ana. And I mean, that is, I think, as big of a statement as anything in this kind of a match.
Yeah, I mean, again, it goes back to the fact that TM understood that the Ana was winning them those fights, that there would be a lot of pressure coming Simple's way. This is not as simple, ironically enough as that is, as going into your average games, trying to run Ana up against all of the dive potential that GK have and expecting that your team will be able to keep you up. This is the coordination that you expect at this high level, and the fact that Twisted Minds, like, it's not just the fact that they've been playing together so long, it's also the fact that Yubi is in, right? So being able to organize those players and rallying them around understanding the core concept of we have to keep Simple up, if Simple dies we lose these fights, it's the perfect mixture for Twisted Minds to be able to walk away with a dominant Runasapi performance.
It's a big win for them, and in a stage that is a little bit in question for Twisted Minds. I mean, this is an important one to right the ship. If they can win this series 3-1, or even, heck, if it goes to 5, it goes to 5, but you need to come away with a win here as Twisted Minds, but so do GK. I mean, for neither team is this an easy one to give up, and as we go to Circuit, really interested in this choice from GK, because I look at this and I think, I mean, the sim is dominant here. Maybe you ban the sim. I mean, this could be the moment to deploy it. Maybe your last chance to do so in the series, because of course, if we go to map 5, Twisted Minds could protect.
Well, at least we're back to Kiriko. I mean, are we actually fully back to Kiriko though? Because Circuit Royale, like, you can play things like Bap Ilari here.
True.
Especially on the defense. Like, Ilari she's so good at greeting for poke while still having Pylon to heal her team, so you don't get punished for trying to juggle both. As TM, again, we see, like, very much not wanting to turn and embrace a lot of the stuff that was dropped in 2026 and just banning it outright. So Xion removed. That was definitely something that GK were looking really comfortable on, as Jetpack Cat will be the first ban. So no Cat Bastion that TM now started looking slightly more comfortable on.
I mean, this is quite a statement from GK. They're more threatened by the Cat Bastion than by the Yubi Sim. I mean, historically, it was just a question of when teams were going to ban Sim against Yubi. I mean, that was really like the only meaningful question in the ban phase sometimes in Twisted Minds matches. But now, I think it's fair that the Cat Bastion, I mean, they've not had really an answer consistently to deal with Quartz. That last map, it was mostly just Quartz. Over the top, Bastion getting a free kill to start the fight, and it's like, yeah, Ana's doing a lot in the backline, but the Bastion is like, we're not even playing the game. The Cat Bastion is just, you know, camping us from the skybox. You got to get that out on Circuit Royale to have a little bit more of a straightforward match, but it does mean, I mean, Yubi's very comfortable on the sim in this matchup. I'm a little scared for GK on this defense. Maybe the Pharah from Alfie could change the story here, but won't be easy.
I mean, I find it surprising as well, because, like, you're going to be playing Sigma. So letting that sim through.
You could play Malga Rush on this map. It is not bad, actually.
You could play Malga. There have been a fair few teams that have turned to Malga, which speaks to the sheer level of survivability that tank has. Like, just shrugging off all of the poke damage, shouldering his way into those fights.
It's like, as good as the Ilari poke is, if you go too greedy with the poke backline, you get annihilated by just full inting from, you know, Speed Ring, Maga, Vendetta into the backline. Like, Maga might die, but you are all coming down with him if you get, you know, too cheeky with the pick. So just in mind, go with a pretty staid and comfortable rush comp for them, one that's very much in the middle of the road, and GK, they're going to be able to see this and respond with picks of their own. Alfie considering the Vendetta, although in a much slower style, and not as obvious how to make that work.
Yeah, I do like that TVNT is sort of hedging his bets in terms of what GK plays. Ramatra very solid into things like the Sigma, but also having the Vortex to shut down movement from things like that Vendetta if GK want to lean on it, as it doesn't look like they will be. Circuit, the long line of sight's just a little too problematic for Vendetta's ease of access. So it will be the Symmetra alongside that Bastion to have that mobility, trying to push around corners. TM already got their Sim TP set up. The Lambda trying to catch the disengage, taking away the defense's high ground, totally splits TM's push.
I mean, Alfie goes down, dropping the TP, but the TP has all the impact he needs in the fight, getting that Sigma into a backflank position, and Ziad just runs through them. A little bit of extra ult charge farm off the Sim turrets, and TVNT goes over to the Maga. They recognize that playing slow against this Sigma comp is pretty much not an option, but will you actually be able to overrun him? Lambda, I love this, gets off the Bastion, not a good match for the Maga, goes over to the Soj to be able to play that range.
Both of these teams have just been counterpicking. Play the range, farm rail off of Mauga, TVNT melts
He's in
on
trouble.
the spot.
No shout, and
Quartz
no
just goes
Quartz.
down.
Without Quartz in the fight, you don't have much hope for Twisted Minds, pretty much always the case. But going
This
down
is the
like
issue
that.
of running Mauga on circuit, right? You have no shield.
Yeah,
You
it's
have
like
no shield, so into that Sojourn, Lambda will just be able to find these players without that cover and melt them down. TVNT won't be sticking on this Wrecking Ball. This is purely to touch, so that TM get an opportunity to try to play Simple's rush into Fins, but yet again, Lambda finds the pick.
I mean, Lambda can do so much here with that space, and yeah, I mean, he is just poking away at the back line, not too distracted by TVNT's Wrecking Ball. Great focus fire from him, looking for the kills that will actually move the needle in this team fight. He finds them. I mean, this is a comp that I don't think is easy to just overrun. Literally for Maga, right? For you know, GK, they have the Sim TP to kind of pull players away from the Maga. The cage fight's hard to get value out of. I think GK have found themselves a really good matchup comp here. It's really just the Sojourn who could find something, but even he is pressured by Sigma.
You can feel that TM are feeling the pressure as well, right? TVNT, different tank. Again, Diva. Which means that Ziad does not have to worry about any cancels to the Flux. Yubi just has to invest that symbol. Simple with the Kitsune Rush, matching Fins, and Quartz is doing what Quartz does best, killing the whole enemy team without using the ult.
It looked hopeful in the poke trade, but a 3v5, it's just too much of a burden to get through. TVNT now cleans up the backline. That fight looked scarily winnable for GK, even down one. But ultimately, they throw the Sim all in just as they lose that second pick, and kind of kills their chances in this team fight. And now Twisted Minds, new lease on life, a little bit of comfort in this setup, and now they can really get, I think, more aggressive in this style. Here comes the OC straight to the spawn door. What a shot onto Lapid. That is disgusting. The beat thrown in over the top. Funny Astro popped that as soon as he heard Lambda pop the OC, but that OC did not last long, Moxie.
Yeah, and Lambda's ult is not comboed with Calyx's. So like GK, they'll have a little Ray try and break free from that spawn, but TM don't have to stand up to this. Yeah, they probably want to, but Quartz using it early forced Lambda to have to match.
Quartz just deleted him in like half a second. Like I didn't even hear the voice line of the enemy Sojourn. It was just over that quick. But now Twisted Minds out of ultimates. They want to keep playing this aggressively. They're posturing super aggro in the front line. A big rock to the face of Yubi, but the support is good. Actually, Ziad maybe got baited in to try to chase that one down. It is a trade, 1-for-1 in the fight with the Ray. Maybe doing enough to stabilize this. TVNT trying to get that self-destruct to connect. The TP is awkward. Puts the bomb, not just about to do damage, but not either able to save TVNT. Now Alpha Yi dancing around with Yubi. One of the best to do it here on this Symmetra, but so far Alpha Yi is looking comfortable.
I mean, if you're TM though, you're okay with trades. Like, you're baiting GK into having to use ults, which means that now they have nothing to stand up to Simple's rush. Which means that you buy all of the space back. Like, the moment Simple gets this, you use before Ziad gets Flux.
Flux is scary though. I mean, 10% away is not much time, but of course Simple's gonna try and push every instance of advantage that he has. Ultimate's not quite yet online for the response, but DK teleporting out of that really nicely. They stay alive. The rush doesn't really get much value at all. Ziad peeking a little early into this one. Needs that HP back up high. TP into the high ground is a little awkward. The Flux, it's pretty good. They need the fall damage in the air, and they'll get it. Big connection onto Astro. Fords finished off as well by some well-placed hyper spears from Ziad. Finally, a better team fight for the attackers, but hold on, there's still a fight to be played. Yubi battles back a kill into that one and keeps it interesting.
Yeah, GK going to have to deal with trades. but should be able to dispatch TM's players. But that fight going that long does mean that TM will get an opportunity to play into this next one. And if you're GK, you're worried because that next one involves B and overclock. So for GK,
I mean, if they get it though, Marksy, 20%.
Face the fear.
They have to contest into sim wall. It's not easy to even finish the sound barrier. This position from Alfie is devastating. Funny Astro desperately healing, trying to charge that up a TP through it to the back line, get some players at least a position for which to fight, but GK just instantly flipped the map once again. Here comes the beat out of Astro. Good trade so far for GK, but Labda needs to finish it off, and Quartz has already found blood in the fight. TNT grabs another. Labda can't fit much of anything into this. Maybe that kill on the mech is enough, but with the self-destruct getting TNT back into the suit, although can't quite make it there. Does keep the fight rolling, but now it's just Ziad brutally staggered out of this one. He is going to get... Okay, they actually kill him very quick there. I think that's lucky for Ziad. They could have probably let that guy go.
Quartz held the OC.
That's so massive. Hands of steel, honestly, on this
So
guy.
well.
Like, who holds the OC in that spot? That is actually crazy.
Yeah, which means that now you get combo of OC Rush. And GK, they've got Ray, but they don't have OC from Labda to play off of it. Like, Ziad at least has self-destruct, so you have stall potential, but TM have kill potential, and that's far greater.
Yeah, the rush is going to be a huge question asked of him. Kelix with the Ray. Maybe this damage amp finding an instant kill. Feels like Labda's called upon in this fight to show us something really impressive. Here comes the Ray over the top, kited away for the moment. Twisted Minds re-engaging here with the OC, with the rush. Bringing that damage, the Matrix blocking for now, the self-destruct zone pairs away, but Ziad grabbed out of it. TNT though falls to, but the Simwall from UV is going to do so much, and Quartz just keeps delivering. This guy does not stop on the Soj. He's had a few kills in the fight, and he's looking for more. It'll be back to the spawn with GK Esports. Ziad, desperation, wrecking ball. Sojourn kind of caught in the flank. Okay, Labda does grab that kill back, but can Ziad even make it for the touch? Funny Ass are going to be camping this one with the boop.
The boop.
And the touch will not come in. That'll be all the cart progress that GK Esports find into this one. And Twisted Minds back with the vengeance on the sim comp. It is hotly contested in this matchup, but UB's TPs, it feels like they are making the difference.
Quartz as well, just like holding OC to have in that last fight, right?
Yeah, I mean, this fight
insane
was...
stuff from him to have it with the rush. Like, sniping there, Ziad.
That's so... Like, if you don't get that kill, I think you lose the
after throwing out
fight.
the self-destruct? Yeah, because he just gets back into the mech.
Yeah, the resuit would have been really hard to deal with. So, I mean, Quartz, he's just too dang good. Like, when Twisted Minds... What's crazy is he's not just good when Twisted Minds are good. He's good when Twisted Minds are you know, slowing down. They don't feel as good as they once were. He's still delivering on just that same level. I also got to hand it to Simple. Only 3 deaths in that map. Very clean performance on the Kiriko. Makes the difference in a lot of these key fights.
Yeah, TM now will be on the attack. This could potentially be where we get to see that Ramatra from TVNT run into players. I think, like, GK, they're anticipating this very fast rush down style. They want to use the Mizuki to try to slow it down alongside that Sigma. Give Labda the space to be able to work with, try and shut Quartz down before he's able to get these kills onto the defense, but we have to see a shutdown of TM's DPS because that's where they've been able to come alive this series so far.
I mean, it's such a tough spot when you feel like you got to match Quartz on hit scan and actually
Well,
still
Labda's
deliver.
been doing it though. Like, these two players, they've been matched up against
He's
each
been
other
doing
for a
okay,
very
but
long time.
I mean, Quartz is dominating him in this series. I mean, he's been decimating them on hit scan.
Oh yeah, no,
He's
Quartz has
overperforming.
been winning this series.
It's like
for
Labda's
sure.
solid, but Quartz is like maybe the #1 in the world, and that's the level you're gonna have to challenge up against if you want to get a win off TM. Nice little set of skills from TVNT. Great opening to the trade, and TVNT collects his first skull of the fight. And I have a feeling, I said, there are going to be more. Quartz in a beautiful position on this high ground, just raining down fire and fury from above. Now Labda outside of the fight, looking in, trying to find some kind of counter kill, but they will get nothing. Twisted Minds just batter the opposition.
I mean, TVNT setting Quartz up so well as well. Vortex onto GK to slow their rotation, which means that Quartz is able to take that high ground position totally uncontested and catch on to those players when they're not able to strafe the Sojourn shots. And it all happens so fast. Like, that's the thing about Sojourn. You die to Sojourn so fast, you don't get the opportunity to heal. So Finn, Kelix, not ahead of Simple in terms of rush charge.
Aggression from TM now, once again, sweeping forward off the back of the form from TVNT. Takes a lot of damage pressure. Geek actually holding this corner really nicely. A good counter route from Ziad. Slows down UV's opposition, and now Twisted Mind trying to back up, trying to stabilize, trying to stay alive. This is a moment, an opportunity for GK to grab a kill back. Maybe Labda can get something, but
Rush
no
OC
targets
though.
being presented. And as you said, Rush is coming. Beautiful flux, though, is going to mitigate that possibility. And although Simple is going to find his way to the rush, it'll be too little too late for this one.
I mean, that's clutch from Ziad. We cannot state enough how well that prepares GK into this next fight. Now you have Rush to match Simple, and you have Sanctuary from Kelix to be able to absorb the overclock pressure from Quartz. I do worry, though, that TVNT will just use Annihilation on top of Kelix's ultimate.
Scary.
It's a really rough way for Mizuki teams to have to deal with.
They have a lot of damage to bring to bear on TVNT, though. It's going to be hard for him to just stay alive, given the amount of spam pressure up against him. I think you're right to call it that ultimate as key. UB with the earlier sim wall could also be a difference maker, but the spam pressure immense here. Shield comes out from TVNT just to get them out and into the fight. The rock is good. Slows players down. An early rush out from the defenders. A little bit of a better one for the attackers, and TVNT has already found Alpha Yi. Sanctuary needs to come out with a beautiful rock from downtown. Finn follows up with the kunai. Hold on, there's still a fight to be played without Quartz on the field, but TVNT ravaging the backline, now back to clean up this objective payload. And hold on, the ultimate does come to an end. It's some nice kiting into the room. BK, somehow, some way, they split apart, deny value from the Ramatra ultimate, and hold on to this first checkpoint. Incredible stuff from them.
I mean, Labda OC clutch. Over you have Simwall, so that even though you're down some of your players, down some of your supports, you still have that sustainability, and you have the damage potential to get kills onto TM, and that was TM's big play. Use all of that ultimates, pick up checkpoint, hold up more, play into second. Now, you're down to 1 minute, and you're looking for clutch points from Quartz and Yubi. Clutch kills, which Ziad can very quickly shut down with that Flux.
Structure shot, zones Quartz away for now. Ziad with the Flux, he's been so clean with these. Is he gonna find that Symmetra? Is the damage gonna be there? Yubi's so incredibly low, but he stays alive. It's TVNT without the support of Simple in that moment, who does drop.
Reset.
Good split focus fire from DK Esports. In the moment everyone had to protect the sim, it's actually the frontliner TVNT who goes down. Now forward hold available.
TM are still poking! Jake! TM are still poking Ziad! Finn's taking all of that charge and
he's gonna have
Rush.
I mean, they're probably both going to have Rush in this team fight, but the first one is available for Finn, and will you be able to weather the storm? Simple 10% away. It feels so close, but sometimes that could feel like a mile when the Rush comes out. Looks like both teams are going to be able to get it online. Kelix could be the difference maker with the Sanctuary. Someone called upon for Twisted Minds to be a hero, but so far this first point has been anything but heroic. The cleanse comes out. They try to bait the first rush out, but Quartz dies, cannot escape. Deal with powerful position. Here comes the counter rush, but the Sanctuary ensures the GK do not have to back down. They refuse to fall off of this play. Hold on, the map flip coming in from Yubi, but the punish is good. Simple goes down. Ziad getting incredibly low on this payload. Yubi with the symbol. The beat comes in from Funny Astro, and TVNT, Yubi standing side by side as they've done so many times before, and somehow they find the way through an incredibly difficult overtime fight to keep this map in play.
I mean, UB Sim TP just lets TM flip map position. And suddenly, GK are scrambling because that defensive advantage all goes up in smoke if they let the cart hit checkpoint and TM get more time. Like we said, this series, it's been Quartz stepping up, it's been UB stepping up. This is classic TM using those sim strategies and beating their opponents off of brain and skill. As GK do have a lot of ultimates to be able to work with. Lapta with that OC must be very threatening for Twisted Minds. You do not want to lose all that space. You worked so hard to get to Sojourn's ultimate.
Ziad poking and prodding, wants to get some ultimates online. It's a lot of space for Quartz to work with, though. He's like, he always finds something, and here comes the ultimate from TVNT, but Labda has cut his legs out from under him. He's not gaining Lucio speed behind this ultimate, and TVNT getting kind of boxed away with the addition of the sim wall layered of Malfi. The ultimate's still rolling, but doesn't feel like for long as DK sweep forward over this tank position. A secondary form buys you another chance at a kill, but they won't get anything out of it. EK stabilize the position, get the good poke down, and this time it's Labda to find the opener, one that I think was sorely needed.
Yeah, and this is going to be really hard for TM to try to move back into, right? Finn will have Rush. Quartz not
OC
having that
alone.
overclock. If you try to use the OC, Kelix just absorbs the pressure with Sanctuary.
I mean,
So
Labda
TM,
could do this on his own.
Yeah, Labda can do this on his own. That means that you lose this next fight, and then you're stuck in spawn. There's the Flux early from Ziad, which sets up Labda's sight onto Simple. Kiriko forced to use all of her resources to get away from the Sigma, has no tricks left up her sleeve to deal with the Soj. And GK just boxed TM right back into spawn.
I mean, GK want to be really aggressive here. They used a couple of key ultimates. They have their support tools. Do they want to try and fight early with them? The threat of the kite, though, is too much. They're just going to back off to the high ground, use the Sim TP, and play these long, slow engagements. But now TM, bit of room to work with for them. Quartz opportunity with the OC.
Again.
So much is asked of him here. Sanctuary is available. Kellex, Diamond Hands, holds on to the ultimate. Thinks that the rush is going to be desperate enough, disrespecting Quartz, and it proves to pay off. Experience showed from Kellex here. I mean, not many main supports, I think, would have had the tenor, the integrity to be able to hold on to a crucial ultimate in that fight. But because he does so, they have a very powerful tool to close this one out. Twisted Minds, though, with their rush, with the beat coming up soon, feels like if they can get this one to go long, they should be able to win it. The door being held, and hold on, maybe some picks to come through in the last moment. Simple out with the rush already.
It's kited,
being fully kited. It's not getting any value.
GK don't have to fight into this. It's overtime. TM had to sacrifice rush to get back onto point. Now you don't have to contest rush. You just hit them fast with Sanctuary and Simwall.
Beat can be big here. Here comes the Sanctuary. Simwall divides the point, though, makes it maybe a little bit difficult to follow up. Here comes the beat, but a better Simwall from Alfie, able to outvalue through the long fight. And Xiao with the Flux picks up so many in this fight, crucially taking down Yubi, the source of so much damage, so much consternation in these overtime battles. But GK hold the nerve, win the day, and they're going to stay alive in this series. We are going to map 5. It feels preordained, Moxie.
I did say that this had the possibility to go to 5 maps. And we are going the distance. This has been such a standout series, and I think it speaks as well to like GK stepping up. They've been able to keep pace with Lapta, like Kellex having the confidence, the trust in his team to hold on to that Sanctuary was a huge boon for GK in that overtime fight. Having that survivability, not having to keep as much of a lock on Quartz's position in the overtime, knowing that the Mizuki would be able to keep you safe, was so huge. It also puts a lot of pressure onto TM's positioning, right? Playing into Sanctuary, if that tank is totally isolated by the Mizuki ultimate, they're not going to be able to use things like the Kiriko heal to keep him up, so it forces them to be much more forward and confined in their spaces.
This rock actually pulls TVNT around the corner as he's stunned enough that his ult expires and the save can come in from the supports. Ziad plays so well on Sigma in this map. I mean, flux after flux, he's just laying in the damage. It feels like he was the X factor for me. Like, you know, a lot of individual plays from Yubi. I think without these fluxes, almost every time delivering value, this one could very easily have gotten over the line for TM, and the series could just be done. So as we go to map 5.
Without that first flux from Ziad on defense, buying time for you to have rush match, honestly, I think TM just gets checkpoint off of first fight, don't have to burn their ultimates, and just snowball through second. So I agree. I think there was some like really clutch plays where Ziad was able to just give his team that time for the fight win so that when TM come in with ults, they have ults to fire back with.
And now I think this is an interesting one because this is a spot that Twisted Minds have found themselves in, honestly, many times before, right? In map 5, the sim ban has yet to be deployed, but Alfie has been playing the sim so well, I wonder, do GK even want the ban? Like, are they actually just feeling good about the sim mirror? And I think there's reason to think so. I mean, Alfie piloting it super comfortably, and, you know, Yubi for a while was like kind of one of the only people really playing the sim, really pushing the limit on his level. But the Alfie looks to have been in the lab on this hero because he has also seemed comfortable. Suravasa is going to be the pick for Twisted Minds, maybe a more comfortable locale for them, a little bit of those longer sight lines for Quartz's preferred hit scans.
I mean, I think if you're GK, there's a lot of reasons for keeping the sim. Not only have you looked really comfortable with Alfie on it, it's also Simwall shutting down OC.
Yeah.
Like,
right?
Often TM's win condition is literally just Quartz OC go kill, and the fact that you don't have to burn a support ultimate, you're just using Simwall into Quartz's ult is huge for long-term ult economy. For GK to be able to plan around what they want to use more aggressively as opposed to being forced into using it defensively.
Yeah, the Sigma has also been a real nightmare for them, but it's actually GK who banned out the Sigma? Okay. Twisted Minds banned the cast, which I think is actually mostly a sim protect from their perspective. They, you know, there's always a chance, right? I think it wouldn't be crazy for GK to ban it out and go back to like
the Sojourn as well, I feel.
Yeah, exactly. I think he wants to play it, especially with the sim, and especially because the Maga Xion Reaper is back on the menu, whether or with the Vendetta, right? There's various versions of it, but this sort of like all out, you know, crazy rush could absolutely come back into play. And this is Flashpoint after all. Still, I wonder though, to GK, do they want to get off Sim? Because it feels like they like the mirror. It feels like they maybe need to win it. Although without the Sigma, that has been the strongest version of it for GK.
Is it Mauga?
It's always
Like,
Mauga, Moxie.
It's always Mauga, unless it's Ball.
Unless it's Ball, unless it's D.Va. I mean, I think there's an argument with Sim in the mix. It's honestly gets very complicated. I think there's definitely an argument for D.Va. I think for me, I think Mauga's the strongest choice here, especially because of the threat of the Vendetta, right? If you go D.Va, and
if you
you're
go
up against
D.Va
Vendetta,
and they roll out Vendetta, there's been a lot of counter picking too. There has been a lot of counter picking. Like
you
Bruno
got to be
Safi
handy
was
with the
just
swaps right now. I mean, the game is
constant
very
pendulum
complex.
swing. Like, even if you stay on one comp too long and you lose one of these fights, with how snowbally these points are on Suravasa, you can very quickly find yourself just stuck on the wrong composition for a fight too long, losing the point off of that indecision, off of the hesitation to actually go for something different. So, expecting to see different compositions at the end point
Cat Bastion.
than what we start with.
Cat Bastion's return. I forgot about Cat Bastion.
Yeah, GK have run out of bans for the Cat and the Bastion, which means that TM will be rolling that one out.
I mean, Quartz has been rocking their world, frankly, from this Bastion in the sky. I maybe the all-out aggression of the Mauga comp could like get kills faster than Bastion can really activate, but I'm a little skeptical of that. It feels like Bastion can always take the tempo with the Cat. You know, it feels like you can kind of always be in the fight. There's no real way to isolate because he can just be in and out so incredibly quickly with the mobility of that jetpack Cat deployed. I like TM's odds here. I honestly don't think EK have had an answer to Cat Bastion so far in this series. Like when it's come out, it's basically just won every time. And the mirror match did not look comfortable. It doesn't seem like something that EK was ready to do.
Yeah, I mean, what is the answer? Like killing the Cat Bastion when they're isolated, or getting the kill on the other support because they don't have a second support to help them? But the fact that TM with that Cat Bastion always seem to find the first swing and the first kill off of the back of it just depletes so much manpower from GK's squad that very rarely do we actually see a follow-up kill onto TM's backline for those trades to come through, or so much damage has been done by the Cat Bastion that by the time it takes for GK to find that trade kill, the Bastion has sentry form right back and just shreds for someone yet again. As we'll see what exactly GK try to get around with. Like, will Kellex be staying on this Lucio to pair with the Kiriko, since Mizuki is available and you do have the sim, so it's not a requirement to have the sound or the speed to be able to work around the mobility. As it seems like both of these teams just a little bit taking their time, wanting to make sure that everything is perfectly okay, because there's a lot on the line, right, for both of these teams. If you're the other teams watching, like if you're Katsuya right now, you're looking at this match and you're feeling a little bit scared about how close GK and Twisted Minds truly are, because if GK win this, that's them through.
Yeah, I think really the value of winning this for TM, if you can lock up second seed, you at least can't be picked by VP first round. And I think that's sort of the eye of Sauron that everyone wants to avoid. Nobody wants to be selected by VP in the first round of playoffs, especially when it's only the fourth place team in playoffs that actually doesn't go to the midseason championship. So really it's a lot of strategizing of just, how can I be anything but last place in playoffs? I will be totally happy with third. At least we get to go to LAN, right? I think that's the way a lot of players realistically are probably thinking. So a lot comes into the seeding in this one particular, especially with how contested EMEA has been. Like, it wouldn't shock me that if TM lose this, that VP picked them and could just knock them out of the tournament, or at least put them to their last life to be able to make it to the midseason championship, which would be just insane for TM to talk. Like, there's a possibility that they don't make it. It's real here, especially GK get this win. Anything is impossible in playoffs. There are no free wins.
Anything can happen, because it would also be up against TM, who are using the strategies that they've won world titles with. Well, outside of the Cat Bastion stuff, they've still got the sim. And
Reaper
it looks like
Xian.
the GK actually Reaper, so a lot of pressure on TVNT and Simple. Like Kiriko healing, trying to keep this Mauga alive. That'll be rough. Look at TVNT's health pool, it just drops.
The Bastion shooting the Mauga, but there's no hope of getting that kill. Not when he's licensing off of your Mauga. And now Labda free with a little bit of space in the backline to work. Whoever takes the pressure from the Bastion just backs off and looks somewhere else in the fight, but TVNT just does not have that luxury. Neither does Yubi. I mean, these front line from Twisted Minds is incredibly vulnerable to getting run over. This matchup looks very hard for Sim. I do not see how Sim plays this one.
Yeah, especially because like GK, whoever does, like you said, see that Bastion coming, they all have means of just avoiding the tank form damage, right? TM at least can use it to threaten for space, so they can work their way onto point and look for that flip, especially since TVNT is able to collapse onto Ziad with help of that Sim teleport. So that's the flip.
That's huge. It trades 1-for-1, but they got the flip.
Huge.
They got the flip. Very winnable now for Twisted Minds, especially in point control. Some nice shots from Lab, almost dropping Funny Astro. Kind of a crazy one. He's able to threaten that kill. But Quartz is on the high ground over the top. Finn, desperate, has to step up, pop the cleanse. Malgus just trading on the point. Ziad getting a little bit low, needs a little bit extra resource. The stun connection is good there from TVNT. Sets up for the kill onto Ziad. And what was at first just a cheeky point flip turns into a massive team fight victory for Twisted Minds. And great awareness from TVNT, doesn't give the flip back.
You can tell that GK are slightly wary of wanting to commit to that fight, as GK also get a cheeky flip of their own.
That is a cheeky
If they really
flip.
wanted to fight this outright, the instance that Finn gets rush, GK would have used if they thought it was truly winnable. They don't, they hold on to it, and TM will now have rush to be able to match. Both Maugas playing through, but Labda with that Shion ult can do so much damage in comparison to TM, who, while having the Cat Bastion, a lot of burst potential, not the same level of sustain as Sign Barrier.
Even Cat could be vulnerable to Satsuriku Spree. Here comes Cage Bites, traded on the point. Bashing the artillery fire on some players locked down. Cat trying to get in for something, but can't quite get much of anything into this. Shion waiting her time, fighting for that opportunity to get through past the sim wall. Alfie has to go a little bit too early into this one, and Quartz takes all comers, rocks both DPS back to back. And GK, just a couple players looking in on this one. Twisted Mind, fully comfortable here on the first flashback.
What's insane to me is that that was Sign Barrier fight from GK. Honestly,
You didn't
did
feel
not
it.
feel like it was beat fight. With how quickly the whole team just crumbled, and that was all ults outside of Death Blossom. That's the only thing that you have to work with. TM can just Suzu the connection of that. As GK try to get to point first, TVNT will be able to somewhat beat them to the punch. And if you're TM, you're not working with ults, but you still have the kill potential of that Cat Bastion fly-through. Alfie teleports, closes up the distance to TM, dares them to contest this flip. They have to walk into the Reaper ult if they do.
Reaper holding this corner so nicely, but Quartz punishes Labda. Shion left out on an island, can't play slow in this long fight. Take form over the top here, just raining down hell from above. And GK have no choice but to just run in under the withering presence here of Quartz. Finn somehow gets 2 kills off the fight. They get a flip off of the back of it as well, but I mean, Twisted Minds, it feels like there's no answer to the Cat Bastion in this one. And GK,
Except mirroring.
they're gonna take the mirror. Exactly.
TM just read the bluff of the Death Blossom. They're like, well, if you'll have your Reaper anchor point, we'll just send a Cat Bastion behind and hit your squishies. And then, yeah, you'll get 11%, but we'll get more because we win out the fight. Fast rush potential here for Finn to make a play from, but Simple will have match.
Labda and Kelix need to dominate this vertical fight here with the Bastion ult, but the rush, so much to deal with. Here comes the cage fights, traded on point. TVNT though can't quite get the resource from his teammates. Alfie, holding for the moment, has stayed alive and has this Death Blossom if he wants to deploy it. May need it with the sim wall out from Yubi, but still point control PK. They're willing to back off for a moment, give a little bit of time. Funny Astro does pull a player off the map. Yes, can get Alfie down into the pit before the TP comes through. Finn also goes down in the chaos. Still a fight to be had though. GK in control. They won't give it up easily. Ziad finds one. It's just given Lambda on very low HP. TVNT back on the Diva. Will be able to clean house and re-secure this flip, but that one way too close for comfort for either squad. GK showing real fight in this. Like, if they can make these fights as contested as that, they can absolutely win one.
Okay, min-max rollout. Weaver for the pull. Juno speedring. GK want to play this fast before TM build ults to be able to contest them, but Death Blossom should be matrixed by TVNT's mech.
Maybe hard to hold point here though. Malga just forcing the issue right up the gut in mid. Labda sweeping in main. Quartz though is on the flank and he's already found value. Alpha goes down as well. And once again, TM, they read the push and they're already prepared for it, already hitting the opponents where they're weak. Quartz pulled off the map, not quite it seems. Kelix doesn't seem nearly as comfortable here on this Cat. And small mistakes like that start to add up here. TM up 2-0, want to close out this series in style. I mean, GK do not seem comfortable in this matchup. It really feels like they're out of their zone, out of what they prepared for.
Well, Alfie will go to the Symmetra now that TVNT is on that Diva. Try to force TM having to send the mech to contest point without something like a Tracer to give him the opportunity to pop TVNT's mech as quickly as possible. But I mean, TM should on paper win this first fight, right? Artillery strike, self-destruct, one-sided Kitsune rush. If you're GK, you just want to pull as many ults as possible.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just want to end this as quickly as possible. Hold on, Lambda swings in over Quartz. This time, it's GK to take the first tempo of the team fight. Some big damage comes in, but it's not enough for Lambda to stay alive. He's in way too deep of a position there in the center of point, and Yubi just cuts him down from the floor on Symmetra. The rush providing more than enough DPS to make up for the player disadvantage. Ziad wants to force the issue now and get some kind of a team fight out. Does pop the cage fight, but there's a sim wall, there's a cleanse, there's a lot of support able to be brought to bear with this Kiriko. And she stays alive. Ziad does not. The overwhelm from Yubi's sim wall is just too much in this fight. Twisted Minds hold on to this point. They didn't really break the sweat doing it, right?
Oh, this is dangerous for GK overall as well. They invested so much, that fight went long. They used cage, they used rush, TM still won. And very cheaply too. First rush from Simple, which means that he'll have back earlier than Finn, potentially for the last fight, and then Simwall was pretty much all that TM parted with. So GK now, they lose that bully potential. The only thing which can really carve open this space is Lambda getting a flyby and mincing someone down, but TVNT with that Diva mech should be able to absorb a lot of the pressure. Bastion trying to go all the way behind TM. Try to read it out with the Sim TP, but Simple gets lost behind.
Quartz needs to find something back in quick. But it seems that it's not quick enough. This time, GK get the individual kill that Finn, the hero the team needs, bringing down Simple. I mean, shut down the opposing Kiriko like that, it is the dream pickoff, right? It's the most impactful one you can find. A rarity for somebody like Simple. I mean, I almost never see him go
one fight
down
territory.
Like
Jake, if you're TM, you can just play for Simple's rush. Like,
yeah, this
GK
is
here,
super
they
scary.
need to shut down TM fast with some of these kills, because TM can just play slow, forward rush, absorb damage, push.
Not easy, though. I mean, just getting into this fight. They're going to carry the self-destruct in. Oh, nope, it goes right into the pit. Okay, that play kind of failed before it even got going from Funny Astro. A little bit of an awkward one. Picking up the self-destruct can be awkward. Helix, though, swings in over the back from behind, getting big damage. Now Forge under big scrutiny, trying to shoot back up into the sky, but Lambda in full control there. Now it's up for a desperation dive. Yubi up to the high ground actually does have the tracking to get that kill. Helix couldn't bring the players out of position in time, but Funny Astro can bring Ziad into a quick little dip in the pool. Not one he would have chosen. TVNT maybe losing the mech, but the support is so good to keep him stabilized. It's just Finn and Kelix for the moment using this Kitsune rush. It's just two supports. Rare sight. And spawners, though, are coming back in. The stall is good from Kelix, but it will cost him his life. Maybe the final mistake, the final nail in DK's coffin as they are down one for the final fight.
Ziad building up to that cage, potentially comboing with Lambda, who's still alive on the Bastion, but it's OT. DK have to keep players in position, and that means that Yubi starts just microwaving.
Cleanse is good as well from Simple to ensure Yubi stays up. And I mean, Yubi is just an old hand in this kind of a position. The Bastion starting to cleave him down. TVNT, great matrix to keep this sim alive and fighting. And that was the last best gasp for GK Esports. They're staggering back into the point one by one, but the support is just too good from TM. They are just too stable, and they will close out this series, ensuring themselves a second seed in this stage. And this was about the hardest they have ever had to fight for that kind of a result, Moxie.
The last Bastion falls on the side of GK, but TM close out the series, but like you said, they had to work so hard for it. And I think, like, again, that just emphasizes that the divide between these teams, it's really shortened. It really has. GK playing into the Bastion cap themselves with that Mauga composition, able to hold their own against TM for a fair few fights, but Yubi with that sim just was the difference maker for me on Saravasa. You can just tell the coordination and trust that the team have in him being able to just teleport them into perfect timed positions.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not the meta is starting to move on from that Symmetra, it just seems like Twisted Minds, this is their bread and butter, right? This is what they have been leaning onto and into for such a long time. And teams are still struggling dealing with it. Now, of course, in combination, having that Cat Bastion, also, Twisted Minds just looked way better on it than GK did. They made them feel uncomfortable. I have to say, though, this was a really interesting match just in general to go back to and just like study up a little bit on both of those teams and their strengths and their weaknesses. There was so much counter swapping happening, and really it was a great display to showcase how much flexibility you need as a player, as a team in this current meta.
Yeah, it's ban drafts, right? It forces you. You can't just rely totally on one composition. So you have to be flexible. If you don't manage to go for a counter pick that your opponent swaps to, you're not going to be able to take series.
I mean, I think the Cat Bastion was a real Achilles heel for this GK squad. I mean, they have been a team that I think has wanted to maybe get away from it and play this very fast-paced Rust style, and yet I think the Cat Bastion was really the reason they couldn't. The fact that Funny Astro could pilot that so well, I think it's kind of clear to me once we saw Kelix on the Cat Bastion, it just wasn't the same, right? Funny Astro and Quartz were controlling the tempo, they were controlling the fights like maybe 8 or 9 times out of 10. They're getting the better engage. And Kelix, a couple mistakes from him, like kept the Bastion too low after getting the enemy Bastion so that UB could actually kill his own Bastion into the sky. That really shouldn't happen. And those mistakes, they add up in this series. And honestly, I think we're right to look at it's the flexibility. It's the fact that Funny Astro has the cat in the pocket that enables TM to find this style that actually opens up opportunities for the rest of the squad.
It's the ban as well. Let's be honest, like when you look at a 5-map series, you're looking at one more map that GK required to win. If they hadn't banned Kiriko on Runa Sapi and let that simple Ana through, they could have won this match.
This is very true. I think things could have ended right there, right? If you don't get that win on Runasapi, things get super scary for the rest of the series. And Simple showing the flexibility to bring the Ana back out, and the response just too late for GK. They couldn't find the answer. That's really what's at stake now in competitive Overwatch. You have to make these very quick reactions, quick reads on what you think the meta is going to be. And the team with the better read, with more flexibility, more often than not, they take the win. It's the case for Twisted Minds today as they lock up that second seed.
So how are we rating Twisted Minds now? Because it's not like they made massive changes in terms of the compositions they're running, right? They didn't go fully back to the drawing board. UB was swapped in for today's match, but will they be able to hold the candle against Virtus.pro?
There was no Shion, there was no Mizuki.
I will say no one else has played what Twisted Minds just played. Like Twisted Minds have done something new. I mean, the Cat Bastion is not new.
Yeah, they put their own stamp on it.
The Sim Mauga isn't new, but to do both at once is actually something I think interesting and different. And so for TM, they've found a style that I don't think we actually know if VP can deal with. It's almost like the Wrecking Ball look, where this is a different type of comp than any you've matched up against before. So for VP in playoffs, that'll be a real test.
Right, we do have UB actually joining us for a quick chat here in our winners interview via voice. UB, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hooray! UB, welcome to the show. Congratulations on the dub. We just talked about this new look we got to see from you this week after initial struggles on finding your footing in the meta. What are your thoughts on where the header is meeting and how this composition that you guys played today is fitting into it all?
First of all, I want to say hi hi for my friends, Willie and Emo and Brain. Second thing about today, last week we have really bad week. We're losing every scrim. It's like we have no practice. It's like everything is bad. So my team just asked me to play the game. So I told them, and at least for me, when I play, I don't like to copy Koreans, because if you copy Koreans, you're not gonna win against them. So we just make our own play style. Depends. If it's like if you have good heroes, we're gonna play it. It doesn't matter the composition we play, it's just about the play style. So we just find this comp is fit for our play style and it's fit for me more.
Yeah, you guys look really comfortable. I don't think anyone has played the Cat Bastion with simultaneously the Sim and the Mauga, and feels like a style that is really, exactly as you said, suited to your strengths, suited to your own hero play. I said on the cast, it's something that only you guys could play. I'm curious, going into this match, did you think that was going to be really a key strat? Or what, I guess really, what was the preparation like when you guys have a really rough week? We're so used to TM. Frankly, you guys just win everything for so long. What is it like to have that moment of pressure where, things are actually not looking so good for us as a team? How do you kind of come in and change that?
We start screaming like other people, like Kobe Koreans playing Sigma, Mizuki, Kiriko Sim, and we almost like the scrims is close, but I don't like it. I know the feeling that we're not gonna win. So I told my team, even if we're better heroes, and this heroes like Sigma, Sim, sometimes we need to be humble and just accept the fact we're not good anymore and work hard for the future. So we just find a way to win with the new heroes. Maybe in the future we're gonna add new heroes, so maybe we can improve a little.
I'm interested to hear your take on the ban process on Runa Sapi, because did you come in with a plan wanting to run the Ana, or was that something cooked up on the spot when you saw the Kiriko ban?
We have a symbol from our team. He's Korean. He's really good with Ana. So every time enemy team banning Kiriko, we just win. This guy is really good in Ana.
That's fair. Thank you so much, Yubi, for sharing your thoughts. Congratulations on unlocking that playoff spot, and we can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us in the next few weeks.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's always great to hear from Yubi, an absolute beast on the server and such a humble and a kind person outside as well. Great to hear their thoughts there as well, right? Like, I do like that they just want to, they acknowledge that they're just not cut out for what is currently considered meta, and they will find their own spin, they will find their own take, they will find their comfort zone in order to make it work, and today really showcased that.
I think, yeah, like NA has that mentality too, right? You'll see in the upcoming matches, NA do their own thing. They're like, yeah, Koreans can do that stuff, EMEA can do that stuff, but if we don't want to play it, we'll just play our comfort picks. And I think that's been the story of this stage as a whole.
I mean, Yubi said something to me that was really important that it kind of highlighted for me is the ability to accept. He said was, quote, that we're bad and we need to work hard for the future. I actually think that's an amazing thing to hear from TM, because really the biggest danger when you're a team with the recent, international success of Twisted Minds is to think we're too good for this. We can't lose anything. When we lose, something's wrong. Like, why? And just to be like, hey, maybe we're not good right now. Maybe we just need to get better. That's the kind of simplistic approach that actually is super important to kind of get people out of their head and say, look, let's just play the game. Let's play our heroes. Let's play our strats. Wins are not free. We need to earn them. And that kind of puts TM, I think, in the right mind state to come into this playoffs and maybe be the underdog team against somebody like VP. It's not historically where they've been, but I think they're mentally primed for it now.
Yeah, see, that's a good spot to be in. It's a good headspace to be in. Can't rest on your laurels. The game is evolving so fast. Players are coming up, going down. It's all over the place. So you just gotta be on your toes for that and be quick with it as well. So I'm excited to see more of their new look. I want to say new old look, a little bit of both, a bit of a fusion situation here. Jake, Moxie, I'm about to say bye to the two of you as we're heading into all things NA. What are your final thoughts as this last week kicked off here, Moxie?
I mean, I'm just excited to see what Overwatch has in store for us, because we continue seeing week by week new metas evolving. So everything's still up in the air. Anyone can still take that win.
Game's in a great spot right now. It's just exciting to see, what all these top teams can cook up for us and innovate. The level is at an all-time high for Overwatch's history, and I'm looking forward to seeing North America as well.
That's right. To the two of you, thank you so much for calling the action. We're heading into a quick break, and on the other side of that, I'm going to have Jack and Johnny for all things NA. Last two matches of the day here in week 3. Don't want to miss it. See you on the other side of this.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, night, night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night. 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 It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy. Mirror, mirror, I can't seem to make them see who I see in you. I'll make my rules, you know it too. Wish they'd see you just like I do, just like I do. Let me take you to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland. Tomorrow. I won't wake up from the dream I had since I was just a kid. 'Cause when I'm older, I won't look back at what I lost. Just what I got, just what I got. Let me take you to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone. I'm flying. I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me waiting. I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like home. This feels like home, yeah. This feels like every time we touch, it feels like every time we touch, it feels like home. I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling. Pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it. Yeah, you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny. You know we ain't leaving here alone. No, we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you, I'm flying. When I'm with you, I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I know. Yeah, 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 yeah. Got me feeling, got me waiting. I'm lucky when you're by my side. Yeah, yeah. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This feels like home. Oh, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like. Oh, yeah. Every time it feels like home.
I don't need perfect. I don't need perfect. I don't need perfect. I just need real, someone I can laugh with. Cry and feel. I'm chasing gold, I'm chasing glow. Wherever I go, I take it slow. This is the life I said I'd live. Every little bit.
What a clean fight for Disguise. Is that will be the team kill?
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point. That's behind boss,
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
Can they get the touch? Here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Court has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals Champion.
The way that Jetpack Cap flies at me somehow makes me uncomfortable. Hello, welcome back to the OWCS. I'm Zoe, joined by Jaws and Johnny for all the NA action. Don't ask questions, just accept my opinion. Thank you very much. Let's talk about NA, because I wasn't here last week, and for those of us watching who have missed it, let's fill us in. Let's recap what went down in NA in week 2. Guys, what you got for me?
I think this is a really fun week, actually. A lot of Xion being played, and my favorite thing about Overwatch Esports, or just Overwatch in general, a ton of Ajaxes. I think Circuit Royale was easily the most eventful map. Dude, the Ajaxes were crazy, Johnny. It turns out Xion's really good at killing Lucios as they go for sound barrier, especially when they're nanoed. And we did see Callum Winston too, so that was also a bright spot for me.
Yeah, there's some mechanical war gods over in North America. So they see a new DPS hero and they're like, yeah, I'll pick that up. Thank you very much. High tempo. Yep, love that. And people like Ryan and Somba do stuff like this. Oh my god. I mean, it's just disgusting. It's just disgusting. But this new hero, it's really revitalized. Oh, so drifting. It's really revitalized some of these teams, and it's made for a really fun middle of the pack battle here. Space Station Gaming still on top, of course. They've been dominant so far this stage, but you never know in North America, Zoe.
That's right, you never know. Like, if you're looking at the standings, SSG and Lunex, they have clinched their spot for the playoffs, but Dallas Fuel and Team Liquid still have some head-to-heads to soar. Now, Dallas beating Disguised at the end of the day would secure their spot as well. Unlikely to go past Sierra's head-to-head differential, of course, if there's any ties in the first place. So, still stuff to play for here in our very last week of group play. Here, the breakdown, in case of what I said made absolutely no sense to you. You can read it. There you have it. But yeah, overall, of course, we did. You put it in a folder. I put it on a post-it and hang it next to my monitor. That's how I remember. But yeah, so we do still have some, of course, placements to sort. That's what I wanted to say, in order to figure out who's going to make those playoffs and also who gets to battle it out first, right? Because obviously the first seed is coming through comfortably, as VP did over in EMEA. Let's talk about the heroes that we saw in NA and the leaderboard here for the hero bands in this region. Looking a little bit different over in EMEA. Diva here leading the charge alongside Sigma. Mizuki is catching some strays here as well.
Yeah, no real surprise to see tanks banned, to be honest. There's a lot of good off-tank players in North America. I mean, Callan's like the guy. He's like the main tank guy. He's holding it down.
Callan's your favorite player? Is that right?
Yes, he is.
I think so,
told him that in person in Tokyo. I did say to him.
What did he say?
Sigma as well. He was like, thank you. I was like, good stuff.
Good talk.
Mizuki as well is also kind of OP. I think we're going to see a little bit more Shion kind of rising through the ranks as the weeks go on, though.
Let's talk Shion then, the current meta. Like, we did see quite a bunch of teams picking her up. Obviously, there was a mini nerf happening throughout this past week. How much do you expect this to affect the Shion pick rate for this one?
Okay, well, okay, Jaws, you're shaking your head. I actually think that it'll impact it at least somewhat. Look, still, the kit is just super strong. It's like a very interesting character for Overwatch Esports because it's high tempo and you can play both on the hit scan and your tracer player can also play Shion. So it's like a really good hero for Overwatch Esports. But I do think that the hotfix at least, tones down the win rate a little bit here of Shion. So we'll kind of see how these North American teams settle in. But I definitely think the nerf to the execution is going to be impactful.
Joss, you disagree?
A little strong. Maybe just a little. The amount of clips they okay, all I'm saying is they definitely saw the clips from OWCS last week when it is just the Shion flanking. Boom! Hits the one shot on the
but see, here's the thing. Done. That's only how it looks like in the hands of OWCS player. It ain't looking like that in my ranked games, I tell you that much.
Even I.
From my perspective, the nerf was not necessary.
Miss every bullet.
Exactly. It do be like that. Let's take a look at today's schedule to see what we have in store for us on day one here in NA. Of course, we're going to kick things off with a big one. SSG going up against Team Liquid. And then we're going to close out day a little later with Dallas Fuel and Disguised. Now, we want to... what this is all about. It's not just about bragging rights, not about coming out on top of your respective region. No, it's all going to lead to our second LAN event of the year, the Midseason Championship, taking place in Paris, France. A wonderful city. French fans are showing up, and we hope you do too, because there are still tickets available. So make sure to grab yours right now and join us for all the action. 16 of the best Overwatch teams will be battling it out on the stage at the Esports World Cup, and you can be part of it. 15% off currently, so make sure to grab that QR code and secure your spot. Make sure to come say hi to us. I love LAN events. Like, I also feel like there are always going to be the LAN teams that just perform under those kind of situations. Team Liquid definitely being one of them. Space Station Gaming, obviously also a team with a massive fan base around the globe, so they will be fueled by the fans in the room as well. face cards
Talk about
will
that
never get
sugar-free
delayed.
emote he just popped on that.
So good.
What was that? Rose laughed to himself or something.
Again, you're
Who's
asking
in
too many questions.
A fantasy-style chuckle. Like he was.
Don't think about it too much, Josh. Just
Yeah, I think you're overthinking it. It's not that deep.
He was just in like posing in front of cameras, Jaws. Like, don't read into it. Don't worry about it.
I'll always just blame whoever filmed it because they probably were given directions. They're just executing.
I love it. I love it. Keep making him do that. Keep making him do that. It's funny.
Make him do it. Let's talk about the teams though that we get to see in action here. Obviously, we're going to start things off with a big one. Liquid going up against SSG. SSG, I mean, listen, both of these teams really stood out in week 1, going undefeated. Now, SSG continued in their winning ways and won their last 2 bouts. And they've been looking really, really good. I think this is quite a turnaround considering how rough their go was at the Champs Clash, right, in Tokyo. Like, they came dead last. It looked really rough, and then they showed up on this stage, and this meta seems to fit them. Like, they found their stride really quickly.
There was an individual competition between the players to who could win the least maps. Like, that's how bad it got. We're heading into the show match like, wait a second. One SSG player is going to win a map on a LAN. So, playoffs, I mean, well, stage 2, sorry. It's good that they're showing up. We want them to perform at a LAN because it was ridiculously disappointing. I think SSG, especially with Lethal, they got this. They got this. Sure.
They got surely. Let's talk about Team Liquid though. Also a team that showed up in week 1. Now, they only had 1 match last week. That was against Dallas Fuel, and that was a 3-1 beatdown. They seem to struggle. What did not go right for them?
Okay. But my mantra was last week, and I'm carrying it into this week. Don't freak out. We're not freaking out about Team Liquid. They got 2 new members. They're figuring out their style. Don't freak out. Dallas Fuel, real tough challenge here for Team Liquid. Now, if they lose tomorrow against Cafe, we're freaking out. Like, it's over. Like, it's actually over.
I mean, tomorrow is
if
also
they lose
the
tomorrow
last day of group stage, so I feel like you can freak out a little before the last day. I feel like usually you freak out at the halfway point.
I'm coping.
And you're doing
I'm an
great.
apologist.
I
Team
love
Liquid
that for you.
apologist.
Hey,
I'm a
big
you
fan.
know, Ben most me a little bugs. You know, it's fine. It's fine. I just smoothed it over on broadcast. Don't worry about it.
That's nice. I love that. No, guys, I mean, obviously, like, individually, like, we know what those players are bringing to the table. We know that they're a very competent team. So far, it's just not really clicked for them. Implementing new players is difficult. And then you also deal with, like, a very much up in the air meta still, and it's been up in the air for the last few weeks. Like, all of group stage was just, like, no one really has figured anything out. Just some teams found what's working for them, but there's no universal like solution. So I understand. I'm joining you as an apologist to some extent. But if we're looking at predictions, I'm going to give this to SSG. They should be considered the clear favorite just based on their performance the last 2 weeks.
Oh man. Yeah, I want to give it. I want to give it Liquid a little bit more of that hope, but I went with SSG as well.
Okay.
Yeah, the game versus Dallas Fuel, they won a map, but the other maps looked pretty horrendous. They got a single point out of the 3 maps they lost in that series. So, yeah, it's an SSG. I think they're on good form. They can keep up. They can go to playoffs. Maybe they make a good run in Paris as well.
There are 2 modes here, Jaws. You can be a Team Liquid apologist, but also say there's going to be a beatdown today.
What?
And so I'm going both of those directions. I think it's going to be a beatdown. SSG has just been a way better team this stage. They figured stuff out. Team Liquid, though, it's getting close to the playoffs here. You got to show us, you know, a little something that you cooked up here. But today is not going to be their day.
It's the penultimate day. What do you mean?
I am a Liquid fan now. It has been decided. I think I said
homework
SSG
last minute, Zoe. Just
pre-show.
last day. That's when you have it figured out. Okay, like, you know, like you don't need to have it figured out a week in advance. Just the day off. That's what matters.
Bro, it's June and I already have my Christmas presents wrapped up. Like, I'm not putting things up last minute. Like,
wow.
No, I'm ahead of the game. That's right. And I expect the same from our teams today. Let's see who's gonna show up and get the dub. Guys, please take it away.
Christmas presents already? You got to be serious.
Okay, that's 6
That's
months.
crazy. I mean, yeah, 6 months is a little crazy. What are you, Johnny? Are you a week before kind of guy? A couple of weeks before? A month before?
You know, I'm a grown man at this point. I used to be a day off kind of person, and you know, I've been married for 3 years now, and I've become a better person. So now it's like a month in advance. So you know, it's all about self-improvement. You don't have to define yourself as a day off person. You can be better than that. So same goes for Team Liquid here. You don't have to be a day off person. You kind of start figuring stuff out already.
Slow, steady improvement for Team Liquid, please.
That's what I'm talking about.
Chat predictions, Johnny, by the way, 82% for SSG. So the chat is very much in the SSG camp, not so much in the Team Liquid here. And I don't blame anybody, to be honest. I like the value. I'm all about the value predictions in the chat, to be honest with you, with the 18% for Team Liquid. Big fan of that. SSG are going to ban the Lucio. Bastion banned for TL. We're still seeing the Cat Bastion. And we might see it a little bit more. I'm not sure how much the execution is really going to affect how much Shion's going to be played, Johnny. Maybe 5% less. But Cat Bastion's still peeking his head in there.
Yeah, no, I think it mostly impacts, you know, the teams who are really kind of committed to the Xion. So like Cafe, they're playing tomorrow, right, against Team Liquid. And if Team Liquid lose today, that's going to be a match with a lot of stakes on the line. So, you know, that's a team that I would think kind of impacts the Xion hotfix kind of impacts quite a bit here. But if you're a team that's able to play like the Sigma Mizuki, the Jetpack Cat Bastion, like obviously you can work around that. And Xion is still going to be a very strong hero for you if you decide to go with that route. But it seems like Team Liquid is the one, for the moment anyway, selecting this hero.
Oh, we're back. Mauga Gaming. No attack, by the way, in Fort Control. It's going to be infected to start. And we're on the Cat, no Bastion. Dropping Tree in actually would be kind of fun. A little death from above spree. You love to see it, but more... Okay, yeah. This is probably a better play. Just putting the Mauga on the high ground so they can just shoot a cage.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting kind of match to follow, because we've been apologizing for Team Liquid a lot here, but they haven't really showed us a great composition that kind of works for them. They've been kind of like patching things together, like make things simple. Let's see if they can actually do something with this composition, if they can get some work done.
All right, let's see these nerfs, Tree, or this hotfix. Hopping on the bike. Little stop in the backline too. Nice disengage though from Admiral. Actually lifts Lethal up onto the high ground so he doesn't get immediately killed by the bike and the slam combo from the Mauga. D-Mech on the Hawk. And there's the execution kill. The first one of today. Lethal, though, taking down Tree and Vega. All thanks to Admiral being saving him initially. And that'd be SSG getting first cap.
Yeah, it's a brilliant disengage, like you said. And if you can protect the Cassidy in a composition like this, like against the Xion, against the Tracer, just give time and room for Lethal to do work on the Cassidy. That's going to work tremendously for Space Station. So a great disengage to kick things off.
Yeah, I was peeping the win rates actually of Xion on, like, in ranked across all tiers. 55% win rate. That's too high, some would say. A little too high. So definitely needed those nerfs. Speaking of which, wow, Tree has ended the fight already. Okay, well, just 3 things. Just Xion things, actually. Think about it.
But I kind of like this, though. You got some real playmakers on the side of Team Liquid. I mean, Tree and Zero, 2 of the best damage dealers in the entire region, and now you're putting them on very mechanically demanding heroes so they can do work like that. So, Team Liquid here, obviously you have to be wary of these engages, time the engages pretty well with Infected, but if they can execute on the composition like this could be the recipe for success that has been missing for Team Liquid so far at this stage.
So that is the highest win rate in the game at the moment.
Okay, we get it, buddy. We get it.
I'm just saying, she's pretty strong. Nice little Deadeye. The Cat Noon strikes again. Kivitz had nowhere to go, and there you go, SSG. And this is the big thing about the Cat. Like, I thought there was a bit of restriction around the Cat, to be honest with you, like only having to play with the Bastion. But people have gotten so good at like throwing the Cassidy in places, like getting your tank out of bad situations as well. The tether has been like worked on quite a lot, so no more do you have to play it with just the Bastion.
Yeah, so Team Liquid. Cage comes out for an Infected here. Zero gets a nice first pick as well onto Sugar Free.
The Diva is
and this should be a
hovering in the
Team
sky.
Liquid fight already. Pretty cheap as well here.
Yeah, really cheap. Nice cage. You saw Hawk kind of suspended from the chain because the chain was in midair. So Hawk used thrusters to try and get out and then instantly got trapped. A good flip from CL. Very close so far. In fact, this is one of the more back and forth controls we've had in North America so far.
Yeah, it really has been. Oh, well, because of stuff like this as well.
Oh.
Lethal finds an opening pick on the Vega, and like at this point, if you're Liquid, don't really want to invest in a fight like this.
I mean, the cat really does break the mobility cycle for a lot of heroes as well. Just being able to give Cassidy just a skyward angle over the rest of the team and the battlefield. Well, there's the spree coming through for Tree. Easy kill onto Lethal. Trapped inside that Mizuki cage. No one to help him out. Healers, I don't think we're anywhere close. Spike's going to get thrown downtown as well as Team Liquid. They get a team kill and actually edge over Space Station Gaming in their percent.
Yeah, it's a good team fight from Team Liquid, and now both supports are firing as well. Kivus and Vega with plenty of work with the ultimates there. Gotta be aware of this Deadeye coming in. On the flank here, Lethal is with Admiral. Good to go.
There it is. High noon, slingshot the Cassidy in, calling the skulls. Nice Suzu. Actual pixel perfect there by Kivus. He's just got something going on, a little awry on the left-hand side there, but it's actually Sugar Free that goes down to the hands of Zera first up. Bike to try and get back on, but Hawk with the boot off the map on to the Xion. Now the self-destruct has to be deployed. It's OT for Team Liquid, so Space Station have to find some purchase on this point. And Hawk is really low. A good chains connection from Vega. Make sure Hawk has to get off the point, but Space Station still get the flip. Infected, not touching the point whatsoever as the backline for Team Liquid dissolved.
It's a difficult fight for Team Liquid because Space Station, they already had all the positioning, and Team Liquid, to some extent, they're kind of reliant on getting on top of Space Station, but in that specific fight, they were already like herded into their closed door areas on their side of the map. So 90% and counting here, Space Station could provide a lot of poke on the walk up here.
Yeah, Zera's got touch. Yeah, there it is. That's whoa, 10 HP. Surprise. Zera didn't recall.
That's huge.
That was, yeah, kind of insane. Lethal's on the high ground, though, and they're going to have to pass this horrible angle. Deadeye from the sky. Sue's already used. The Vega's dead. There's no cover can be found by Vega. Next to a doorway, but maybe thought the Suzu was enough to save it. Cater infected on the point, but unfortunately, the rest of your team is already history. As Space Station Gaming going to wrap this one up. Nice little bow on top. They're going to take the first round.
Yeah, what a back and forth round, though. They're going to kick things off here. Team Liquid coming into this one. We talked about it in the pre-show. Haven't really seen anything great from them so far at this stage, but I still like the vibe they brought here to kick things off in this series, and maybe they can make things a little bit more competitive with Space Station than we initially anticipated. I mean, so many of these fights were just dead eyes as well. It's crazy.
Well, I think he was trying to strafe towards the pillar instead there. That was a really awkward spot for Vega to be in.
13-1.
Yeah, pretty good. Turns out Lethal, pretty good. Especially the Cassidy, too. What? I just...
What is the win rate of Cassidy?
Okay, let me check. You want me to actually check? I'll check.
Yeah, pull it up. Pull it up real quick.
I'm pulling up. All tiers, Cassidy win rate is definitely lower than, than Xion. 47%.
Okay, Grandmaster and up. Grandmaster and up.
Grandmaster and up. Grandmaster and Champion, 48%. So 1% better than the rest of the population.
Okay, so, you know, not the most overpowered hero, but Lethal and Kevster, they're showing what this hero is capable of. Still can make my point.
Look at I mean, this is an illegal Ana angle. He's hovering. He's literally hovering.
He's not designed to be there.
You're not even supposed to be up there. The hitbox of the high ground, it just breaks.
Bro's walking on air.
Perfect. Oh, there he goes.
There he goes.
quite literally now. Good sleep, too. Neither ends up getting chained, but ends up staying alive. And you can just have the raid boss kind of walk on forward. Infected does get antied, but this is a high ground that's really important here for Space Station Gaming. The more you can control this, and for the longer you can control this if you're SSG, you can have such free reign on this point. Infected does manage to push Hawk away, using those thrusters to get to that high ground real quick, but Vega already dead. Infected required so much backup on this point, Johnny. So many heals required to pump into the Malga. Vega's forced to play that close range. So despite Team Liquid taking the point early, it's Space Station Gaming that should get the flip.
Surely.
Oh, the stick.
Unless... 3-0. I think we got... No way! Tree fights out on the pick! Wait, they've killed like 3 people here. Yes. Wow. How did they turn that around?
That should have been their point. I mean, Vega and Kivus ended up dying too, but Tree and Zera managed to, what, like 2v3, 2v4 on the points? Get Hawk out of make
that's
thanks to the
nuts.
stick. That was
Yeah.
gross.
Ridiculous. And they already built percentage as well. So they're already up at 50% there on the back of that clutch. This is a great start to the round for Liquid. Wow.
Oh, the bike. Yum. Oh, it is.
What?
No way. No way. Oh, my. That is one sad tracer. Not expecting that. In the big 26, you're getting bikes flown here. Kivit's down. All right. Okay. Surely Space Station won't randomly all die to Zera now. Silver Bullet, Tree is dead, Hawk is infected. There we go. Okay, they're going to get the point. But like you said, 73% already for Liquid. I mean, that's a good start.
Yeah, and it kind of changes the entire trajectory of this round, because I would have said Infected playing Mauga against this Ana with high ground. Probably have to swap off the Mauga. Now, you're almost a team fight away from winning this round. You got a cage fight coming up. These ultimates could really turn things for Team Liquid. But Space Station has 5 of their own, and here's the Deadeye.
Oh, there's the Nano, though. Nano's free. Fisher could be trying to get onto the point. They're right in the corner of the Sanctuary, though, so a lot of that damage is actually being negated completely. But as soon as that Sanctuary falls, I mean, the rest of Team Liquid, not shortly after. Both DPS, the TL already down. Infected knows this fight is pretty much done. Just looking for trades at this point. Although Vega killing Sugar Free's a decent comeuppance there. This should be a fairly trivial experience now for Space Station Gaming. Cage fight gets deployed though. The cat in the cage. The cat in the cage ends up getting blown up by Infected. And in fact, I may have spoken too soon yet again. Self-destruct on the point. Infected dashes out of there with that charge. Hawk gets the remake in the end. As Infected is back on the point again. In fact, Team Liquid as a whole, 4 players are capping the point. As Space Station Gaming loosed, yeah, it feels like, Johnny, a winnable fight.
Yeah, Infected saving that cage fight is huge, actually, and he did so because they utilized the Sanctuary early. So, similar ultimates. Sugar Free here, though. Pick onto Zero. This is SSG trying their best here.
Still really good.
Yeah.
Nade combo into the sleep. Okay, Infected is down. Point presence gone for Team Liquid. Oh, Tree. No, not quite. Not going to get a kill.
I mean, also, Hawks surviving with the mech there, that's also massive for Space Station coming back into that fight so early. So, great play by Infected, but then Hawk as well, surviving, making sure that Space Station get a clean fight to begin with here. And now, they have an opportunity to close out the map.
Zera, if you get this pulse ball on UV or Admiral, it might be over. High Noon, they're not even going to give him the chance, but time's ticking, of course. Oh, the bike! Tree tried to get away, but not quick enough. Nano and Sugar Free again. The execution did half the Mauga's health. Half the Mauga's health. Where's the hotfix at?
Okay.
2-0 for SSG. They end up winning Ilios there. He was Nano, to be fair. He was Nano.
Yeah, he was Nano. Come on, you're doing the practice range thing, buddy. Relax.
Yeah. Practice range face. When I shoot the stationary DPS with a full execution in the head. Oh. SSG off to a good start, though. A little 2-0. However, compared to Liquid's game last week, this is a much of an improvement. I mean, they are way more formidable, at least on Oasis in this first map.
Yeah, I think you can say that Team Liquid were kind of competitive that Ilios because their damage players clutched up in the end. I mean, that Ilios run would have looked different if it wasn't for Zero and Tree doing some amazing carry work, of course. It did feel like Space Station Gaming in the end. They were in control for most of this map. As we look back on this one, as we reflect on it, they didn't really lose a lot of fights. They decided instead to disengage, back out, and then have a clean execution. And so I think Space Station are very much in control here. But Team Liquid, at least showing us a little something here with Tree on this Xion.
Yeah, they're real good. Yeah, that's the clutch factor. I mean, Zera and Tree both pretty clutch in them by their own right. Oh, here's the bike.
Wow. Did Ultra hide there in the corner?
Yeah, I think that Ana was hiding there, yeah. I'm not sure it was asleep. It might have just been a nade or something, but yeah, that was absurd. That Sanctuary play, by the way, I'm glad we got the replay of that from the Xion's perspective. Sanctuary outside of the point, but it covered like the corner. So the 2 players were standing on like 1 pixel's worth of cover there in the Sanctuary, which it helped them live and it helped them win the point as well. Like Mizuki is still ridiculous, and you can see why he's been banned so much.
They're kind of cooking here. They got 2 ultimates that provide like a universal shield. So you go with the Sanctuary to the point, and then you pop the cage fight on the point, and you're just shielded off for like 10 seons. Genius strategy. That's one for the rankings.
They were cooking. They were cooking. Kasaurus was cooking with that one. The Mizuki Sanctuary, then the Cage. Hang on. New Junk City is the pick by Team Liquid. I mean, that was the one map they did win against the Dallas Fuel. It was 3-2. It was really close, but they won against the Fuel in that one map series last week in week 2.
Yeah, so we saw some more tempo-heavy compositions from Team Liquid on Ilios there. But their preference so far, if you review last week when they did go to New Junk City and then also to Hollywood, has been more the Brawl style compositions, and New Junk City is the perfect map to kind of enable that as well. So Kiriko is going to get banned here by SSG, and that will prevent some of these compositions that Team Liquid are going to play. Sigma ban, by the way, something they mirrored last week as well. They don't want to engage in these Mizuki Sigma compositions. They want to play more of their Ramatra style that Infected is so good at.
Yeah. Ramatra, you could even play the Malga again. I like SSG banning the Kiri. It actually opens up Ana once again. Like, I don't think Ana would be a bad pick into the Malga. Although you're more than likely you're still playing Lucio on these Flashpoint maps. So we'll see what the backline looks like without some Kiriko.
Yeah, I almost think like the Ana obviously is viable because there's no Suzu on the battlefield, but I'm almost wondering if in these Brawl style compositions we'll see probably more like Juno Brig. I don't feel like we've seen a lot of Juno Brig, and so we probably won't see that. But that's the kind of style of support backline that I'm envisioning here. And Ana might be a bit of a kind of like vulnerable. Let's put it that way. A lot of people want to get on top of an Ana. Well, if they play some kind of speed with the speed ring and so forth with the Juno, Ana won't have a great time and won't have the sightlines required to really make it work here, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I talk about Ana like it's still like, what, 2020? I'm like, yeah, they can definitely play Ana here. Definitely, guys.
Hey, Ultraviolet popped off there on Ilios.
I mean, it still works, man. It still works. Me as I insert the cassette into the tape deck. Yeah, Ana's still really good, guys.
We're going to be talking about Ana in like 20 years. We're like in our 50s.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Dude, do you remember Twilight's Ana?
Yo, like, Karib, the Sandman on Los Angeles Valiant. Dorado, remember that game in 2019? He popped off, man. It's crazy.
Zoe in the back. Zoe in the back's like, please stop.
We had a big nickname phase for all the players in Overwatch League. We were like, we need nicknames. The Sandman.
The Sandman. That's a good nickname, to be fair.
All right,
well, there's Infected.
Let's
back
bring
on the
it back.
marker, but you were right. Juno Brig for Team Liquid.
Yeah, indeed. Still, though, playing the Shion here in the Vendetta. Talk about engage heavy composition here, and Hawk already. Nice little javelin on the Kivis. Team Liquid are gonna have to pick it apart here, but this is one of the compositions of all time here from Team Liquid.
Nice engage, buddy. You kind of get the idea though from Team Liquid, especially if you have the Vendetta with Infected. Pop the cardiac overdrive. Like, you want to go fast. You want to get to the backline really quick, have Tree on an off angle, and then Vendetta also kind of lurking around off angle, and then just blow the backline out. But there's so much peel for SSG is the problem, and it's actually Zera switching to the Genji instead.
Yeah, Zero has actually proven in the past that he likes playing this Genji alongside Infected Smalga. So here, Infected already taking a lot of damage here, forced to activate the cardiac overdrive. Tree with a nice pick here though, but Kivis drops as well.
Yeah, but Hawk again, speak about sustain. I mean, popping every cooldown to live against the Malga, plus also hitting, getting hit by the wave too, so you're receiving even more healing. Yeah, this is a Team Liquid loss in this fight. Might just be the point 2, although of course 3 and Zera still kind of coming up with kills somehow. They killed 3. I mean, Hawk kills Zera in the end, and yeah, there's not going to be a chance to cap. But still, I mean, finding kills like that is something that we saw last map.
They are so close to perfection, but it's not quite happening for Team Liquid here. It's 90% of the timer here. Gonna have to like I played. Don't really have any ultimates to go with this either here. Have to touch the point, which is going to get the advantage. Space Station, Sugar Free with the pulse bomb doesn't get a pick.
Yeah, Tree's on the off angle as well, trying to land a one shot onto Admiral. Admiral's so low too. Spree right to the back, and they're so close together. Tree basically herding them in like a sheepdog, and then popping the Spree. Backline down for SSG, but the problem is the health bars are waning as well for Team Liquid. DPS have been dealt with. Point got flipped by TL, but SSG are going to get the cap again. So someone has to touch for TL. Looks like they've got the manpower to do so. Infected's on the point already.
Yeah, Team Liquid are going to stall this one out and get the point cap back. And I think this now is real good for Team Liquid. Have to win a couple of team fights here, but not needing to pressure the objective or try to engage on PlayStation, already having all this position available to them. This is great for their engages like this.
Holy rally. Orbital Ray as well. That's a big terror surge as he drags Zera back in, pops the blade, but you're blading in Orisa. Unfortunately, you require a little bit more damage. There it is. Okay, TL do manage to focus down the Battle Cattle. Spree for Vega, though, is going to at least help with the kill on... Sorry, Spree from Lethal ends up with the kill onto Vega. Cage gets popped on the point for more of a defensive countermeasure here for Infected to try and hold on. Zera eventually healed up. Cage destroyed. Doomfist as well now for Hawk to try and get this final touch. But Infected can now try and cycle cooldowns. A good punch into the wall. Hawk is just supercharged up right now, but they're fighting into this Ray. Has to get out of the line of fire. But Infected mows him down in the end. And that's a cleanup for Team Liquid. I mean, the Orbital Ray is just so hard to fight into in these close quarters. Zera might have fallen here, but it is Team Liquid capping the first.
All right, I might have gotten a little too excited about that punch that wasn't charged up. But it looked real cool when he punched 3 people into the wall right there. The Orbital Ray, like you said, just too much there for Team Liquid, especially, you know, putting pressure on the point with a Mauga and an Orbital Ray. That's just going to be too much to handle here for SpaceIGN, who play a pretty interesting composition. We haven't talked about it so far, Jaws. Hawk is actually going to swap over to the D.Va here, move away from the Orisa, but playing this Wu Yang composition as well. They kind of want to kite away, disengage here, but Infected, leaving them no room here.
On Sprite's got Tidal Blast. I like this pickup from Hawk, though. It's just so good against the Mauga because he can't heal himself. Cardiac Overdrive pops, Matrix the entire thing. It's not exactly a hard cooldown to spot out of somebody either.
SpaceIGN, easy cap there. You got the Tidal Blast to go with this if they need as well. Lot of pressure on the damage players here to come up big for their respective teams.
Yeah, it's going to go Sugar Free, no surprise there. Now hunting for somebody. Tree already in the back. What a knockdown onto Tree. Honestly, the perfect target. If not a support, you want to go for the Xion.
Go for the Xion indeed as SSG cleaning up here. They really come back into this now. Yeah, that's pretty
actually
nice
stagger too. That's really nice.
They've caught a few ultimates here as well. Yeah.
Rally though for Vega.
Yeah.
Double DPS ult, Johnny, as well for TL.
Yeah, they have indeed here. Let's see if they decide to disengage or go with this Orbital Ray early here. You don't really want to engage into a Mauga if need be, but kind of going for it here. Cardiac Overdrive Force as well from Infected.
Oh, the stun is so good. Lethal barely got the second dash off before he got his lights knocked out. Right, he's going to help put Team Liquid into a better spot to win this fight. Although, look at the hounding down a grip right now. Vega using every single packet imaginable to keep the Brig alive. 3 hops on the bike, 2 flat tires, though, puts him in the dirt. SSG may have lost their D.Va, but they still have to deal with Infected. The solo gauge on the Tracer. Yeah, that's a war crime. Let's have a look at if Team Liquid can get back on the point now. 3 players from SSG trying to get the cap. They're going to sneak it away.
Yeah, they're all going to get this touch here as well. And they should have the ultimates to make this a pretty good fight for them in the end here. SpaceIGN, they can sit back here. They don't necessarily need to win this straight off the bat. Try to scout out a good opportunity to punish the backliners here, perhaps.
But
Sugar Free goes down.
Yeah, Kibis hits the headies on Sugar Free. That's like a one-tap pretty much in the Orbital Ray. And yeah, fight over. Nice. I mean, decent trade though for SSG. Tidal Blast onto Sugar Free again. I mean, that's a fight win if you get Vega, Kibis, or Tree.
Yeah, 100%. And I think SpaceIGN quite happy playing it slow right there. Also going to swap over to this Orisa once again, which I think is quite obnoxious for a lot of these heroes on Team Liquid, so I don't mind the pick. Stay. Look for a good opportunity here with the Tidal Blast.
Oh, dear. Yeah, Vega's not in the best possible spot, but Tree actually trades completely. Admiral ends up going down, was caught off the race, the rest of his team, but look at that. The backline from Team Liquid just crumbles under the pressure. It's SSG. They go back to Orisa. And it's going to make a whole lot of difference here against Infected Mauga. There you go, SSG. They're going to get this one. Okay, the stick. Oh, wait.
Oh, he's one, actually.
Down to 1 HP. It should be fine, though. Aperon and UV are healing him up. Okay, fully back, got the armor, all good. Yeah, and there it is. Worth the attempt, though, I feel like, for Zera. If that Orisa kill goes through, there's a chance. There were backup players coming in for TL, but it will be SSG tying us up.
Yeah, 100%. Vega's going to swap back to the brig here after a stint on the cat, trying to get back quickly. Both backlines kind of struggling to survive against this Tracer and Xion. I think that speaks to the skill of the damage players in the server right now here as well.
What is my Orisa doing, man? What is this? It's like a big Tracer. Orisa was hiding on the off angle.
Lethal?
And then Lethal just, it's a 6-3 onto 2. All right, well, there's Chico, and there's 10 kill streak as well for Lethal on top of it.
I mean, can we pause here for a second? Like, these fights are incredibly chaotic. These damage duos of Xion and Tracer are really changing the game in terms of the tempo we're playing at right now. And it feels like neither the tanks or the backlines can really keep up with it. So we get these really messy fights here. Team Liquid now, they do have a cage that they can play with together if need be, but SpaceGen, then they've opened up as well.
Well, this array for Admiral. One fight they're hoping. Spree's going to get used by Tree. Actually prompts a Tidal Blast to be used. Tree's laser down the head, so it didn't really matter if that Tidal Blast popped or not. But the cage for Infected locks down players in the front line, but I believe they only got Hawk. Maybe one other player. It's not the exact target you want to go for as they chase them all the way to spawn doors.
Yeah, SpaceGen feels like they've figured out Team Liquid at this point. Playing pretty seamless around this Mauga that is fairly limited when it comes to the one cardiac overdrive cooldown and the overrun. Team Liquid are going to flank around to try and get closer to the point to begin with, but SpaceGen already poking.
And Orisa has such a massive head. Did you see how much damage she took as she went around the corner? That was Vega taking a pulse bomb. I think it may have actually ended up hitting the shield. Pulse bomb attaching the wall there for Zera. Forced to recall. Now this is going to be out of the fight for a couple of moments too. Infector's already popping that cardiac overdrive as Ultraviolet tries to land those try shots. Wave's going to help Hawk stay alive, or I believe that ended up hitting. But now the orbital raid for TL should be what it takes to win the fight. But again, Space Station, they're playing a bit of chess here, Johnny. You take a big move, that's fine. We've got a backup move. And that backup move is we've got 99% and you use your big ray already. And we've got a Tidal Blast coming up.
Yeah, they're playing very smart on both of these maps so far. They've been so tactically, well, with their decision to disengage, when to use their ultimates, and this is another case of that. They can just pick their perfect opportunity to go.
Yeah, Vegas got Rally. Big upset potential for a Tidal Blast user. Taking a little bit of damage though from the poke. Good amount of shielding though from Vegas. Going to stop all those try shots from hitting. And there you go. Instantly popping that rally, but Tree's already dead. It's a 5v4 on the point. Vega going extremely low. Ultraviolet trying to find the snipe. But Kivis falls. Vega, there's not much he can do on the brig now. He misses the bash on the Tracer too. My word. I mean, Sugarfree just ate him for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That'll be SSG. They got 99 already. They let Liquid get 81, but they ain't letting them get the point. There is 2 on the board already.
And I like that our fellow observers are showing some love to the Wu Yang gameplay as well, because that hero has been so pivotal so far. Ultraviolet opened things up there with a pick from his Wu Yang skill. Team Liquid early engage here.
Oh, I saw the little stun thing onto the Tracer. She instantly gets destroyed. But Lethal again? And then a Terror Surge double from Hawk. All right, okay. Like you said, Johnny, these fights are over pretty quickly, and that's the case in point.
I mean, those were some big ultimates. If you overrun in there as a Mauga, you're in for a world of hurt there. With both Hawk utilizing the Terra Surge there, and that's going to mean Space Station Gaming here in control of this third round here, and Team Liquid kind of slowed down. Space Station Gaming has figured out this composition now. Team Liquid, a lot of ultimates here, but for Space Station, look at this big flank coming in.
Yeah, I really like the early engages, especially when you know you're down ults. Cage already popped. Both Stations trying to fight by the side of things. Admiral actually first to die. Infected, probably trapping the Juno in the cage and get a full POV, but Sugarfree and Ultraviolet, they're so slippery, Johnny. It's really hard for Team Liquid to lock people down. The Wu Yang and Tracer combo, it's just too delectable, even without the Tidal Blast. As Space Station taking an early fight, and they're up to 55.
Yeah, I think you're seeing here that it's a compositional diff here. The Orisa and the Wu Yang has been so good for Space Station Gaming so far, and Team Liquid been on the back foot with Vega over onto this Brig and the Mauga. The best they can do is really group up, play these corridors together with Space Station. The way they're poking around, taking these wide angles. Already poking here, like look at this.
UV is playing in the front line. Even further than that, UV's playing on the flank. Best Wu Yang in North America, to be said. Spree ends up getting a double for Tree. And again, a kind of a costly fight. Don't lose the duel against the Juno. Surely not. Surely not. Avril takes down Tree. Although it is only the Juno left, so it will be Team Liquid. Again, fighting in the same situation almost as that previous point. It's 99 for Space Station.
Yeah, and again, they don't have to stress things. They can sit back here now, pick their best team fight possible, give some time for this setup with the Wu Yang to kind of work out. Pick here from Sarah, okay. That's going to push SSG back here a little bit as they wait for Lethal to respawn. Team Liquid here, I'm curious to see when they decide to engage here, because they really only have one opportunity with the Mauga. Do you want to go pretty early, like we're seeing they're posting here?
Oh, the bike.
That was
Sarah's like, where did Lethal go? Lethal just like disappeared. He's in that little double door area for now. Travail is so close to this ult too. It's going to go again on and off angle with Sugar Free pressuring out this backline. Vega, you can see having a tough deal of it here. Rally in a couple of moments though. OT approaching the 4-team Liquid. It's going to get popped almost instantly. Tidal Blast now in the front line, actually on the Orisa, and it's a big knockdown as well. Infector's Cage instantly deleted. Hawk now buddy hopping backwards, getting away from the Brick, who's rallying. Like I said, Whip Shot pushes him back even further. The stick is good for one though. Vega ends up exploding into a million pieces. But Space Station, despite them coming out with kills, don't actually touch the point.
Yeah, it's a great location for Team Liquid to fight there because they take it into close corridors, and so Infected almost sacrificing his life there on the Mauga to put Space Station in place. And Team Liquid, they utilize that to their advantage. No one from SSG can touch. And we're evened up here, 2-2 on New Junk City. We're going the distance.
Again, Space Station have made it here fairly early on. There is a pulse bomb for Sarah. Has got recall in the 1v1. Not exactly a fair one, though, as he's receiving heals, but... Oh, no the pulse. Oh, he still gets him.
Oh, you can't.
Woo.
No. Not like that. Not the pulse and dying.
That's a... You hit enter, just hit the LOL or the Lamau real quick, and then, yeah. And then
yeah, move on.
If you're Sugar Free there, you're laughing. You're laughing.
Yeah, you're laughing indeed. SSG here in control of this 5th and final point. Ultimates on the board for them here as well. If they can force out this orbital ray early, that'd be terrible news for Liquid.
Yeah, they really don't want to use. They want to gain position first, and that's exactly the kill that is required to gain that position. Now Lethal can't go on an off angle. Stomp in the front line. There's the orbital ray from Space Station Gaming. Kivitz is going to respond. However, Infected got focused down super early. This ray from TL, I would argue, a little bit too late. Vega does end up getting the whip shot onto Sugar Free. A terror surge from Hawk to try and stay alive in the front line, but that ray got away from him as well. SSG are going to lose this point. But almost in similar fashion, it feels like.
Lethal.
A rally from Vega to make sure they can actually secure this. Lethal's got the spree, but that big flat screen TV from Vega keeps everybody alive. Zero does end up falling, but it is a messy fight with Team Liquid not even getting the best of positions here as SSG come in with a Tidal Blast. In fact, Sugar Free's already on the back line. A good knockdown, an even better stick from Sugar Brawn as Team Liquid now have to rely on Tree to get something done, but the spree easily kited away by SSG.
Indeed, what impeccable play from Space Station Gaming there. The way they navigated playing this Xion and the Tracer and really just picked Team Liquid apart. This is the tactical prowess we've been waiting to see from Space Station Gaming. They go up 2-0 in this series and definitely the top dog in North America at the moment.
Yeah, they look really good. Although, come on, I will say they look better. Team Liquid look a lot better. They look revitalized. Although still, you're going up against the best team in North America who've only dropped a single map so far. Worth keeping in mind. A single map has been dropped. I saw Hawk. Did I just see that correctly? Hawk with 45 limbs as well.
I mean, if you're in Orisa and you're just shooting bullets in the front line, like you're going to do a tremendous amount of work, and no one really wants to shoot the Orisa as well. It's kind of like, okay, well, we'll try to work around the Orisa. Like, let's be real here. We're not going to kill the hordes with all those cooldowns. But yeah, this has been an improved Team Liquid. And this identity has really worked for them so far with Zero onto this Tracer. I think as soon as Zero kind of flexed over to the Tracer, that changed the pace of their composition. The Genji was a little bit too restrictive against the Xion and the Tracer themselves there. And so this has been an improved Team Liquid that has kind of like found their style. And if you just have to make top 3 to make it to the Midseason Championship, well, Team Liquid are certainly trending in that direction. And I think that's great for them.
Oh, what a stick.
Yes,
okay, Johnny. Pick this up. I'm going to put this down for you.
All right.
Is Xion Tracer the new Genji Tracer?
Okay, all right. Look, Genji Tracer, iconic, okay?
Yeah.
Obviously, we're in 2026. We're in the big 2026. Xion Tracer, yeah, it's a better comp than Genji Tracer for sure. But
because it
like
kind of plays
like
the
iconic.
same way as well. Yeah,
No,
I'm not
but it's
speaking about like how iconic it is, but it's like the Xion wants to also be on an off angle. Like it is very dive. Like you are in, you've got a lot of mobility as well. A little bit more consistent than the Genji.
Yeah, it almost feels like a better version of, a few years ago we played Tracer Sombra. I feel like Xion is just like a better Sombra in this kind of a scenario.
Oh, yeah.
It's the tempo is just disgusting. But hey, we're grateful. We're grateful.
Yeah, dude. Xion, one of the funniest heroes to watch currently in OWCS, or just in general. Like I mentioned the pick rates, and it's the highest in the game right now, so come on, it's a fun hero to play as well. Don't forget as well, drops, that's what I was going to say. Drops, Johnny, are available right now, June 13th to July the 2nd. You can earn these drops on your screen. I'm sure a lot of you have got them already, but a couple of tier skips in the battle pass. Did you see they released an Alari Mythic? Your boy was grinning ear to ear when I saw that drop. So, you can earn your Mythic Prisms and then buy the Alari skin. I did insta-buy and also bought the, the Gilded one. The Gilded, that's what it's called. The black and gold variation, like the color swap.
Yeah, that's key.
It is sick. And then with the gold weapon too. Can't forget about that. Boom.
Yeah, I do the same.
Yeah, it's really clean.
I rocked the Gilded Tracer, and so I show up
Gilded
in this.
Tracer
Yeah.
is very good.
I'm in this diamond lobby, this black and gold mythic skin, and just getting absolutely dumpstered. It's not a good look, but I feel fly.
You feel pretty fly for a Tracer guy.
Yeah.
Hey, that's good, Johnny. Circle Royale picked by Team Liquid here. So I'm expecting them to be... Okay, there it is. It's on the bottom of your screen already. I was expecting Attack to come in. Now, Sigma is probably going to be played, or at least some form of kind of poke. How have you been liking Attack for TL? They haven't obviously performed super well against big teams, but Attack, known quantity in Korea, was kind of... I wouldn't say punching up in any stretch of the imagination towards your, Crazy Raccoons or Zetas or anything, but I think there's promise.
Yeah, I think promise is definitely the word to describe Attack. It's just like a player that's been around for a few years now, and we've been kind of like waiting for, the step up to the big leagues. It's almost like Vigilante on Crazy Raccoon now. It's just like, we're all just talking about like, oh, this player is so good. They have everything that's necessary, but the top teams, they have their roster already. They have their players they're committed to already. And I feel like Attack here gets a great opportunity on Team Liquid to show what he's made of. I think this is a good look for Team Liquid. I like when they play these kind of slower styles where Attack's hero pool really fits in. The big issue is you're facing a team like SSG. That's their bread and butter. And so now you're going up against the very best when it comes to these kind of Sigma compositions, and especially with Sugar Free playing more Mei, more Symmetra. That's going to be brilliant for Space and Gaming. So Team Liquid recognizing that, the Mei ban coming through.
Yeah, I like that point, because I think Sugar Free, if you think about past Sugar Free, it's like a lot of heavy Tracer, like a lot of like, I'm gonna kill your whole backline like over and over again, like extremely aggressive heroes, but he's very good at even like the Sim, like the Mei, the kind of more silly heroes too. He is almost the master of all at this point, like an amazing flex player. And it's something that's been discussed, I think, a few times throughout, especially Overwatch 2's history. It's like, well, at the end of the day, well, technically it's just Overwatch again, but at the end of the day, you have to be hyper flex now. You can't be like, I'm the Widow guy, I'm the Ashe guy. Like, no, you have to be able to play so much. And even to the point where I'm not just going to only play flankers. I think Sugar Free kind of embodies that quite well. So, yeah, Mei being banned, SSG, especially with Christopher, has definitely been pumping out those comps as of late. And the Alari ban on the other side. So, expecting TL to slow things down a little bit. Alari's a good one to do that, and that's been banned here too.
Yeah, I feel like Sugarfree deserves a lot of credit for expanding that hero pool, because we're, you know, it's so easy to sit back and say, oh, you know, I just want to play the Tracer, I just want to play the Genji, add in a few flex heroes like, you know, Echo, like the more mechanically skilled, demanding ones. But it's not necessarily you see a damage player at Sugarfree's potential really try to round out the hero pool by adding Mei, adding Symmetra. And so I think Sugarfree deserves a lot of credit for really taking the steps and the practice necessary to try and improve on these heroes. And obviously it's benefiting SpaceOcean massively here as well. The more they develop, the more they improve. And if they want to become one of those top international teams, like, these are expanded hero pools that is going to give them the edge in some crucial matches down the line. And so I love the work that Sugarfree's put in to really become such a great Symmetra anime player here now.
And we're so back. Cat Bastion for SSG. It was, like, exceptionally good versus Lunex on their circuit last week. It was a pretty close map, though. It was 4-3 was the final score of Circuit Royale. But this is what we're expecting. For Team Liquid, on the other hand, though, it is attack.
Wow. All right. Dude, I just built you up the entire walkout.
Yeah, that's...
Come on, man.
A little bit. And Lethal's going to die as well. Yeah,
come on, man.
Sarah hits him with a right click. Yeah, okay. Well, sometimes it'd be like that.
If you gave me 10 more seconds to glaze about SpaceOcean, I would have done it. I would have been like, yeah, it clicked for them last week on Circuit Royale. They looked brilliant, you know, halfway through that map. And, well, they got a little bit of card stall. That first fight, they got that going for them. No, don't show the scoreboard. No, get that out of here. Get that out of here. Come on now. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. No.
We're not doing that here.
We're 50 seconds in. Come on now.
All good. All good. They're on the corner now. They got the Sigma comp. They're on the corner with the Cat Bastion. And now this is where the Zarya is going to inevitably struggle. Hoping for a speed ring into getting someone in position. But the Bastion is going to be on the off. Oh, yeah, and Zera dies to a headshot. Ooh, Lethal rocking the Lego Bastion too. Shout out. You got that one, Johnny? You got the Lego Bastion?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Yes, I do one of the best skins in the game. Look at the little flames that's how he shoots.
Back in my hot take phase, I might have had some words about Lego Bastion in the Batch episodes. Not a lot of big fans about that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm not.
That's... Dude, it's one of the best skins in the game.
Anyway, yeah, look, I equip it. I use it. Team Liquid here finding out that their comp is kind of ancient with this Genji and the Zarya against what they're facing with the Jetpack Cat Bastion here. Look, let's see what they're cooking up here with this, you know, fairly engaged, reliant composition here. Putting bubbles on top of the Genji here, trying to get something going, but SpaceOcean mightily in control here. Jetpack Cat Bastion.
Really early. One final one. That's just free charge for attack. You just absorb that with a bubble.
Warning shots.
Sure. I mean, yeah, stall out. And, whoa, hang on a second. Oh, there's Sebastian. Where'd he go? He's in the stratosphere. And now, who do you actually get to target this Lethal? You can't. You just have to run away and hope you survive. A bubble onto Kibis. Good call. And actually, an orbital ray. That's one thing that would deal with the Cat Bastion. That's extra damage. Flux, however, is going to connect with one player. However, instantly bubbled again. Attack being very good at planting these bubbles so far. Very defensive, up to a high energy point this time in the game as Avril gets out alive, but not quite enough to get out of arm's reach of Zera. Oh, even deployed by SSG, but yeah, didn't really think of anything off of that. The Team Liquids, they just march on, they win the fight, and they should be getting checkpoint 2. There's no one to touch.
Yeah, the spree from Tree did so much damage onto the backline of SpaceOcean Gaming. So even though they dropped their ultimates, it almost felt like it was over by the time Tree had dealt that damage. And obviously losing the Bastion early, suboptimal here as well. Still though, you have a Bastion problem, Team Liquid. How will you deal with this long term here? Because like you said, they don't really have the greatest heroes to shoot them down.
Lethal hitting a mid-air grab. Well, they're going to go for a kidnap. Looks like it's going to be on the Zarya, but Avril is so low already. Actually, it looked like Avril just kind of jiggled the Zarya around a little bit, and then attack got discombobulated, and then the rest of SpaceOcean Gaming rounded the corner, and you saw Hawk getting a couple of kills. That was a really tough spot for attack to be in.
Yeah, that was pro cat gameplay. You can like tether the opponent, and then you use the objective You kind of like put yourself behind cover so you can't get killed, by the way. Like, put that on YouTube. Top 500.
Put that on YouTube. Put that on YouTube, sure. Blade in the skies. Kivus is already dead. Anime Blade is looking, yeah. All right, save that for season 2, Sarah.
Brought a blade to a chopper gun. That's not going to work out.
Yeah, actually. Bro bought the Bowie knife to the attack heli. 11 kill streak. Ain't happening.
All right, well, if it wasn't for Lethal dying that first point, it'd be pretty close to the nuke right now. But that's not going to be brought into play.
That's facts.
Instead, it's Team Liquid here with this crucial Graviton Surge. It's not the greatest walk-up composition. You still have to be wary as well. This Graviton Surge being eaten. So I'm kind of curious to see how Team Liquid approach this one. They obviously have a plan in place. You can see it.
Yeah, it's less of a walk-up, more of like a hobble forwards as they just take infinite poke. And they don't want this grab to get eaten either. Hawk's waiting for it, and Lethal's in the backline again. It's got the missile perk too. Attack's surely going to die. It's going to be a Graviton Surge on this high ground. Actually grabs Lethal, and they actually end up securing kills. A big grabs both the DPS, and Zera finishes both of them off. The Graviton Surge weaving his way around Hawk as he went for that flux. You can't use the grasp when you're hitting that. A good opening for attack actually secured them that despite his death.
That is 900 IQ. You can't grasp when you're fluxing. I can't believe that turned out so well for Liquid. It's a great Graviton Surge mid-flux, and then Zero cleans up, and things just go Team Liquid's way. SpaceIT Gaming, though. They have to go through this choke, but they have the ultimates required to kind of like poke out there.
Well, look at this. No. Oh, that spree did so much damage. I mean, Hawk's one-shot as well. What a push from Team Liquid. An attack changing gears goes over to D.Va too. And that's going to be point. Very, very quick. 2.5 minutes. Normally people get staggered on that last bit for such a long time, considering how close that defender spawn is.
Yeah, I had a lot of hope actually, but that choke is undefeated. Like, it's just crazy if you have a superior positioning over the enemy team here. All right, so SpaceIT Gaming here on the back foot a little bit. 2 minutes. They have to defend here on this third point. See if Sugar Free can do some work here on the Cassidy. Team Liquid, though, have a Sanctuary in hand. Might come in useful in this next fight.
Cat, Noon, over the top. Where's the Matrix? Oh, only choked down to half HP, and now Sugar Free gets descended upon by Team Liquid. There's a counter high Noon here from Zera. Sugar Free taken down, but they trade for a tank. That's a good trade by any stretch of the imagination. Vega's gonna like, get a little push here, but okay, get shut down in the end. Counter Sanctuary too, actually, by Vega. They pop both those ults to try and stop the high Noon from Sugar Free.
And Sugar Free swaps over to the Symmetra here as well. It's going to make things a little bit easier. You know, can teleport the Bastion around, but also dealing with attack on that D.Va. You know, they can buy themselves a lot of time here. Really choose where they want to fight. Given that they have both the Orisa here. At the same time, Team Liquid putting a lot of pressure on the card here. So they get the payload movement with Terra Surge.
Oh, the cat. Who did it kidnap? Not 100% sure. Hawk ended up using that Terra Surge. I think Admiral tried to go for like a Terra Surge catnap combo. Not 1,000% will happen, but well, Tree's dead. I know that for certain. 45 seconds to go. Reset for Team Liquid. Wow, they even get a self-destruct. Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal. Like, you probably would have lost some crucial seconds trying to jump off there. But that's
yeah,
okay, he wanted to swap, bro. He wanted to swap, bro. All good. All good. He didn't want to play the D.Va into the Sim Bastion anymore. Makes sense.
You know what? That's fair enough.
Fair enough.
Oh, the Bastion has got the ult. They're going to try and just bubble in the Xion, but they're just running into these turrets. They're just getting microwaved right now, and now they're in trouble. They use the rush outside of the doors, and attack and Kivus just fall over. They got folded. Sugar Free gets another one. And yeah, Sugar Free's hot swap over to the Sim as well. It's just a nightmare for Team Liquid to deal with. A really nice defense on that third point push there for SSG.
Yeah, SpaceIT are looking so good now. With Hawk over onto this Orisa and then the Symmetra as well. Kind of just puts Team Liquid to a stop on their attack there as well. Let's take a look at the scoreboard again. This feels like the whole story of the game, essentially. It's like Team Liquid doing some good work, like combining a couple of ultimates, their damage pairs popping off, but the better team has obviously been SpaceIT Gaming so far, and that's been reflected in every single map and every scoreboard we've seen.
Yeah, 24-4, 21-4 for Hawk and Lethal respectively, 9.5k damage. Yeah, Hawk is just shooting. He's just hitting the M1 and not letting go on the Orisa. And on the Sigma too. Her attack is probably going to mimic the same thing.
Well, it's the Ramatra for the time being here, but I feel like tactically, Space Station Gaming is leveled up going into this stage. I feel like they're just playing way better as a team because, look, we were in Stockholm. We were in Champions Clash, Jaws. And like you covered in the pre-show, is like, you know, the players were joking about like who would actually win a map on land, stuff like that. And obviously they had some issues preparing for that tournament, you know, some player unavailability as well. We knew ahead of World Finals, like their scrims weren't the best. And so it just felt like there was like kind of like a negative atmosphere surrounding Space Station Gaming. You just feel like they couldn't really get the practice they wanted and the preparation they wanted. This feels like a different vibe now. This feels like a Space Station Gaming that is finally playing their game and things are clicking. And this is great news for them as we get closer to the Midseason Championship.
Yeah, I mean, we go back to what Christopher said last week. Like, look, we've retooled everything. We got new protocols, new calling. Like, we've basically done everything different. And yeah, exactly. They've only dropped a single match, Johnny. I mean, they're straight chilling. Farah for Sugar Free. Again, Mystery Man, man of many heroes. Showing yet another one in this series. And the Bastion from downtown. It's just so easy to shoot the Ramatra too. And then no one is paying attention to Sugar Braun either. Look at this. The freest damage of his life. Taken down by Vega in the end, but I mean, the fight's done.
Yeah, the fight is done indeed, and now Team Liquid.
Oh.
Yeah,
wait, the stagger's kind of nasty. Oh, man, that's horrible. They're not going to have to regroup before this like second corner, like third corner now. Like you can't push onto this if you're Team Liquid.
Yeah, we're even going to see some swaps come through pretty late here. So Sarah on the Cassidy and Vega on the Kiriko. Going to make their back fairly quickly here to at least get a contest going. But like the Bastion Sim, this damage here, so hard to stop. And Attack is going to have to push on this card here now against the Sim. Okay, that's great.
Really nice decision from Hawk too. Just onto that stairwell, so kind of baiting in any kind of attackers or any defenders to kind of walk at him. Lethal's already got a couple. Attack's been demeched. I mean, Johnny. This is not close, man. This is a little bit of a slaughter. I mean, SSG are just walking all over Team Liquid right now.
Yeah, no, it's not looking good at all. And look, this is kind of why I'm an apologist. It's like, this is a Team Liquid lineup that is now kind of like figuring out like, okay, well, Space Station Gaming, they're dominating us with this Bastion Sim comp, with the Orisa, and we need to figure out answers. This is not a roster of Team Liquid that has kind of played enough together to know what their hero pools are, their capabilities are together, and they're kind of figuring this out in real time. So this is one of those scenarios where you're obviously at a disadvantage so far in this series, and you're just scrambling for answers.
Yeah, I mean, Attack is making another hero swap. The Bastion from the high ground as well. Look how low they are. Suzu ends up coming in to try and save him, but they're fighting now on the rush, and there's no Suzu for Attack to try and disengage. 4 minutes in the bank for Space Station. Another team kill. Hawk hasn't died. Like, it's kind of absurd at this point. Vega dies super late. Here comes the barrage from Lethal. Like, you can't move up.
I mean,
someone's stuck behind? Someone's stuck behind them. Tree is behind them right now. And they've already capped. There's the high noon. A lot of things going on around this wall right now. But it is Sarah gets dragged back in with that Terror Surge. An emergency rush from Vega, but I fear the fight's already done. Tree with the spree. Sugar Free down, but Hawk stands and at least kills the Xion. There's going to be a reset in this spawn, but it's so close, and there's 5 minutes left in the bank.
Yeah, huge 5 minutes here. And at this point, Team Liquid are allowed to do their best here. Hawk swaps over to the D.Va. Contemplated the Sigma for a little bit there, but shied away from the mirror. Instead going to opt for the D.Va here. Let's see what they can do with this Symmetra teleporter to try and gain some ground here. Already deep into the backline they are.
Yeah, they're going to kidnap her. They're going to kidnap the Sigma. They're dragging him around that corner. He was trying to refuse. Nice little kill onto Sugar Free, though. Team Liquid actually making the best of that position that Attack was in and actually push around the corner and kill the Sim. There's going to be a rock going a little bit wide, but looks like they found a little bit of control as they hold this doorway.
Yeah, and playing around this Sigma has proven easier for Team Liquid here. This is where they can kind of play automatic now. Like at this point, you're playing a pretty slow composition. You have the positional advantage. you're just playing Overwatch at this point. You're not trying to figure out strategy. You're not trying to figure out tactics. This is where you can rely on your individual skill. It's a pretty basic instincts here. Spatial now. They got a kick sooner. If you're going to drop it.
Good rush. The Flux only hits Hawk there, I believe. The Suzu's going to be enough to keep him alive. And look at the damage on attack. Fully talked up. Sugarfreeze just beaming him. And now they're in one-fight territory. A Bupov onto Zera, a team kill. Are they going to be able to get back in time is my question.
Well, even if they do, Spatial Gaming, they're probably going to push up here and make things real difficult. As Kivis swaps over to the Mizuki here. I would not be surprised if Spatial Gaming, they have something special in store with this Symmetra wall as well.
Teleport to the high ground. Attack is trying to now touch the point, make sure it doesn't go in. And wow, Tree is already dead. There's a high noon and a rush coming up from CL, but are they actually going to be able to stay alive long enough? Vegas going to get pushed in here by Hawk. The chains end up coming in, but the kill's already gone through. Self-destruct for Hawk. Wall deployed. Sugarfree pushing on. Attack already dead. And Space Station made that attack look easy. A 3-2 as Space Station prove they too can walk on water. A 3-0 to keep their streak alive. And they've already qualified. Still only dropping a single map here in the regular season.
It's a new Space Station Gaming. They're looking flawless with a dominant 3-0 here. And looking mighty comfortable on so many different kinds of composition. Look out at the scoreboard. Hawk 42-5. There's so much offensive capability in this front line. We saw it on New York City, on Circuit Real as well. This is Space Station Gaming that is looking like they're in contention to the entire North American stage.
Yeah, they win against Team Liquid here. That's the 3-0. Their next match is against Disguise, who right now is sitting at 0-3, bottom of the board. Only won 2 maps so far in this regular season. So you're thinking Space Station, it feels like going to be a 3-0 again. They're going to go almost perfect.
Yeah, and honestly, given the way they've played today and generally the stage, that is very, very, very much possible. Fair Team Liquid, did they fight back a tiny little bit here and there on control and whatnot? Yeah, sure, but over, under, like, it just still hasn't really clicked for that team, which is quite a shame given that it is literally the very end of our group stage. They do have one more match to go, and things can get a little weird. Like, I'm not gonna do the math on air because that's just a recipe for failure. I'm not gonna do that. But with their match coming up tomorrow and the 0-3 loss today, I think, don't quote me, I think there's a chance Team Liquid might not make playoffs.
Yeah, I think they don't make it. If they lose to Cafe, I think they lose, yeah. Because Cafe would be better than them map in like head-to-head. I read the rule book this morning, Zoe, to make sure. And I think if Cafe beat Team Liquid tomorrow, then they have the head-to-head, and both teams are 2-3.
So it has to be a 3-0.
Well then, please, please quote.
No, head-to-head.
Reinforce on that one.
They would have won the
not me.
head-to-head on versus Team Liquid.
Right. So
go head to head first, then map differential, right?
My goodness.
Right? All right. Well, either way, SSG are in.
Sorry.
Enough math. We've done it.
I insisted.
SSG have locked their spot, that's for sure, and they've locked that first seed as well, guaranteed with this dominant performance today. I just love what we're seeing from them. I love how they implement the Xion as well. I love this super fast, aggressive style that Xion and Tracer lend themselves to. It's just really. It's very aggro meta, and I'm very much here for it. I think this really suits those individual players in that team.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. I think this is a team that just like figured out what compositions they're going to play. Even the swaps are seamless, just like every hero swap is just perfect. And compared to Team Liquid, are kind of like trying to figure stuff out, like in the middle of maps, and like how do we adapt to what the enemy has coming. You just feel like Space Station Gaming, they're on the same page, incredible individual skill to back things up. And I mean, that's as clean as you like. Yeah, they lost a few fights on every single map, but like the tactical display from them of like disengaging and like picking their spot, like when do we want to invest the ultimates? Do we want to retreat from what the enemy team is doing? I think Space Station is fantastic right now.
That's the thing, right? You say they're losing a few fights, but even those losses sometimes feel tactical, where they're like, okay, let's just like get out of here. So yeah, overall, they're just really on it right now. We do have Hawk joining us with voice only, so let's bring Hawk in. Hawk, can you hear us? Are you with us? Starts like
Yes,
the
hello.
start of a
You hear me?
seance or something. Yeah, he is. Hi, Hawk is with us. Congratulations on the dub, and congratulations on just a really smooth stage so far. What is it that's clicking so well for the team? Obviously, we know the individuals have a really high skill ceiling, but the meta seems to really suit you as well.
I think after Japan, we started leaning more into Cat Bastion, and we also kind of realized that we're like the 20th place in the world Lucio Kiri team, like, and a lot of people are just trying to like replicate other regions. So if we can like play more to our strengths or more stuff that people can't prepare against, it's a little easier for us. And we do a lot more counter swapping. We don't just think we're on the right or we're on like the Twisted Minds comp, so we're just gonna win. So there's more we're a more dynamic team, you know.
Well, I mean, playoffs are just around the corner, but I want to talk about mid-season because it feels like to keep this up, and obviously the patch is probably not changing. You guys are going to be chilling to go to mid-season. What's success for you at mid-season? Obviously, winning would be great, but what is kind of the bare minimum you're expecting?
I just want to be like a team that, you know, enemy at least our specs a little bit. You know, like we want to get some maps. Obviously, you want to win, but like let's start small at this point because you know the last couple times have been really bad. But obviously, we want to do well, and we're doing pretty well in NA right now. But we kind of got humbled over this week, scrimming like the third or maybe in fourth place EU team. So we kind of need to still keep improving. Like we're not, even though we think we're like number one in NA right now, we still think that's like a little ways away from like being respectable internationally.
Yeah, I'm curious about the intensity of practice. You know, sometimes we'll have the teams that are like triple blocking and like going all out. Is that kind of like the vibe for you guys right now, preparing for an important tournament and feeling like you got something to prove and like really want to be a better team? Like, what's the practice intensity right now? And assuming you qualify, like, is that something you'd ramp up in boot camp? Like, how much are you practicing right now?
I think we're probably practicing at least at minimum 2 times a day, but a couple times, days a week we'll do 3 blocks if it makes sense. A lot of times during the season you have limited practice in the NA because you're playing a team, so you can't, like this week we couldn't scrim Liquid at all, so it's mostly just the next Dallas and then any EU block we can get. And I think we'll probably try even harder next week in scrims because we got humbled.
Right, well, that's the right attitude, right? Like always looking to improve. We are very excited to see what you guys are going to bring to the table in the playoffs, and then obviously also with what you might be doing at EWC. Thank you so much, Hawk, for joining us, and once again, congratulations.
Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure talking to one of the OGs. He still got it. He's at the top of NA. But yeah, I think we talked about it a little bit during the EMEA portion of the day. NA as a region just currently lacking behind. You hear it there as well from Hawk, like kind of getting humbled there in those scrims against the mid-table EMEA teams. Like NA has been struggling for a while now. They are cooking.
EMEA teams are wild, and that's just, they're crazy. I love it.
Yeah, but there has been a bit of a regional gap, I would say. Like, if you're just looking at the placements during the last few LAN events, like, NA has been lacking behind.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
No, I think you're right.
I think it's interesting. I think that's a nice little insight from Hawk there. 4th best team in EMEA, kind of humbling the #1 seed who has only lost a single map. Like, man, maybe that speaks to a little something going to the LAN. Obviously, 3 teams are going to make it. There's still a long time between then. We still got, well, actually, it's almost a month going by the day. So there's still a lot of time to kind of practice. So North America, yeah, better suit up. I mean, EMEA, and nothing to be messing with. Former world champions too.
Indeed. Let's take a look at the standings real quick to see where we're at. This is, of course, the last week of group play here in EMEA as well as NA. The penultimate day of group play, and Space Station Gaming just locked that #1 seed heading into playoffs, and that means they get the pick of the litter. They get to choose their opponents. Now, Johnny, Coach Johnny, if you are SSG, who do you want to beat? Or play, rather. You're already like absolutely manifesting it.
I think you don't care. I think you honestly don't care who you're playing. Like, obviously, Okay, let's say you wouldn't prefer Dallas Fuel. Let's just put it that way. But honestly, if I'm SSG, like I don't care. Like we're in our lane, we're playing real well right now. We can take down either Lunix team, Liquid Cafe, whoever we have to face there. And if you just win one match in the playoffs, you're qualified for Midseason Championship already. And so that's the primary goal is getting qualified for the major to begin with. Just win a map against any of these teams, and you're going to be through. So I wouldn't have too much to worry about if I'm SSG.
True that. Now, we do have one more match to close out the day. It's going to be Disguised With Sig at the very bottom, going up against Dallas Fuel. Before we get to that, a little PSA. We've got some old favorites making a comeback, so make sure to not miss out. Head over to the in-game shop today to get your hands on the Ember Juno or the Happy Genji. Which one is the Echo is Good and Evil, or is that the name of this guy? I think so, right?
Yeah, Good and Evil.
That
that's
is
the
Good and Evil.
Fleta skin for the MVP.
The Fleta skin.
Shanghai Dragoons.
It is a good one. Yeah, so those are in the shop right now, so happy unbolting to all of you. Now we're heading into a quick break, and then afterwards we are back with the last match of the day. Don't want to miss it.
To OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the road.
Welcome back, friends. This is OWCS. Zoe here, joined by Jack and Johnny, and we're about to break it all down. First match of the day here in NA. It's going to be Dallas Fuel going up against Disguised. Two teams with different trajectories, so let's chat about them, starting with the Dallas Fuel. Obviously, they had to overcome stuff here as well earlier on in this stage, but I feel like with their last week performance, they pretty much redeemed themselves.
Yeah, they're good. They're on the right path. They're gonna make playoffs. NA's #1. And we're probably seeing Kellen or Winston, which is even bigger of a plus.
Okay,
Look,
that's
the
hopium.
Disguise game. It's not hopium. We saw Kellen or Winston last week. What do you mean?
Different
we
game.
will be seeing different game. This is not. This should be a walk in the park for the Dallas Fuel, though. Realistic.
Maybe you're right.
Realistically.
Maybe you're right. Maybe we'll see some Winston. Okay, I will believe alongside you.
The thing is, like, I don't think Dallas Fuel is going to be tested today truly against Disguised. I think Dallas Fuel should be considered the heavy favorite in this, but I feel like you could have said the same thing about their match last week, that they convincingly won against Team Liquid, because Team Liquid is obviously struggling right now. So what do we really know against Dallas Fuel when push comes to shove? Maybe not that much. So we have yet to find out, but it does give them a bit of a breather, a bit of an opportunity to prep for the playoffs. And they're in a very, very good position to make their way into said playoffs. Now, the opposition, Disguised, they had a tough stage 1, right? They almost... I think they won one singular match, and that was against Team Liquid, which was a massive surprise. And now in this very stage, they're actually running the risk of going winless altogether.
Yeah, I mean...
Straight 0-3.
Yeah, I feel like their fate was kind of sealed when, you know, they lost to Lunix already. And then they lost to Cafe last week. You know, those are tough, because those should be the teams that you're kind of competing with. And it's a Disguised team that just really hasn't found their footing, which I think is a shame, because, like, these players, we know they're really talented, but we're not necessarily seeing them at their absolute best. So last week, you see, you know, a player like Ryan, who we talk about his Tracer gameplay so much, just like shining on Xion and doing so much tremendous work. You're like, okay, well, why are we not seeing that out of Rocket? You know, we've seen such great Tracer moments out of Rocket these past few years in OWCS, right? So these guys just really haven't found that composition that clicks for their team either.
Yeah, so for them, it's really more about ending this last week on a high note, as it seems almost inevitable. Is that a real word?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's a real word. You got it right.
At a moment there. It's all right. It's late. It's been a long day for me. I have a child. That's my excuse forever and ever. Exactly. It's all good. Either way, yeah, it seems inevitable that they might be having to fight their way once again through promotion and relegation, given that they're very much on the bottom of the standings. But they're eager to, you know, show off that they have what it takes in order to be in OWCS. So let's see how they will fare against Dallas Fuel. It will be an uphill battle, but don't lose faith altogether, right? They got it. They got it. Bring it in, guys. Let's hear it.
So it's like, yes, we're not doing Preds.
Bring it in. Bring it in.
Because I don't think so. Be put in Disguised. I think it'll be tough to predict Disguised. Hey, they could do it, man. But maybe it's looking a little unlikely. They need to face the Dallas Fuel today, and then an even bigger of an op in SSG next week. So the two hardest games back to back in week 3. Like, come on, if you're not winning early, you're not winning this late. Disguised, it feels like the people's champions, Johnny, but unfortunately have just not had the scoreline necessary to even compete with
I wouldn't
playoffs.
even give them that. I'm sorry, Joss. I'm not going to let that one slip by. I wouldn't even
not
give
the
them
people's
that.
champ?
No, I'd say Lunix. Lunix are the people's champ. You know,
actually, maybe you're right.
Yeah, they're coming in here. They're not a partner team. They're upsetting people left and right. I'd say Lunix are that. But Disguised, look, they got a big fan base. I'll say that. They got some great players on their roster. But I feel like maybe sometimes they're overcomplicating things a little bit. They're trying strategies and tactics that are necessarily their players aren't shining on enough, because we saw last week, like PG popped off last week. Does like great hit scan plays, what we come to expect from PG, and Rocket as well. We know what Rocket is capable of when it comes to like mechanically demanding heroes. And so I feel like this is a team that just haven't really clicked, and now, you know, any other team I would have been like, oh, the Domina's a throw pick. But this guys don't. Come on, man. Come on, man.
We messing with the Domina? Really, Trey?
We messing with the Domina? Okay, there we go.
No, straight to Maga. Oh, and straight into a pause. No. That would have been. That would have been a little sus.
I thought we're bringing back twice. Like 2021 Orisa with like the shield. Like I'm gonna dominate in a corner, just like something. I don't know.
Just trying to shoot people, but like it's really tough as the dominant to shoot people because your shield your like parts of your shield can be destroyed, and so you just kind of sat there like, I'm still getting shot at even though my shield's up. Yeah, it's an interesting hero. Do you feel like Domino will ever be good? I mean, I feel like they'd have to really buff her like through the stratosphere for her to be at a decent level.
You know what?
Like perma-pick. What's that?
Life finds a way.
Life finds a way. Domino finds a way. Oh,
at some point. Hey, Junkrat's been meta. So,
dude, that is facts. Oh, Sunjin changed straight away. I like this from Disguise, though. I mean, like you said, Johnny, just keep it a little bit more simple. Cat Bastion, put Rocket on the Reaper. I would like to see him on the Xion.
That's what I'm saying.
The Mauga staying alive. They heard you, Johnny.
Are they? Well, I want to see the Xion later. I'll do the Reaper for now. Okay? See what we got.
Kellen in the back. All good. Ends up being hand super. Whoa, Tread. Wow, Tread died quick.
Yeah, that's
not to challenge Kellen. Really?
It's not the position we want to be in. It's a Mauga popping cardiac overdrive in the middle of the point there. And when that cooldown fades, it's Jover. Oh, a hazard. Okay.
Oh.
I'm picking up what Tread is putting down.
Man, Connor's going to be happy, that's for sure. The VA, that is. I believe he's doing a little watch party at the moment. Let's have a look at what the Hazard can do. I mean, realistically, the Hazard versus the Sig, that's a tough matchup, right? Like, you're not winning that in the 1v1. So you're looking to jump on the Wu Yang in the best case scenario.
Even so, I think Hazard just looking to brawl for the time being here. As we see turret mode kind of combined with the slash from Hazard here, just make sure the timing is right. I don't think we'll see too much of the neutral poking going down here. It's just a matter of fact, like, when can the Bastion and Cat do work? And the answer is not now. For Sunjun.
No one.
CJ picked them out of the sky.
Trey got a spike wall kill, so W on the board for Disguise. Oh, Trey get another? Wait, that's two. They're actually...
Wait, pause.
Kellen. What's that emote? Feed and then owning feet, and it's the little pendulum swinging. Come on, Kellen, man.
All right, mental reset. We can't be doing that. We can't be doing that. We're 70-0. We can't be doing that still, though.
Okay. Good. We have high ground now. Rocket's already up there. A little teleport forward. Space gain. Skull taking heaps of damage. It's going to get topped off by Kiwi, but they've got the rush. There's a chance here for them to go real quick. They need a Tread to get in there first, though. Just ignore the Sigma, or at least try to. Well, the spike wall is going to come out as Rocket teleports to the back line, which is their front line, which is their back line. Bike kill ends up killing Lucamino, and Death Blossom. Okay, you love some of that. It's not a spree, Johnny. It's the old-fashioned spin to win. Dallas Fuel at 99, but Disguise, they win the fight.
Yep, slow and tactical approach there from Disguise. Take the high ground. Kind of herd Dallas Fuel into that closed corridor area. That's when you drop the ultimates. Good placement by Skyle as well, making sure the Kitsune Rush goes on towards the point. You can all benefit from it. That's a clean fight from this guys. Now, you just gotta keep it up for the rest of the round here. Dallas Fuel, they have some tools available themselves here. So they'll probably look to contest that area, but I'll be quite cautious of this spike wall. Oh, Ethan though.
Oh, yeah. Wow, Sunji's just gonna run on in. Doesn't actually manage to get the knockdown, but the high noon. Super gives some extra survivability is Kiwi and Rocket just explode. My goodness, Dallas Fuel, they've lost both their DPS. Tread and PG picking up a couple of kills. There is going to be a spree from PG, but immediately shut down thanks to the help of Kellen's shield. And that'll be the point flip. Someone's got a touch here for Disguise, but they got the cat to fling Tread back into the point.
Yeah, how long can you touch though? Whoa.
Yeah, spike guard, Suzu out. You're not going to miss this one, surely. No, a direct hit onto Tread. Still, though, spike guards can help him survive. But the rock connecting with PG and Kiwi already dead. 3 players remain for the Skies. Tread picks up yet another, but he's so low. Isn't even an LOS to Scar to get healed back up. And that'll be Dallas Fuel with the point.
And it's the Sigma in the end that is so comfortable, like you pointed out. Not really too worried about what goes on in the front line. It's more about the back line that this guy is trying to pounce on. That's a tough... Okay, we're replaying the missed flux. Okay, we're showing a tidal blast here. Okay, we're showing a tidal blast here. All right. Dude, how do you get 2 there, by the way? Like that, there was not 2 players in the screen there.
So quick. Pixel perfect.
That's crazy. Yeah.
He's got his FOV set to like Quake Pro levels, like 140, so he can see everything around him.
Oh, dude, I wish I was a fellow like 130 gamer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You don't see anything, bro. Like, it's all just...
You can't. Everything is so far away at FOV above, like, I don't know, 100. It's just so far. How are you clicking on people?
Yeah.
There's a reason why it's locked in Overwatch.
Yeah.
There's a reason why. Imagine playing Tracer with it 120 FOV.
The Minecraft kids.
It'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, they wish.
Yeah, Dante would be like, please, FOV. PG down already. Kellen on the wrecking ball now. This is going to be very comfortable for them too. Wow, okay, Chronic. Already found a double. Managed to weave his way in real easy.
Yeah, I think a hazard swap mightn't be necessary here. Not sure if this pace suits this Geist here.
It's okay against the ball, but I mean, you're not really locking the ball in any place. The map is way too open. And yeah, okay, yeah, called it perfectly, Johnny. There you go. Tread on the Mauga.
Of course. When in doubt, play the Mauga. It works at all levels. Trust me, viewers at home. It works at all levels.
It does. It really does. All right, PG. Back to the initial comp. Taking the battle to the sky against Safara. Very good movement, though, from Sunjin. Actually got healed up by Lucamino halfway through that. Is going to try and get the Mega health back for PG with a bounce nade into Mega. Ends up killing the Farah. And this is what the Mauga does best. Just sit on the point, shoot anybody that walks towards you, and win.
Yeah, it has to be said there that Dallas Fuel, they're playing a pretty vulnerable composition, so they're betting a lot on getting these individual frags here. Chronic trying to do some work here alongside Kellen, who is barely getting Kiwi here. He's down to 1 health. Okay, we're going to get the cat out of the way. Hamster superiority here. And this should be Dallas Fuel now, poking down these guys, member by member here.
Oh, they're just going to spray in the small room as well. Shut down by the Scar. Nice little kunai headshot. As PG also picks up a kill. In fact, the rest of these guys, yeah, they just wait for Dallas Fuel to feed. And it worked.
What a strat.
Okay.
That's brilliant.
Just wait for them to feed, guys. They just dive us in hookah, all good.
I wouldn't say that Dallas Fuel's composition is the best for those kind of engagements right there, 1 by 1. But, you know, Chronic saw something with the spree, couldn't get value out of it, and that was just member after member there. Dallas Fuel way more happy to play these open spaces and make sure that each member has an angle. Rocket scouting out Shion.
I mean, the mobility of Shion. Reaper wishes he could be Shion with that mobility. Oh, go on, Death Blossom, you won't. Teleport. No, not quite. Wait, PG with the boot nade. All right, okay, that's one way to get it done, I suppose. Kellen, Mines deployed on the point. A few of them stomped on there by Tread. Clears out a little bit of room for him in that corner. Both rushes now deployed as well. Kellen going to be a hard target to lock down. Focus fire on Tread. You can see his health bar is dwindling. But on that rush, Scar was able to heal up the Mauga pretty easily. But now, here comes the trouble. Skyle is also taking a brunt load of damage. As Sunjin ended up finding a flank kill as Dallas Fuel capped the point with a team kill.
Yeah, the real clean team fight there from Dallas Fuel, but the Skies are still in this one. 71% and counting. 4 ultimates here on the board for them. It's all about securing that value with them. Tread's going to have a pretty tough time here finding a good cage pick. Just want to secure some initial room here. PG. Skip on missiles, doesn't get one.
He's going to double up on that. There's the cage. Sunjin's got that tidal blast on them and got the ult. Doesn't actually end up popping it. Too afraid of the short range stomp there from Tread, canceling the ult completely. As Rocket gets a double. Okay, there's signs of life here for Disguise. This comp, like you said, Johnny, I know, I'll say it again. When in doubt, go Mauga.
When did that go Mauga? And that's what infected the Prior as well. There we go. All right, Dallas Fuel here. Actually, a lot of pressure to kind of execute with this composition. It's not an easy composition to play when the opponent has map control already. There's some pressure on Kellan to actually keep this point contested and for them to find picks simultaneously.
Chronic looking at the skybox permanently to try and spot the Cat Bastion. Bike to the back for Tread. He's going to have tread marks all over him in a moment. He's so low. PG taken to the ground this time instead as Chronic unleashes the spree and actually makes it felt like the entirety of Disguise look at the Xion when they should have been looking at the Reaper. A double death boss. Oh my goodness, Rocket. He tried to come up with the goods there at the very end, but the Dallas Fuel, they find a team kill. Rocket cannot be the savior of Disguise as they find the map within control.
Okay, but fair play, you know, Disguised. They won a few team fights there, made it fairly competitive here to kick things off on Oasis. This is a Dallas Fuel team that, you know, going into this, we would say that they are the favorites given the fact that they won in stage 1 and they looked relatively clean in Champions Clash after all. They took a loss to SG early on in the stage, 0-3, but since then, really picked up the pace here and looked pretty flawless, and they're continuing to do so against Disguised right here.
Yeah, just want to make it a clean game today, a little 3-0. That's what you really want at the end of the day. Just smooth sailing going into playoffs. Oh, CJ rocking the new skin as well on the Kiriko. See that? Lunex is going to be Dallas Fuel's next opposition too. It's going to be the last match of this stage, or the regular season stage. So
looking forward to that. I think Lunex is a really fun team. See what they can kind of do with this Dallas Fuel squad here that is looking mighty clean in this one. It's such a unique style, and so if you're a team like Disguised, you're like, okay, well, now we have to learn how to play around Kellan's Wrecking Ball. You know, all these Wu Yang compositions. Like, it really feels like Dallas Fuel is one of the only teams in the region who can pull off a playstyle like that, and so you get pretty limited practice time against it to begin with, right? So, yeah. Dallas Fuel, pretty easy 2-0 there, but I still like what this guy showed us.
Yeah, you know what? Like, they made that last round pretty competitive. And going back to Mauga, going back to Cat Bastion, have Rocket on the Reaper. I mean, it's a good look. It's a good look. You can go to maps where that is very, very good on. New Junk City. I mean, it's probably the map they're going to choose. If I had to guess, would there be a better map? I think New Junk City might be the best map of the pool for that comp specifically. Yeah, it's got to be.
They picked New Queen Street against Cafe last time, which, you know, I was...
But you have to play against the Ball and the Winston, so... I don't know, maybe you just ban the Ball.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel might not be the team.
Yeah, maybe. Don't forget, mid-season, we've been talking about it for a little while now, as you'd imagine. There's a lot of teams qualifying for playoffs already, and there's 3 spots available for North America. It's just around the corner, so you can pick up your tickets now. 15% off with that code. Look at that, OW15. Doesn't take a wizard to work out that one. And there's a QR code on your screen too if you just want to scan that with your phone and bring it up to the webpage. There's still some tickets available. They do sell out quick though, and it's only a month away, so you get your travel plans booked around that too. Paris, good place. And actually, the last time, I was just thinking, the last time I went to France or like Paris, World Cup 2019, I think.
That's right. That's right.
It was me, Leg Day, ZP, Jake, and a few others. I can't remember, but yeah, it was a good time, and a few others. Yeah, I'd have to get the list. Was Seth and Wolf there? Maybe, I'm not entirely sure, but
I wasn't
it was a good
there.
time.
I have no idea. I wasn't there. Yeah,
you know who was there? Nico Godhand. Nico with the. I'm pulling up history here, buddy. I'm pulling up history. Nico Godhand
it makes
with
sense.
giant watches. Old French player.
Yep. Yep.
They love the GDH at the end of their names. Loving that one. Oh, Dallas Fuel with a Mauga ban. I love this, actually. We go to New Junk City, as I predicted. And kind of predicting Disguise want to play Mauga. Just ban it. And Disguise end up banning the Wu Yang, not protecting that Mauga.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because obviously they struggled. Disguise, that is, they struggled against the Wu Yang on the map prior. And last series, we also saw some Wu Yang gameplay out of Ultraviolet. So Wu Yang is coming in real handy for a couple of these teams, especially when you're trying to pick apart your opponent like SG did prior and Dallas Fuel are doing now. Let's see how Dallas Fuel designed their composition around the support ban. TSG tried to get ball rolling here. They're damage players. They've showed at times that they can really pop off You know, PG, like last week, kind of like turned up big time on the Sojourn. Was a big reason why they got that map win against Cafe in the first place. I want to see some of these damage players come online for Disguised here.
Gotta get it popping. Gotta lock in. I thought this would be the more DPS line, like Disguise build. Like, oh, we have PGE, so he can play Xion. And then Rocket Tracer or Rocket Cass. Wouldn't be too bad either. So that was my kind of read on Disguise when we entered this Xion meta, but we see if Tread's physics on the Hazard again. You know Kellen's probably going to be playing the Sig, so we'll see how they end up rolling. Although, to be fair, Kellen can opt to play the Wrecking Ball too if they want to go a little bit quicker, but Mizuki, Kiri backline, this makes more sense.
I mean, this is a nightmare composition for Dallas Fuel here now. Playing the Sigma and the Mizuki. These guys are going to try to pick apart this meta composition of theirs with this Hazard, Xion, and Reaper composition. And I think this is going to be an uphill battle. A lot of burst potential here to try to go in, but, well, okay. Well, all right. All right. Yeah, that's, you know, fair enough.
One chains hit.
That's how it goes.
And Tread gets reduced to, like, ashes. Like, instantly.
Dude, I do my best to, like, gas up some of these team fights, but damn, that was a chain and the guy was dead, bro.
Yeah. Just went poof.
On to the next one.
On to the next one, Tread says. Oh, he's rocking the Gen G charm as well. Obviously, he was on Gen G a long time ago at this point. All right, well, they got Kiwi on Lucio. Definitely one of Kiwi's best heroes here, so want Disguise to go quick. Dallas Fuels, up to you to go and hit the rotations. Wraithform already popped by Rocket. Going to be in a little bit of trouble. Spike Wall to try and catch someone off, but Lucamino's hitting the 1v1 against Tread, and Tread too scared, holding up the spike guard against the Mizuki.
Yeah, you can kind of see this guys there trying to take some of these fights. They're actually doing a decent job grabbing like the angles around Dallas Fuel. You saw Rocket there came in from a different angle compared to Tread, who's now over onto this Zarya here instead. We're playing a Zarya Reaper composition, but Dallas Fuel, they've been so good at rotating around these guys here.
Yeah, I mean, this is like an old school comp. There's the Flux. Didn't miss this time. Lucamino Shonjin already dead, though. And the Reaper doesn't die. Rocket stays alive, full HP, topped all the way up. Much prefer this look from Disguised. Having the Reaper being able to stay active in the team fights longer with double bubble. Yeah, you're smiling. You're Disguised right now.
It's actually been Skyle who's been getting 2 first picks here with the Kiriko, so that is going to give you a bit of a boon here as Dallas Fuel looks to retake with double support ult. And a shot to Rocket. Well, that will do it, Jaws.
Yeah, now I guess you bubble PG or just bubble yourself. PG's on an off angle right now. Sanctuary and the spree. He's trying to jiggle this one in and out of the Sanctuary. Sound barrier ends up getting popped. Rocket has to get away. Don't think anybody's chasing him. No, Kiwi ends up hunting him down. A quick Suzu from Skulls trying to top Tread back up, but someone needs to touch. And they're going to get chained. It was a really nice proactive play there by Lucamino, and now Sonjin's in the back. Gets picked up by Skyle again. PG on the point. Does need heals, though. It's all the Kirikos on this round, it feels like. But a Death Blossom kill onto CJ, and with Tread being fully charged, Disguised end up winning that fight.
Wow, that was actually a brilliant team fight by these guys to kind of like kick things off early on as well. The layering was perfect with the Kitsune Rush and then also the sound barrier from Kiwi. And Tread finds an early pick up to Sonjin. This is this guy's winning here.
This is right clicks from Tread. Sonjin should not have gone down there. Chronic dead. There's no touches. No touches. Okay, Disguised on the board.
Wow, didn't expect that one. Look, that comes on the back of a brilliant team fight by them. The Treads ends up clutching out there as well. See if they can carry some of that momentum going forward. Lucamino's over onto this Illari here. And this is now a look that I would say this guys would have an easier time walking up against here. Gotta avoid the poke. Graviton Surge. Clean as you like onto Lucamino. A 5 versus 4 scenario. This guy should not be losing this next fight.
Saw Kellen out of position there. Treads, no worries about the grasp. So, yeah, grabbing the choke, picks up one, win the team fight, but they do trade. I mean, Skyle dead. Only one healer for Disguise. It's only the Lucio. So, you have to win this fast if you're Disguise. And, yeah, okay, that'll do. You got the point. And Dallas Fuel trying to stick around, but unable to do so.
Yeah, but Disguise are playing well now. They're playing with pace there as well. 4 versus 5. And they just push around the corner, mow Kellen down. and they can get their Kiriko back into the mix here. And so even though you're playing against a Sigma composition with the Sojourn, with the Alari, Flux popped there by Kellan, looking for someone. Put it out though.
Yeah, trying to stand on business. That's such a nice Flux on Kiwi. He's also going to pick up Treads. Real nice from Kellan. Makes up for the one earlier on control. That'll be the point.
That'll be the point indeed. Just kind of cleans things up there. But the Hopium is kind of out of the bottle now. I'm feeling this vibe from these guys and what they're playing right now. Obviously, the walk-up is going to be brutal because you're facing the Alari poke, the potential for railgun shots as well, and the Sigma. But if you can wrap around like they're doing here now, force a fight closer to the objective, get the Kitsune Rush up and going here, they could get a surprise pick here with the Xion.
Yeah, Albo's there to try and create some distance. Oh, what a rock! Oh my, okay, reset. Sky just face planted the floor. It's like I tried to do an ollie for the first time and just, oh, there you go. You got a graze on your face.
Yeah, I said no to that. I said no to that. No skateboarding for me. My mom even bought me one, and I was like, no, I'm not. This is not for me, Mom. Sorry. Anyway,
every kid at some point has had a skateboard. Sometimes you find out it's not for you, and you're one of those kids.
Yeah.
Oh, Captain Sun. Oh, that's real nice. Ends up getting Suzu'd initially, but I think the explosion actually went off and chunked Tread out more than he expected. Yeah, Chronic gets 3. That's a Dallas Fuel points. Pretty nice early fight. I love it.
Yeah, well, this is disappointing from these guys now because they didn't even get like a proper fight, right? Like they even have the ultimates. And those last 2 fights, they weren't even really fights. They just got picked on the walk-up. Was what I warned about. I told you the Sojourner and Lori, like, it's just brutal to walk up. But if you can get a proper fight going with these ultimates, they should have the advantage, I feel like.
I think the pejorative word there is should.
Well, we try.
We try. We do try. All right, I mean, Chronic's on an off angle, but he's a little bit too far away from the flight, so probably he's going to have to rejoin the rest of the team. Rush onto the point, he's going to get matched pretty easily. Whoa. PG pops the spree. He spotted one player in the back and actually isolates the kill onto Sunjin thanks to Kiwi. The speed up from the Lucio and the spree, it's kind of a nasty little combo. Again, a little bit better than the Reaper's ult. And now with that grasp used by Kellan, I mean, Trekken can walk forward, can throw in the grab if he wants to too, but might not even need it. Chronic gets beamed down, charge. Just so high for Tread in these poke wars that Disguise are gonna just roll over the fuel and cap the point first.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep getting these picks. Get them out of here. Make them fully reset. Because they get the point cap, like you said, and now they have a grab to play with here as well. Obviously, I have to be worried about the grasp here from Kellan. What you really don't want here is room for Dallas Fuel to operate with. Brilliant push here.
Unbelievable grab. Better that shield from Kellan is so good, though. Just beautiful from Kellan. The Suzu came in as well from CJ to keep him alive, but they've already taken a lot of damage. They've lost Chronic. Sunjin's really low. Even with this OC, he can't find anybody. Eventually, they hunt down Tread. No Kiwi in sight to kind of taxi the Zarya around. And despite that grab hitting 3 players, Disguise lose the point and the fight.
Yeah, it's a good fight from Dallas Fuel, and they're going to get this objective back, but it's still Disguise with 93%. On the back of some good proactive play, and now they're coming up on double support ultimate as well. So here is that walk up that is so difficult once more. Can't get picked here.
Captain San in 4%. You're straight chilling. You could force the sound barrier here super easy. If you see one bubble come out and there's already one. Oh, the Death Blossom doesn't end up getting pooped away, but there's Captain San. Suzu's also been popped. Any detonations from Lucamino at all? He's looking for somebody. Kiwi now down. Skyo ends up getting stunned there too. Ends up off of the map though. Lucamino separating himself from the rest of the team. Dallas Fuel still have control without any supports here. Disguise, their time is limited.
Can't get picked here. You need your supports to get back to use those ultimates. You'd rather take a clean fight here. Dallas Fuel, can they find something in the meantime while these guys are resetting here? They're going to wait themselves.
Kellan's ultimate could be the biggest difference maker. Kiwi needs this sound barrier. He needs it bad. CJ rushing super early on. Kiwi needs this beat. He needs the beat. He's got it, but he ends up going down anyway. Chronic focused him so heavily. He was 1 HP. So fear for the Ajax. So he just doesn't end up using the sound barrier, which also means Kellan doesn't need to pop ult. Dallas Fuel 2 points on New Junk City, just to the 1 of Disguised.
that's so brutal because they had two brilliant team fight opportunities to close that fight out. They just couldn't get the support ultimates going. Kiwi opting there to shy away from the potential Ajax, hold on to it instead, maybe in preparation for the Flux. That was winnable for Disguised, and they let that one go, now putting Dallas Fuel in a position to close out this map on this next round.
Yeah, very winnable spot here for the Fuel. Flux. Wow, Luke Camino died super early. Okay.
Bit of an extension.
Little flank angle kill from Rocket. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe a little bit of execution damage as well. Point is going to get capped anyway. Wow, Tread wanted to step on that. And here comes the Flux. It's a good one too. Sound barrier too late to save Rocket. It was already low, but Timmy actually got lifted up into the sky. Spree in the tight range corridor there, but it looks like the Lucio was a little bit out of range. Returns free from Chronic. Doesn't help kill PG by any stretch of the imagination. Chronic flings a bike towards him, but they've still got Tread alive. Probably the most important player in these moments. Trying to get onto the point.
With 3 members here, so Dallas Fuel should back up. So I'm just going to pop the overclock. This would be a miracle if he's able to win this one.
Yeah, but look how low Kiwi is already in Tread. Took an immediate headshot as well from Sonjin. So without the Sky, without Kiriko, you're not able to heal all that damage up. So just off the back of that headshot, that was good enough to win the fight.
I just feel like this guys are one step behind permanently this map so far. 80% here for Dallas Fuel as they look to make things real difficult for this guys on this walk up. They know they have to get to the point. Dallas Fuel won't let them.
Yeah, I really like this play. They're going to try and flip the map on them here. Graviton Surge doesn't have it hitting the wall, but Shred's already dead. I mean, this two-player PG's on the point with Kiwi. They're going to get flipped, but the reinforcements are light years away. And Kiwi's already down. PG maybe can go for another touch if he hops on the bike. No, actually gets shut down by Chronic. That's all over. Tread on the Wrecking Ball, gets the final one, but yeah, it's done and dusted here for Disguise. The Dallas Fuel looking rather bright. There's a 2-0 lead in the series. As Kiwi is the final player to touch. There it is. Eventually done for. There you go. Dallas Fuel 2-0 to start their series off.
Yeah, definitely the superior team so far. And maybe I'm huffing the hopium a little bit too much here, Joss, though. But I did think that this guys, they look improved compared to the performances we've seen from this team. I feel like this team, they've looked lost at times. Just like they're not comfortable with the compositions they're playing. And I still think you saw this New Junk City here. They had some early momentum on the back of that first point cap. Obviously, looking at the scoreboard is one thing. But, you know, they were a couple of team fights away from making this New Junk City really competitive. I think that speaks to the individual skill from these players, finding individual picks going into fights like this. Dallas Fuel, though, just a little bit too strong for this guys to beat right now.
Yeah, just a little bit too strong. It was always going to be a tough game. I think the Skies are putting up a fight, though.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunately too little too late in terms of their positioning in the standings.
Yeah. Look, the standings can't be salvaged at this point. I think we're all looking for some good gameplay, right? And so, like, if you get that sound barrier down in that fight where Kiwi goes down early, or even in the fight prior, I think Kiwi dies with like 90% going into that one. If you can get the sound barrier out there, like, they should have the team fight win there. That should lead to the point cap, and suddenly they're up 2-1 on New Junk City, right? So that's one fight that like really flips the entire map and the trajectory of the map. And similarly, on that last round, I would even say that the last round there, the last point cap rather, they were in a 5 versus 4 scenario because Lukamine overextended. Like, that's another fight. Like, you really have to clutch up and win it. That's a must-win team fight if you're in a 5 versus 4 scenario. These guys just they're not quite there yet.
Yeah, not quite there yet. And unfortunately, yeah, the stage not looking too great either. But Dallas Fuel, on the other hand, looking good. Looking real clean. You know what's also really clean and looking good? Johnny?
Drops?
The unvaulted skins. Not quite.
Oh.
We did the drops before. It's the unvaulted skins for the OW Esports store. There you go. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. I still can't say it, by the way. We did, here's a small tidbit about the Ana skin. We did get a pronunciation guide back in the Overwatch League when that skin came out. Do you remember? We got the how to say the skin. It's probably in my email still somewhere. It's like Heroeris or something like that. It's hard. It's a hard name to say, but it's a cool looking skin.
It is?
Sure, bro. Sick skin. It's a good
Look, I'm just the color commentator, bro. I don't have to.
You don't do
have
words.
to do that stuff. No, I don't have to do words. I'm Swedish. That's fine.
You can't. Bro uses that excuse every chance possible.
Okay, well, it's been one so far today. Can I get one ticket
today? Yeah, yeah. What? Yeah, you get to use the I'm Swedish card once a day, and there you go. You can't use it anymore. You're lucky because it's close to the end of the day too. Brunius RP picked by Disguise as we head into our third map.
Indeed. All right, so a bit of a shift up. Obviously, they don't want to go to New Queen Street like you said. They want to avoid the terrifying Wrecking Ball of Callan, so instead they go for Unasapi here. Let's kind of see what they have in store here then. I mean, I think it's going to involve the same kind of lineup we've seen from them already with Rocket onto the Reaper, PG flexing over to the Xion. They're going to ban the Illari even, which I think they could have maybe navigated.
Illari.
I mean, there's also like, you know, protect ban here as well for the backline because, you know, they've been quite committed so far to the Lucio comps. So it's more of a protect ban than anything at this point.
Yeah, you don't want Lucio banned away. You don't want like Kiri banned away either. Yeah, I'm not too fussed about it. Bastion for the Dallas Fuel. Scared of Cat Bastion comp from PG. Okay, I see you. I see where you're looking.
Get the nonsense.
But I think it. Yeah, I mean, just give me some more ground Overwatch. Some boots on the ground. Give me well, I guess Shion's on the bike, but the Reaper guy and the Xion, more of that. And more Mauga. I don't think that's bad either.
Yeah, I mean, well, I know it's a ground comp, but do you feel similarly about Symmetra Bastion? Teleport the Bastion around. Is that okay because it's on the ground?
Yeah. I feel okay about that. I have
just
strong
want the comps
words
to be
to say about
compact.
Symmetra.
Yeah, no air and no teleports.
Exactly. I don't want to be shooting up into space. I want to be shooting forwards. I don't want to have to worry about the Cat and the Bastion coming over the like giant house or like the factory or whatever, like being flung around. No, I just want to back to front or front to back Overwatch. Me shoot enemy in front of me.
The future's now, old man. Future's now. We have verticality.
We have
aircraft. Yeah, fly around in the sky.
Aircraft. That's true. That's true. And we have bikes being able to be launched. And we have
like, I'm gonna go to Europe, to France, to Midseason Championship by steamboat.
I'll see you there in like 3 weeks.
I actually read
a while across the Atlantic.
You know, low quality Instagram post in my feed. You know, just scrolling.
Oh no!
And I came across a poster. I was just like, there was this band. I can't even remember what the band is. So it's a terrible story now to tell on broadcast. But this artist of a band, he's scared of flying, and so when they go on European tour, like he just takes the boat over. He's like, yeah, you know,
the boat.
Yeah, you know, a few days at sea.
Over the Atlantic.
Yeah, to go on European tour. Yeah. I don't want to fly. You know, respect.
Yeah, it's probably a lot nicer than going via air, to be fair. You are crammed. I've been traveling so much recently. I'm like, yeah, I want to be home. I want to be home. Carson. That's exactly what I'm doing. So I'm happy. All right, it's going to be Kellen on Sigma. As we rock into this map, we're going to see some aerial warfare here. Sonjin on the Pharah. Actually, a pick they've not minded too much. Sonjin's been picking up this Pharah a lot more than most.
All right, Dallas Fuel playing this composition, though. I still think that that's something we could have predicted here. And just as I was about to start glazing Disguised here for playing this high-tempo composition, Rocket dies to a railgun shot. But I will still echo that sentiment going into the next fight. I am agnostic to this lost first team fight from Disguised. Still very much looking forward to them seeing them playing this composition. And
yeah, I think...
You know, here we go. There comes Cat.
Well, they can't bash him, but
that's
they
true.
Could Cassidy, to be fair, as Kellen decides, you know what? The payload, it pushes me. Doesn't want to wear out the keyboard. They're going to get first cap already? You got to touch. Guys. Yep. Okay, there it is. Wow, they actually almost let Tread touch there.
Tread in top one. Tread, don't lose the mech, buddy.
Yeah, if he loses mech, it is bad news bears for Disguised. Kiwi's kind of on the point right now, anchoring down, but one fight win, one cap is kind of an insane early fight, early push from Dallas Fuel. You don't often see that. Normally it takes at least a couple of fights. PG on the wrong highway. Sonjin.
It's the wrong vehicle, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, Sancho's wearing the Porsche skin too, by the way, so, you know, you can make some of that. You can make something of that.
Oh, that is one of the best skins. That is peak, though. Hey, now this guy's getting
the sound
picks.
effects are crazy. Still, though, position game for Dallas Fuel. They got 65 meters, so checkpoint and then some. So you're smart. You're cheeky. Little cheeky extra push. While Disguise taking off angle.
But it's almost like Dallas Fuel. They're like, okay, yeah, you take the bot. You know, we play Sojourn, Pharah, Wu Yang. It's like, you can have so much bot control, however much you like. And then we'll poke you down from afar. And just rocket after rocket. Tear you apart.
The PG hitting the wheelie there, and there you go. Okay, flux though from Kellen. Any connection? Style dead, but Tread's already killed both the DPS for the Dallas Fuel. So it's up to Kellen to try and scramble together something for this fight. There's the stick. He's going to get tidal blasted of all things. Now running straight towards Kellen. Any knockdowns? Doesn't look like it, but PG's now trapped in the small room. Dashes out the way. That overhealth assisting him to staying alive. Self-destruct. Kellen in an odd spot. He's going to get chased down and eventually finished off by Kiwi. A scrappy affair. Now Dallas Fuel using the rush as the catnap gets Suzu. Beautiful stuff from CJ.
Dallas Fuel hang on by a thread there as Kellen swaps over to the Wrecking Ball here. This guy's showing some things though with this Tracer and Shion composition. Tread can't lose the mech here. This is so dangerous. All right, how many frags does Chronic get with this overclock, you think? 2?
Oh, 2. 2's generous, I think. I think if you get 1, you're happy.
Okay, we're gonna quote him to that in the interview later.
Yeah, I mean, look. You're getting multiple railgun kills against this comp. A crazy mobile comp. I mean, good luck. Chronic's gonna go super low. Okay, here's the OC. Hang on. I'm looking for 1. A singular. There's the spree. 0. A big fat O. Goose egg, Johnny. Nothing.
All right. Well, I asked you. You know, I'm not the prophet over here. I'm not providing all the answers.
He's passing the blame now. That's where we're headed.
It made Chronic a big target for all of this guys to dive on with the defense matrix, with the Tracer, with the Shion. But I'm loving this pace from this guys. Obviously, they were off to a terrible start on this map early, just, you know, getting capped against after a single team fight loss. But they've been, you know, fighting their way back into this Runasapi with this high tempo.
Oh, Sonjin almost hit the one shot there on the Tracer. Rocket has got the pulse bomb, of course, and
here you go.
With a kill onto Sonjin, it's a good start, but can they pick up the fact that Tread has also gone down? Kellen on the Wrecking Ball. He's going to turn this high tempo kind of on its head for Disguised. Ooh, flashbang? No, ends up teleporting away. I think Scar got out.
Rusher from Skyle. That was looking Disguised.
Yeah, Rocket
doesn't
have the bot either. They end up trading Rocket for Chronic. But I mean, Sonji does have spree too, so you're in a decent spot if you're the Dallas Fuel. And there's a defense matrix. Oh, the catnap. Oh, see ya. Gets taken away, lifted up into the skies. Easy pickings there for Tread. Like dangled in front of him.
Oh, these smites are scary though. You just gotta avoid these for the time being and wait for them to go down here. This guy's still keeping the pressure on though. Tread doing tremendous amount of damage here onto the back line. This is the mech, self-destruct. Be careful to the mines!
Oh, but he was walked. If that would have been a clip of all time, if he walked into that. It was an inch away. Haven't got any ults coming around this corner, but the spree's going to be next available for him. Chronic just taking so low. It's just so much focus fire. PG shut down mid-spree by the bike. Sonjin just shut the door on him. Took the keys out of the ignition. For a PG.
They hung around for some time though as Tread went it out. Swap to the Maga. PGE goes over to the Cassidy here, so okay. You're deciding now to give up on some of that tempo, slow things down here a little bit with the Cassidy instead. Obviously, like you said, you can pair that with the Cat. You get some nice verticality going for the Cassidy here, but this is Dallas Fuel now. In control of the bot, they got a Sanctuary to go with as well to give them some cover. They should be in control here now.
Oh my goodness, I thought for half a second there that he got pooped off.
Ain't no
but
way.
it is tank, and he's got the tank buff. Yeah. They're still pushing. Johnson's dead. Cardiac overdrive pop. Whoa! Kellen.
Smauga things.
Yeah, I think the flashbang from PGE managed to connect there, so stop all momentum for the ball.
I'm still believing here. 3 minutes to go. This guy's still down 23 meters here. Dallas Fuel, they have this Sanctuary to kind of get going, but these guys have a good presence now with this Smaug. That Kellan, as you see, is taking a lot of damage just rolling around there and dying early as well. This guy's now potentially capping the ball on the back of this.
Yeah, there's 3 minutes to go, and there's not much meterage separating both teams. I mean, you mentioned Sanctuary can be used on the corner. There's no kind of cage here for Tread, so he can't lock someone down, but Trade, yeah, there is a... Whoa.
Great disengage.
That was
what a pick from Rocket. They are cooking.
Insane pick. PG. Cat Noon. Where's the cat? There it is. 3 seconds. There's not enough time.
Well, we need to work on that one.
We're going to workshop that one. Oops. No problem. Still 2 ults, though, in the back pocket. Chronic on a lot of duress once again. Tread is just so healthy, too. Catnap. High Noon. Oh, get him. Oh, Chronic thought. Both rushes have been popped on the point as well. There's so much sustain here for Disguise. You're wondering how long it's going to take to actually kill Kellan. He's kind of standing tall on the point. Well, I guess standing very spherical. Nice silver bullet kill on Sonjun. Leads almost getting a game 2. They need to get the checkpoint first, though.
Dude, they're going to take the lead.
Yeah, they are.
These guys are going to take the lead. They have been cooking Aruna Sabi so far, and now in a position to extend this series. Dallas Fuel, after this ball swap, they just really haven't had any momentum going for them.
Oh my goodness, and PG almost found the solo kill onto Lucamino too. That pulse bomb, not quite delivering as the last. Spree using the small room, a good Suzu, and Sonjun narrowly getting that kill, and an even better one actually onto Skyle. Execution, but now you've got to say, Dallas Fuel have to play perfect, Johnny. There's only a minute to go, and 20 meters separates them and the victory.
Yeah, and they've made a couple of swaps here, so Kellan's still on the Wrecking Ball, but Lucamino, he's been on the Wu Yang here for quite some time now. And you can see there's a lot of damage output from this Dallas Fuel backline now. Tread here, over on towards the Diva, trying to utilize this Matrix to protect from some of that damage. And look, they should be able to pretty reliably hold some of these corners now, utilizing the Matrix and put PG in a good position.
Catnap for Kiwi. Can they actually sneak a catnap on Chronic or Sonjun is my question. PG on the side. It's just kind of lurking around. Trading for Lucamino. Catnap comes in. They've managed to drag Sonjun out of position. Or maybe into position. I mean, Sonjun's going to get out. Oh, it doesn't end up coming up with a kill, sadly. And they are moving the bot. 15 seconds now, Johnny. Slam. Ends up killing Style. And it's going bad to worse. Mines the Kellan. And they are scrambling like eggs right now, Johnny. Uh-oh, Tread. You got to stay alive on this bot, buddy.
Mines.
Otherwise, your hope and dreams of securing this map could be over. The mines are going to be good. Tread gets desuited. Oh, no. And Kellan's going to be able to push this bot. Oh, the mines have just gone about and done it. PG dives head first into them. And the Dallas Fuel take the map. An absolute heartbreaker. You're crushed saying no. They're not saying they want to go to the dance for you. Disguise get 3-0'd. They were about to take the map off the, I'd argue, the second best team in North America now. Dallas Fuel end up the series of 3-0.
Dude, look at the scoreboard. Look at the scoreboard. They were this close to making it happen. Taking a map from Dallas Fuel. That feels so bad. They couldn't just hold on to it. I mean, they were trying to make a play in the end. You know, they got picked early because the Cassidy was trying to make a play inside the corridors, then ends up dying and gets traded out instead. And I think from that point on, like, it was just Dallas Fuel taking control of the ball and like licking their chops, and they're feeling quite happy about that one. So one failed play there by PG just sets up Dallas Fuel to close things out here with Runasapi instead. What a shame after a great showing from these guys here.
Man. They had the titles to do it too. I'm sorry, I don't know if you saw all the titles, Zoe, that the rest of Disguise had. Commander of Hope, Tenacious Hero. Like, dude, they were locked in to win today.
I know,
I'm
you gotta
bringing the lore in
manifest
with the
it
titles.
every way possible, and that's the way to do it. Big fan of the titles. Gotta collect them all, but yeah, I mean, okay, listen, this wasn't theirs to win, right? I do think though, and that's something you guys mentioned during the cast, I do feel like this guys looked much improved. I do feel like we're most likely gonna be seeing them again in stage 3. They did a really good job in the last promotion and relegation. No, unfortunately, they are most likely going to go winless this stage. They just have a really rough last week going up against two really high-performing teams.
Yeah, they play SSG next. So, yeah SSG have dropped a single map. So, it's looking winless for Disguised, sadly. But it is good news for the Fuel fans out there. They have qualified with that one.
They have indeed a clean 3-0 victory. They were tested on occasions. There were definitely some good battles we got to see on the side of this, guys. But over under Dallas Fuel, the better team coming out of this one today.
Yeah, look, I'm really looking forward to the Stage 2 playoffs here now, because Dallas Fuel, they took an 0-3 loss.
You weren't before, but now.
but now, oh boy. I mean, because Dallas Fuel, they've generated some momentum here, and they took that 0-3 loss to SSG on the opening match of the stage, but they've kept their identity going, and they're just beating down on some of these teams, and so I can't wait to see a potential rematch between Space Station and Dallas Fuel. That's gonna cook.
Absolutely. Yeah, SSG and Dallas definitely do seem like they're quite a bit ahead of the curve. Lunex, the other team that has been performing well, and everyone else is just kind of a bit in struggle time. So we do have Weeds joining us for a quick chat. So let's bring in Weeds for a quick post-match interview after a, well, fairly quick series. Weeds, welcome to the show. What's going on in the background? Where are you?
Yeah, I just moved into a new house, so I'm down in the basement right now.
Okay, looking cozy. Nice, nice. I hope the move went well and smooth. The game today certainly did. Weeds, let's talk about your journey this stage, because obviously you're ramping it up towards the end of the group stage after, let's say, a more or less shaky start. What's the journey been like for you and the team?
I mean, I don't know. I think if there was like that SSG match was like the first match we ever lost to an NA team, so it wasn't like, you know, like some like, oh, the world's burning down or anything. It's just like, okay, we finally got the loss out of the way and we can go figure stuff out for playoffs, but regular season is not really too stressful for us. So
I asked SSG the same question that I'm going to ask you now. What does success look like for you on the international stage? Because the LAN for North America, it didn't look very pretty for SSG, but for yourselves too, not cracking the top 4 over the Korean and EMEA teams.
I mean, I think international success for us, like that was our first tournament as like a core team. So, I think we had a dogfight series with VP in that, like in Japan. So, you know, I mean, that's pretty much as good as we could hope for. I think we did about as good as we were gonna do. So, I think going into the future international tournaments, we should just do better and better with more time together.
How do you, with that mindset of wanting to do better at international tournaments, how do you kind of like shape the practice and the mentality for the team moving into the Midseason Championship, which is coming up in like a month? Do you talk a lot about how do we beat like EMEA teams? How do we beat Korean teams? Because we just had an interview with Hawk, by the way, from SSG, who mentioned they've been scrimming some of the EMEA teams. Is that something you're doing? How do you talk about preparing for the international competition? We're getting ahead of ourselves, but I think it's relevant.
Yeah. It's pretty tough for us because Sunjun is still in Korea, so we've been unable to get him to NA pretty much. So we can't really scrim Europe because of the ping issues. So we've just been trying to improve with scrimming within NA, which I think is a little tougher because we don't, you know, Europe is a lot stronger right now. So I think we're gonna have to just like focus during boot camps on focusing on international tournaments, and right now just kind of try to do the best we can within NA.
Why do you think NA is currently has been struggling for a while now in international competitions?
I actually think there's like a lot of reasons, but I think the meta for a while has been pretty favorable towards like the off tank teams, and NA has been a main tank region for like since OWCS started pretty much. Like we had a lot of main tank players, so I think like with Diva becoming weaker and weaker, maybe we can see Europe like, you know, get closer to us again, but you know, we'll see.
In this kind of meta with Xion, in your opinion, obviously your own team doesn't count, but who's looking the best in North America right now on the pick?
In North America, I mean, Ryan on Cafe is looking like probably one of the best. Lethal's insane at it. You know, I mean, Chronic's insane at it too. I know you said not ours, but like, both of my guys are really good at the hero. I think the hero just has a super fun kit, so all the DPS players want to play it. Like, so everyone's gonna get really good at it.
Yeah, it's definitely been really fun to see Xion being thrown into the mix, and generally the meta evolving literally every other day. I feel like she's been 3 weeks in the making, and we're still not quite sure what to expect, especially heading into the playoffs. We thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat and letting us pick your brain, and good luck, keep on moving.
Yep, thank you.
Moving sucks, man. I feel for him. Every time someone tells me they're moving, I'm like, oh, Godspeed, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's rough. And then you're still functioning as a normal person and doing your day job at the same time. Being Xion is rough, guys. It's rough. And for some of our teams, it's gonna get rougher still. As we're closing out, I know, man, it's tough out there. No, but we'll be closing out the group stage tomorrow, obviously, with one last match day. And still something on the line for some of those teams here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, 3 North American games. The Dallas Fuel Lunex game is going to be a banger. I got a good feeling. I got to hype what Johnny was saying earlier. Lunex have been a very impressive team and a fun team to watch too. So, yeah, we'll see if they can take Dallas Fuel all the way to 5. Looking forward to that.
Hey, Team Liquid Cafe. It's got stakes. I'm ready.
It does, though.
I'm
it
ready.
Does.
I'm just saying, Team Liquid, they haven't looked super solid. And Weech said it himself. You know, Orion's kind of popping up, so I can't wait for that matchup tomorrow.
We don't have to wait long for now. We do say goodbye and good night. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll be back for the conclusion of the stage 2 in both EMEA and NA tomorrow. So make sure to tune in again for now. Bye-bye.